This is the most paradoxical system I have ever seen. Trying to cultivate will not bring strength. Playing games lazily increases your strength. When being ridiculed by the entire school, luck +3, confidence +5, strength +8. Just talk to the beautiful girl. I can improve my attributes in online classes. All of this must be from a few days ago. I'm dating Jo Sung in bed. The teacher used the eraser to wake me up. I woke up and stood up. At this moment the system appeared in my head. Successfully identified as an intruder. I looked at the attribute table in front of me, very surprised, still not understanding what was going on. Tran Tunan patted my shoulder. He knew I still had legs. Even though I was about to enter a ghost, at least my body was still very clean. Other students began to mock that it would be best for him to drop out of school and work as a construction worker. I was very angry when I heard that, but there was nothing I could do. The system suddenly appeared a prompt, and due to mental damage, some attributes were increased. I stood there in disbelief. Being scolded by my classmates actually increased my attributes. This system is so strange. I'll find an excuse to leave here. Then I left school. I was constantly lazy. Attributes kept increasing. In front, a couple of men and women are dating. I went over and told them the teacher was coming. They immediately scolded me for being a single dog. That night, I increased my attributes again. A woman behind me said, "Were you talking about me just now?" I turned around and discovered that the couple from before had disappeared. The man had been sucked dry. The woman stuck out her pink tongue at me. "If you find out, I can only eat you." Then she hit me. I was beaten to the point of bleeding profusely. But my vitality increased by more than 400 points. I couldn't help but curse this system. Even though you can use injuries to exchange for attributes, it's too easy to die. I have to find a way to improve my physical condition. A long-haired woman stood in front of me, wanting to devour me. Her breath seemed to want to swallow me up. As soon as I smelled it, my attributes began to increase. I immediately thought of a plan. She had bad breath. The long-haired woman was angry at me and strangled me angrily. Dare to say she has bad breath, then I will let her be killed by poison gas. Then she opened her mouth and continuously blew toxic gas into my face. I knew she was seriously ill. I inhaled like a pervert. My attributes continuously increased, until I felt my power reach its limit. I fell helplessly to the ground. The long-haired woman tried to swallow me whole. I suddenly grabbed her hand and successfully broke through into invisibility. I then threw a punch, piercing the long-haired woman's stomach. I saw the long-haired woman being beaten to shreds, disappearing. To avoid trouble later, I hastily left here. As soon as I got home, my sister coldly asked me why my clothes are full of blood. I arbitrarily found an excuse to fall over to get over it. After changing clothes, I started eating. As soon as I put food in my mouth, my attributes immediately decreased. That's bad, forget about this paradoxical system. My sister suddenly took out a box. Inside are 5 attribute-boosting pills. My mother said, "With your academic achievements, you won't be able to pass the university entrance exam if you eat 100 pills. My sister just doesn't want me to become too strong." My sister had her dantian broken during a competition 2 years ago, became a normal person, and left behind a legacy. To become stronger, I quickly ate a pill. Unexpectedly, as soon as I swallowed, my attributes for 3 days disappeared. After eating, I walked on the street. The afternoon of inhaling the poisonous aura of the beast creature gave me my soul. I opened my phone and searched how to reduce the attribute growth speed. The results returned were either unreliable, or told me to go play games, or tell me to date beautiful girls. I searched for information for a long time, finally found a useful method. Then I quickly went to the convenience store. The convenience store owner is very hot. Almost made my nose bleed, knowing I came to buy cigarettes. The convenience store owner advised me, "Little brother, to go back and practice well." I looked at the mistress's back. "Take out a pack of cigarettes from your pocket. Don't blame me for being unintentional." I burned the cigarette pack and threw it at the mistress. Taking the cigarette and leaving behind 20 dong, I ran away. I hid in a nearby soccer field and took 20 puffs of cigarettes. The attribute directly increased to 98 points. I am now a level 0.3 martial artist. As long as I continue to smoke, a month later I will become a level 1 martial artist. Reaching the peak is not impossible. I'm dreaming about a good life later. Dai Xian and Dai Thursday, who often bullied me before, came here. They told me to obediently hand over the remaining money. But I smoked it all, now it's gone. Seeing that I had neither money nor cigarettes, 2 people arrested me. Want to use me to solve your physiological needs in half an hour. Before Dai Xian could touch me, I threw a punch and sent him flying. Dai Thursday, long time no see. Dai Xian saw his accomplices being blown away, and his soul was lost. He's still crying. I certainly won't let him live in peace. I looked at my hand. I couldn't believe it. Just smoking a pack of cigarettes could achieve such terrible power. While I was still stunned, Dai Xian had begun to attack. But his speed in my eyes was like the wind blowing clouds. Not only can I react and dodge, but I can also promptly counterattack. I kicked Dai Xian in the stomach. He was beaten to the point of internal injuries. Why is this kid suddenly so strong? I smiled evilly at them. Then I stripped both of their clothes and threw them on the street for everyone to see. Returning to school, I decided to eat cigarettes like rice from now on. So my strength will definitely increase. Let's set a small goal first. When I become a level 5 martial artist, I will have a bunch of beautiful women. The homeroom teacher suddenly appeared next to me, startling me. You've only been daydreaming all day. Come to the teacher's room now. I went to the homeroom teacher's office. The teacher is standing on one side practicing. He constantly encouraged me. He absolutely would not abandon me. Don't know why my attributes decreased drastically. The homeroom teacher's encouragement quickly made me unbearable. If this continues, sooner or later I will die in his hands. Luckily at this time, the loudspeaker suddenly sounded. The flag-raising ceremony was about to begin. As soon as I arrived at the schoolyard, I was surrounded by classmates. Come here, let the taunts come even more intensely. Even though I can increase my credibility, I still can't stand being scolded by so many people. Are you guys not done talking yet? What does my condition have to do with you? I am me, a different, brilliant firework. It was she who deliberately abolished my sister's cultivation base, robbing her of all her cultivation base. Han Bitch said that she is lazy to talk nonsense. Today she wants to talk about how useless people do not have the right to be arrogant. They only know how to take advantage of social resources, such as Tran Vu down there. From me, she saw the shadow of her older sister, who would rather drop out of school early in life. My eyes darkened. What are you talking about? The homeroom teacher quickly found a way out for me. But it was all because he didn't guide me well. The principal's hair stood on end and told the homeroom teacher not to help me, so that I could disappear so it wouldn't affect the admission rate. Their goal is to train high-quality students like Han Bitch. People like Tran Vu should not waste resources. I stood below without saying anything. The homeroom teacher still told me to calm down. Han Bitch snapped his fingers on his shoes. If you want a chance, as long as I kneel down and lick her shoes clean, she will write me a letter of recommendation to Tam Fong University. After hearing this, the homeroom teacher was surprised. Is there such a good thing? The classmates behind also shouted, studying sister, is that too much? Why do that? Then a group of people came in front of me. Police, it was him. The grocery store owner pointed at me. It was this person who stole my cigarettes. I'm stunned. What's going on? I was taken to the police station, but because I didn't know I was being monitored, and also paid, so it does not constitute theft. The shop owner saw that my attitude was quite sincere, so she did not pursue me any further. After the homeroom teacher compensated for the damage, the shop owner left. Han Bitch was very happy. If he gets expelled, he won't be able to take the exam. The homeroom teacher offered to help me, saying that after returning he would teach me well. The principal directly threw a piece of paper at me. This is a school withdrawal certificate. From today, I am no longer a student at this school. The homeroom teacher did not expect the principal to do such a thing, and the grocery store owner did not prosecute him. Furthermore, my performance is also quite good. Please give me another chance. I immediately tore up the withdrawal paper. Tell the homeroom teacher to stop asking for help. The bet is not over yet. I will pass the university entrance exam. After that, I strode out of the office, my homeroom teacher calling after me. I am very grateful to him. He has done enough. Thank him for not abandoning me. The homeroom teacher was also very helpless. This kid has been expelled, so why is he still so arrogant? However, as soon as I left I immediately regretted it. This time my life was truly over. Just now, in order to maintain my image, I pretended to be calm. Now that I'm expelled from school, how can I go home? I have to think of a way quickly, otherwise I'll have to lick Han Bitch's shoes. It was all because of the grocery store owner. I decided to go find her and settle the bill. The shop owner greeted me with a smile. I blamed all the blame on her. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have been expelled from school. The shop owner also felt wrong. She already said she wouldn't prosecute. The shopkeeper began to blame herself for ruining other people's futures. She asked me what to do now. I pressed the shop owner against the wall. Please find me a school. I want to take the exam. The shop owner nodded and said she would think of a way. But she has one condition. I have to work here to pay off my debt. I couldn't help but think about selling my body to pay off debt. Could it happen in real life? After agreeing with the shop owner, I started to worry again. Life in the future will definitely be exploited to the point of exhaustion by capitalists. I will fall into endless misery. But working at the grocery store is quite leisurely. I drink soft drinks and play games every day. Recently gained weight. As an ambitious young man of the new generation, we must know how to rest to fight the evil capitalists. Sooner or later I will overthrow the capitalists. At this moment, an idiot walked in and said he wanted to find someone named Tran Vu. I nodded and said it was me. The idiot laughed and asked me to get him a pack of cigarettes. I took the items and gave them to him, giving him a quote by the way. The idiot suddenly grabbed my hand. I don't understand what he plans to do. The idiot gave me money and told me I didn't need change. Then, he grabbed my wrist tightly and squeezed it. The idiot smiled sinisterly. In 3 seconds your hand will be crushed by me. But only a cracking sound was heard, and the idiot's hand was directly broken. He cried out in pain. He just wanted to avenge Dai Xian and Dai Thursday, but he didn't expect to encounter someone as tough as me. I looked at the pack of cigarettes in my hand. It seemed like this was intentionally left for me by a customer. Then I won't be polite anymore. After finishing smoking, I immediately calculated my income today. The job at this small shop is quite good. I pulled the drawer out and placed it on the board, then discovered something indescribable inside. Who would leave this underwear here? Could it be the shopkeeper's underwear? The shop owner even said she likes small breasts, so I couldn't get excited. At this moment the shop owner turned around. The look on her face scared me to death. The shop owner pulled my shirt and said she wanted to take me to see something interesting. I hastily refused the shop owner, asking her if she had found a school for me yet. The shop owner crossed her arms and said, "It's not that fast, but you have to practice well." I told the shopkeeper that I had practiced a little. The shop owner immediately showed warmth. She was indeed an obedient and serious child. Truly a perfect young man. You must love him well in the future. The shop owner told me to watch today's news. Inside the space gate there is very strong radiation. Many people have died. Best not to go there. As soon as I heard the radiation, I immediately became interested. This is a good place to practice. Early the next morning, I put on protective gear and waited in front of the space gate. I didn't expect this world of martial arts to have such dark technology. This space portal with the highest mortality rate contains extremely powerful radiation. It can be said that it is extremely interesting. But even so there were still many people passing by. There was definitely something terrible inside. After finishing my preparations, I activated the protective equipment on my chest. Now I can move freely inside the space portal. The inside looks like a space base. This scene has only been seen before in movies. My body suddenly felt tearing pain. I fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Everyone who saw this told me to get out quickly. I cried out in pain, my heart beating violently. Was this the power of radiation? Everyone rushed to take me back. If this continued I would die. A few seconds later, my body converted the strong radiation into enhancement. I feel refreshed. The deeper you go inside, the stronger the radiation becomes. So most people only dare to look for treasures near the entrance. I didn't hesitate to go deeper inside. Today I must make my cultivation fruitful. Haven't seen anyone lately. In front of me is an empty space. I will receive the baptism of creation here. I turned off the protective gear switch. Immediately felt pain. Radiation began to spread completely, 10,000 times more uncomfortable than when it first entered. I gritted my teeth and endured this pain until 3 hours later. The radiation had completely transformed into enhancement, and I sat down comfortably on the ground. This is like being massaged by hundreds of beauties, so comfortable that you're about to ascend to heaven. But it's already late. I have to go home quickly. Otherwise, the shop owner will complain. Just as I was about to leave, I saw a group of people fighting in front of me. A few men beat a girl, and the girl beat her to a pulp. Through their conversation, I learned that this girl's name was Ba Hong Dao, a young lady of a large family. As for the men, they wanted to take Ba Hong Dao away. But he is absolutely not Ba Hong Dao's opponent. Just making a small move, Ba Hong Dao knocked him to the ground. Can't even move a finger. But soon Ba Hong Dao fell to the ground again. The yellow-headed guy also had another move. He used a hidden weapon to cut through Ba Hong Dao's protective gear. No matter how strong a soldier is, he can't stand the radiation here. Just when the yellow-haired man was about to take Ba Hong Dao away, I appeared like an angel descending to earth. I immediately acted as a hero to save the beauty. I held the yellow-head's hand tightly. As a martial artist, touching is forbidden. The yellow-headed guy didn't know where I came from. Who are you? Since you sincerely asked, I think you are looking down on women. Then, before I could finish speaking, the yellow-headed guy hit me. Beat until tired. Is this guy playing sneak attack? So I'll take my leave in advance. I took advantage of the yellow-haired guy's lack of attention and unleashed a right-handed swipe. The guy with the yellow head hit me until my eyes were swollen. My academic score immediately increased by 400. The yellow-haired guy looked at me with disdain. He's a second-level fighter, but he's dealing with a magician. Having been beaten like this, I'm still full of hope. Incarnation of Uzumaki Naruto. Where there are flying leaves, there is fire. The yellow-haired guy finally couldn't bear it anymore and directly called out to his junior. How long are you two going to keep pretending? The two juniors quickly got up. They no longer pretended. The three of them took a fighting stance, preparing to attack. Blue lightning flashed. I shouted for them to stop. It's too comfortable. The yellow-haired man confidently said, just by being hit by our move, anyone will suffer internal organ failure and turn into a vegetable. I knelt down on the ground and was about to cry because I was touched. You guys are really good people. I composed an international gesture of friendship, telling them to continue beating me. The other three guys were also angry at me and used all their strength to beat me. The more they fight, the more my attributes increase. Keep fighting, don't stop. You guys are going to make me cry. I fell to the ground helplessly. The yellow-haired guy thought I couldn't stand it. He intended to twist my head down to play basketball. This was enough for him to brag about for the rest of his life. But he didn't expect it. I used a brutal punch to beat him into chicken bones. The guy with the yellow head was beaten to death by me. I used a right move and a right move to attack the two juniors who were watching the play. It's so boring. Just 2 or 3 moves and I'm already lying on the ground. I intend to search for their trophies. I just noticed Ba Hong Dao next to me. It's so troublesome. I still have to take her home. After I took Ba Hong Dao out, the staff immediately panicked. This is Miss Ba Hong. Please notify the medical department. I have done my best to help here. Next I should do official things. I took off all my clothes in the space portal, intending to receive full radiation. Attributes are constantly increasing. With this momentum I am not only flexible and healthy but also, what to do now? I threw a punch. The power was so great that even I was surprised, as expected of me. Right after that I suddenly had a nosebleed. Even the attribute increase turned into units. The body has exceeded its tolerance limit. Yet this Infinity 0.2 guy is arrogant and boastful, even calling me to fight with him. Said that if my strength exceeds 0.2, he will run naked 3 times in front of everyone. Outwardly I pretended to be scared. But in my heart I was as happy as a flower. I just wanted to tell them about the past. I haven't used all my strength yet. Infinity has already reached 0.3. The other 2 didn't believe it, took a new machine, put it on their chest and punched it. Then I will help you regain your sanity. Under the powerful force, the blonde was kicked into the wall. The skinny guy next to him looked at the 0.68 infinity meter without saying a word. No surprises. The other 2 could only obediently fulfill their promise. I know that with the current progress, passing the entrance exam to a major university after 1 month will not be a problem. Thinking about how Lolai admired me, I was extremely excited. So I went to the convenience store, prepared to continue to rely on the gum to get stronger. Then I came up with a bold idea. This time I wanted more stimulation. Right after that, I wrapped the gum together. Sure enough, just try a little. Attributes have increased at a breakneck pace. Unexpectedly, my mother called at this time, told my sister was getting married. Just to reduce the economic burden on her family, she chose a bald-headed rich man. After returning home, seeing the hideous appearance of that bald guy, even though I disagreed 10,000 times in my heart, but was still the first to raise his arms and legs to show his agreement. The only consolation for the future is that she took us to an entertainment place. That place is the discotheque that I wanted to go to before but didn't have enough money. As soon as I entered the door, I saw the boss and his brother-in-law whispering to each other. President Wang, my new brother-in-law looks delicious. Want to try it? Being an old man, his brother-in-law realized that today was not appropriate, so he tried to suppress his excitement and refused. The boss immediately understood the problem. What's so difficult about a kid? Give him a few drinks and he'll pass out. The brother-in-law understood and immediately pulled out a large wad of money. Tonight must make his brother-in-law happy. Whoever gives him a drink will get 100. As soon as he finished speaking, the girls serving drinks immediately began to greet him. Very quickly, a girl brought wine. Mr. Vu, drink this glass of mine. Then she pointed to her chest and winked. A mouthful of beer almost spewed out of my mouth. Unable to bear it, I quickly picked up the glass and drank wine to calm myself down. I'm so good, girls, why bother? Come and drink with me. I secretly rejoice. Tonight let me pamper each of you. I drank the last glass of wine. Unable to stand the alcohol, I collapsed on the table. Seeing that, my brother-in-law immediately carried out his plan and took me away. He didn't know that my system only made me more awake the more I drank. Just now I just pretended to be asleep so he could show his true form. Before that, I opened the live stream on my phone. The heat of the live stream attracted the attention of the police. Right after that, his brother-in-law was captured on the spot. Having done this, I immediately returned to the convenience store. As soon as I entered the door, I stared at the owner. The landlady smiled and said, "I have already resolved your studies, but on the condition that you repay me first." I immediately thought, nonsense, I cannot refuse this kind of good thing. Of course I agreed 10,000 times. But just when I was about to hold it no longer, suddenly 3 thugs appeared outside, claiming to be the crew cut killer team. They were the accomplices of the blonde guy defeated at the teleportation gate. Receiving orders from the Lak Vi group, their goal was to capture me alive. After identifying me as Tran Nak Hung, they immediately attacked. Unexpectedly, as soon as they encountered them, they were defeated. The level 1 infinite blonde guy was even counterattacked. The red-haired guy, whose face was beaten and swollen, still dared to threaten. "Although you can protect yourself, your mother and sister may not be so lucky." Hearing that, I shivered. It seems that the force behind this is not ordinary. They must think of a way to deal with this corporation, exposing their true face. Thinking of this, I went to the local black market. Here, as long as you have money, there's nothing you can't buy. I bought a few secret weapons, preparing to proactively attack the Lak Vi Corporation. You guys just wait. In another development, the boss of Lak Vi Group, after learning of the failure of the other 3, began to make a new plan again, sending 2 level 2 infinite assassins. The subordinate brought him a chilled bottle of 82 wine. He eagerly took a big gulp. As a result, it all sprayed out. "What the hell is this? Why does it smell fishy?" At this moment, a figure broke through the door and rushed in. "My special gift, how does it taste?" This is just the first step in my counterattack. I got myself into the net. Without hesitation, he ordered his subordinates to rush forward. Seeing that, I calmly took out a bottle of spray and sprayed it randomly at them. Then I sprayed myself again. Immediately I felt refreshed, took stimulant damage, temporary strength increased by 90%, stamina increased by 6. This performance made the guy wearing glasses standing next to him dumbfounded. "This guy has a problem with his mind, quickly arrest him for me." Receiving the order, the group of people attacked me again. Right now, because my ability has increased, their speed in my eyes was as slow as a crawl. As a result, I easily defeated them. Touching my family, no matter how far, I will not forgive. I pulled out a knife to stab the guy wearing glasses. My knife stabbed towards the guy wearing glasses. Just when I thought I had succeeded, a blast of power stopped me. "Don't be extravagant." The person who came was the other subordinate of the glasses wearing, level 3 infinity, Chris. I don't care who he is, in my eyes he is just a 300-pound fat pig. But I didn't expect this fat guy to have some bravery, using an invisible weapon that made it impossible for me to get close. Then, he threw me to the ground really hard. Looking at me lying motionless, the fat man sneered, "Just like that, he dares to storm into our corporation, how ridiculous." The guy wearing glasses was so happy, he was about to finish me off. Even if I escape, I still have a way to deal with it. At worst, they will die together. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene immediately fell silent. Very quickly, a flash of blinding white light broke this short silence. "Lie down!" Both people were immediately enveloped by strong light and knelt to the ground. Unexpectedly, it was light from above. I feel like I'm flying again. At this moment, my attributes increased rapidly. I pretended to be generous and said, "I hope you can change your mind." Right after that, the guy wearing glasses showed a look of hatred. "Tomorrow I will arrest all your family members." At this time, I took out a grenade and threw it on the ground. The guy wearing glasses was startled and immediately jumped up and ran away. I used all my strength to throw the grenade at him. He fell freely from the 33rd floor to the ground. Even if he were still alive, he would be angry to death. Because this is just a toy grenade I bought for 2.5 yuan. After playing around, I returned to the convenience store. The hostess is having dinner. Now there are only 10 days left until the university exam. But still seriously said, "I swear I will destroy all strange beasts." At the same time, in a wild area on the outskirts of the city, several people were standing in front of a carefully sealed cave, emitting strange sounds. Han Le, trapped inside, suddenly spoke up. "The strange beasts have gathered. Within 10 hours at most, the entire city will be overrun by strange beasts. Must bring back news quickly." The blonde man immediately asked, So how can you deliver the news? Hanla gritted her teeth and said, Isn't just one person enough? Next, Hanla patted the blonde man's shoulder, and coldly said, Isn't the final outcome of a warrior death in battle? She secretly stuck a green paper on the blonde man's body. Hanla smiled and said, I will remember your sacrifice. After that, she gathered energy and flew into the sky, broke the barrier, and quickly escaped from the cave. As soon as Hanla appeared, the strange beasts surrounding the cave roared after her. However, at this moment, a blue light suddenly emitted from the cave, attracting the attention of the strange beasts. Looking at the green glowing paper on him, the blonde man immediately understood. It turns out she lied to me. In the blink of an eye, the strange beasts rushed into the cave. At the same time, at the city government building, the commissioners were having an emergency meeting. The person in charge immediately spoke up after gathering everyone. Hanla is an excellent student at the capital university, a key talent that the country has nurtured. It's been 4 days, even if she digs 3 meters of dirt, she still has to be found. A subordinate with an ugly face said Han Li's team's signal disappeared for the last time in the dangerous area. I'm afraid it's gone. At this moment, the meeting room door was suddenly pushed open. Han Li's whole body was covered in wounds, covered in blood, and appeared before everyone. Han Li clearly had to work very hard to return alive. The person in charge immediately asked excitedly, Where are you going? Why did this happen? Han Li gasped and said, Our team's real reconnaissance mission is to investigate strange beasts on the outskirts of the city. Except for me, the remaining 3 people all died. After that, Han Li said again, Strange beasts are about to attack. This time the target is Tan City. Hearing that, the person in charge immediately panicked. Han Li immediately walked up to the person in charge and calmly said, Activate the entire city's air defense system, prepare for battle. Anti-aircraft sirens sounded throughout the city. The landlady knew that if a strange beast appeared, many people would surely die, so she pulled me out. But all main roads are blocked. At the same time, a notification is issued. Ask everyone to stay home, giving priority to evacuating minors and pregnant women. I couldn't help but feel heartbroken. This is the cruel self-rescue method that humans have devised to deal with strange beasts. Crying rang out everywhere. Children were forced to leave their parents and go into shelters. All warriors level 1 and above were mobilized and gathered at the eastern wall. The owner quickly pushed me into a taxi, telling the driver to take me to the student shelter. I quickly asked, So where are you going? The landlady did not turn around and said, The eastern wall. She walked against the flow of people, towards the eastern wall. Even if a level 1 warrior faced strange beasts like stinking ants, she still had to participate in protecting the city. The girl and I immediately got out of the car. Go to Tan shelter. When I was about to speak, my sister suddenly hugged me. Idiot, the strange beast is about to attack. There is basically no time for a second evacuation. The truth is very cruel. I have to live well. After speaking, her sister suddenly burst into tears. Mom is still waiting at home. You must return quickly. Looking at her leaving, I couldn't help but think, let my family stay and die, and I will evacuate? Memories of the past few days flashed in my mind. Immediately after that, I ran towards the eastern wall. As a citizen, how can I be afraid of death? Very quickly, I arrived at the foot of the eastern wall. At the same time, the commander loudly announced, All warriors level 1 and above. The names of all brothers and sisters have been recorded. Anyone who dares to run away will be shot dead. As soon as the words ended, the warriors looked at each other. I couldn't help but think, it turns out not everyone is willing to sacrifice. At this moment, a criminal was escorted next to him. It is said that you have to fight strange beasts to the death. He immediately rose up and knocked down the escorting soldiers. After being freed from bondage, the criminal immediately hit me in the stomach. No matter what, I have to die. I will kill you first. But under the increased power of the system, I only suffered minor injuries. The criminal was immediately surprised. Can't even withstand a level 2 attack? Without giving him a chance to react, I immediately threw a punch, sending him flying. Only knowing how to bully the weak, it's disgusting. The beaten criminal immediately said, I just want to live. What's wrong? People waiting to die at home, don't they want to live? Don't the other warriors want to live? Speaking of this, I can't help but raise my head. If each person when faced with difficulties only thought of themselves, humanity would have become extinct a long time ago. I immediately jumped onto the city wall. Looking at the terrifying beast screaming in front of me, I couldn't help but worry, can we survive? After the warriors gathered, they began to take oaths. This is our common homeland. I vow to join you in protecting the honor of Tan. As soon as he finished speaking, the warriors immediately climbed up the city wall. The war between humans and strange beasts has officially begun. I also climbed up the wall, thinking, is this a battlefield? This deadly atmosphere makes me feel suffocated. As soon as I reached the city wall, the strange beast immediately aimed at me. Before the strange beasts could attack, I took action to destroy the strange beasts that came close. After a while of fighting, I couldn't help but frown. I looked everywhere but couldn't find the owner. At this moment, a thin thread suddenly shot out. I relied on my quick reflexes to dodge, but I was still surrounded by sharp threads. The person who attacked me was a level 2 spider beast. Right after that, the silk threads suddenly tightened. Pull me up high. After catching me, the female spider immediately said, "You have killed so many of my kind. I will slowly torture you, then tear you apart." I immediately provocatively said, "It's okay to be ugly, but your mouth is also cruel." As soon as she finished speaking, the angry female spider immediately controlled the spider silk to tie me tightly. The spider silk is constantly tightening. The female spider laughed loudly. "My spider silk will tighten even more. You won't be able to escape, little boy." At the same time, the system suddenly reported an increase in attributes. Seeing this scene, I was happy. Please leave me alone. I'm about to not be able to stand it anymore. You made me so tired that I don't want to go out anymore. Seeing that, the female dragon monster became angry and suddenly tightened her grip on the pig's thread as hard as steel, preparing to cut me into pieces. I didn't pretend to be in this situation anymore. I immediately took action and sent her to heaven. Right now, the middle school has dealt me a blow that is simply unbearable, but I haven't had time to recover. Outside the city, in a herd of strange beasts, a giant and terrifying beast was rushing toward the city wall. This strange beast is a strange beast that competes with poisonous wolves. At the same time, the commanding officer next to him ordered the alliance to shoot. Along with an ear-piercing hiss, a series of artillery shells tore through the sky, rushing into the darkness, targeting the herd of strange beasts. In the blink of an eye, pieces of fire erupted, and all the strange beasts that were charging were seriously injured. But in just a moment, the strange beasts that had been knocked out recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Before everyone could react, these strange beasts had completely recovered. The soldiers on the wall saw this and immediately panicked. "It's over, it's really over, how can I fight back?" At the same time, Tren Gudok Lang suddenly raised its head, its belly continued to swell. Next, Tren Gudok Lang suddenly roared in anger. Countless green liquid sprayed towards the city wall. Looking at the green liquid coming, even though it was as strong as steel, I didn't dare to block it directly, so I immediately ran away. Where the liquid fell, the solid wall was eroded into large holes, and the old man next to me blamed me. "The leader of the strange beast has taken action, we are finished. The suicide squad under the city wall is definitely finished." Hearing that, I immediately frowned, having a bad feeling. Immediately took up her weapon and rushed down the city wall. Could the shopkeeper be in the suicide squad? At the same time, the suicide squad under the city wall was surrounded by strange beasts, and the entire army was about to be destroyed. And the shop owner, a level 1 martial artist, is also in there. She is holding a weapon to constantly fight against the strange beasts around her. The number of strange beasts is too much. Even if one destroys one, another will immediately rush in. But at this moment, Tren Gudok Lang's voice suddenly rang out from far away. Ha froze on the spot. She stared at Tren Gudok Lang with an expression of disbelief. Ha's husband died at the hands of Tren Gudok Lang. Immediately, she quickly released true energy to cover her whole body. "I am thinking every day, thinking of ways to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, Ha rushed straight towards Tren Gudok Lang. I was preparing to go down the city wall when I saw this scene. But when I was about to go down to help, the old man suddenly stopped me. "Don't go, go and die." But I jumped down directly from the wall. "You're right, but I'm a stubborn person, I don't hit the wall and don't give up." At the same time, Ha's fatal blow went straight into Tren Gudok Lang's eyes. Taste the taste of true energy exploding in your body. As soon as he finished speaking, Tren Gudok Lang's eyes exploded. The sudden explosion stunned it. But before he could be happy, Tren Gudok Lang's eyes recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. Looking at Tren Gudok Lang approaching, Ha despaired. "Still can't do it? Sorry, husband. I can't avenge you. I'm so unwilling. It would be nice if someone could help me." Having finished speaking, she closed her eyes and surrendered. But at this moment, I suddenly appeared in front of her, smiled and said, "Ha, have you given up?" After that, I carried Ha and tried to run away, but Tren Gudok Lang's speed was too fast, so fast that I basically couldn't avoid it. Pop sound. I was sent flying several hundred meters by one of its claws. But fortunately, thanks to the enhancement system, my body was unharmed. After landing, I immediately took out an effect potion. Looks like I made the right bet, borrowing the monster's power to escape its vicinity. Luckily it wasn't a fatal blow, otherwise I would have died. After recovering, Ha was extremely worried and asked, "Are you okay? Show me the wound." As soon as she finished speaking, her face changed. I immediately pulled out my gun and started shooting wildly at the group of strange beasts that were chasing me. In the blink of an eye, the herd of strange beasts surrounded the two again, but Tren Gudok Lang was blocked outside. Therefore, I immediately spoke up to reassure, "Calm down, use strange beasts as natural shields." Tren Gudok Lang basically couldn't get through. Under the combined efforts of the two people, a path quickly opened. I immediately said, "As long as we move towards the wall, we can successfully escape the siege." But at this moment, Tren Gudok Lang suddenly roared, green poisonous liquid spewed out from its mouth. "I'm leaving!" I immediately carried Ha and ran away. Wherever the green poisonous liquid went, the strange beasts were eroded into white bones. I couldn't help but exclaim next to me, but I was completely indifferent to the life or death of my accomplices. Seeing me running so fast, Tren Gudok Lang got angry and continuously sprayed toxic liquid at me. Immediately after that, I dodged in the poisonous liquid, then luckily avoided most of the attacks. But in order to protect Ha from getting the green saliva on her, even though I was very careful, she still got a little bit on her body. Immediately, the system rang in the ears. Attacked by an unknown liquid, health temporarily increased by 400, agility temporarily increased by 500. While I was stunned, a bright red tongue suddenly rushed forward and wrapped around Ha's leg. Next, Tren Gudok Lang quickly swung his tongue and slammed Ha onto the ground. She immediately fell into a seriously injured state. Gradually, she lost the ability to act. Tren Gudok Lang suddenly opened his mouth wide, preparing to kill her, and a mouthful of green poisonous liquid spewed out. Looking at the poisonous liquid coming, Ha immediately froze on the spot. But at this moment, I appeared again, directly using my back to block that deadly poisonous liquid. At the same time, the system's voice kept ringing in his ears. Attacked by an unknown liquid, his health temporarily increased by 21,000, his agility temporarily increased by 39,000, and his true energy temporarily increased by 65,000. Immediately after that, a strong yellow true energy burst out in my body, and my fighting power skyrocketed in a short time. Feeling the true energy continuously pouring out of my body, I couldn't help but exclaim, as expected, as long as the poison couldn't kill me immediately, I could turn it into an opportunity to increase my strength. Tren Gudok Lang saw me being so stubborn and immediately got angry. Under its control, the group of strange beasts rushed towards the two people. In the blink of an eye, I, who had successfully escaped the siege, was surrounded. Next, the herd of strange beasts rushed straight towards the two people. Immediately afterwards, yellow true energy flared up, knocking out the surrounding strange beasts. Under the cleansing of pure true energy, my pupils also turned yellow, then stared at Tren Gudok Lang. Tren Gudok Lang thought I was scared and immediately rushed towards me. I directly raised my hand and punched Tren Gudok Lang into heaven. Next, I couldn't stand it anymore and fell limply backwards. Of course it's still too reluctant. Just when I was about to fall, Ha immediately flew up and gently caught me. Looking at the exhausted me in her arms, she firmly said, "Hand it over to me next. Even if I die, I will protect you." At the same time, the army of strange beasts continued to attack the city wall. Even though they have lost their leader, their numerical superiority still makes them extremely strong. The soldiers next to the commander suddenly said, "The casualty rate of 6th Order martial artists has reached over 90%. With the attack speed of the strange beasts, in less than a minute they will break the city wall. To ensure your safety, please leave." The commander firmly said, "I want to fight with Tauntaun until the last moment." But at this moment, the group of strange beasts that were about to break through the walls suddenly stopped and looked in another direction. Next, the army of strange beasts began to quickly turn around and change the direction of attack. The commander was stunned. Why did the strange beasts suddenly change direction? At the same time, on the cliff more than 10 kilometers away from Tauntaun, 4 figures stared at the army of strange beasts running below, seemingly making up their minds. The leading captain quietly said that all responsibilities were shouldered by him. At worst he would accept death as an apology. "Let's go." At that moment I, who had been in a coma for 2.5 days, finally woke up in the hospital. Looking at the beautiful nurse cleaning me and feeding me, I couldn't help but suspect that I had gone to heaven. Then I was startled. Next, I'm about to run away, don't chase me. I absolutely won't eat it either. But when I was about to run away, I saw Ha lying in a coma on the hospital bed, and the doctor and nurse had awkward expressions on their faces. Has the patient's family arrived yet? The patient suffered severe loss of true qi leading to coma and required immediate treatment. I immediately worriedly said that I was the patient's family member, and quickly treated her. The doctor immediately said that the expected surgery cost is about 40,000. Hearing this number, my face immediately darkened. She was injured while protecting Tan Tan. Why doesn't the government subsidize her? The doctor immediately explained that true energy loss requires several high-level martial artists to continuously inject true energy. In this process, other martial artists are also at risk of losing their true energy. Hearing that, I immediately thought of, after all, I am also a systematic man, so I told the doctor to discharge her from the hospital. Soon, I took the owner back to the store and began preparing to infuse true energy to treat her. The next moment, I directly entered my mind and began to transmit true energy to the hostess without any distracting thoughts. At dawn on the 4th day, after receiving continuous treatment from me, the lady has finally woken up. She woke up and stretched, feeling her whole body relax. At this time, the landlady finally realized that something was wrong, so she quickly pulled the blanket over her body. The next moment, she finally noticed the almost exhausted me next to her, and how messy my room looked. Seeing me pretending to be pitiful, she asked, "Don't you remember? Last night she forced me to stay by her side." I immediately felt sorry for myself and said, "Well, you don't need to take responsibility." As soon as I finished speaking, the owner was immediately stunned on the spot. "Did I really force you to do that last night?" "That's right." She immediately shyly said that she didn't mean it, she just wanted to test the taste of the young pilot. Hearing that, I immediately laughed. "I'm just transmitting true energy to heal you." She immediately got angry. "Are you laughing? Don't you dare make fun of me." As soon as I finished speaking, I was kicked out of the room by the landlady. I mumbled dissatisfiedly, "A woman's heart is so unpredictable." After that, I took out my phone to check the time, worried about how my sister and mother were doing, and how Tan then had escaped in the end. Not long after, I arrived at the gate of school B. My mother constantly grabbed the students passing by and asked, "Student, do you know Trenga?" My mother looked worried as if she was about to cry. I quickly came in front of the two of them. "Mom, it's me." Seeing me return safely, the worry on their faces immediately disappeared. My sister immediately hugged me. "You scared me to death. I thought you were transferred to Haktan." Hearing that, I curiously asked, "What's wrong with Haktan?" The sister immediately explained, "Due to some reasons, Thursday True abandoned Tan then and turned to Haktan." At 3:40 p.m., Thursday True arrived north of Haktan. At 4 o'clock, Haktan was no more. Hearing that, my face immediately changed. Unexpectedly, a city would be flattened by Thursday True in just half an hour. At the same time, all Tan then were live broadcasting Haktan's memorial service. "Disaster has once again befallen us, the heroes who fought selflessly against the Thursday True, we will always remember." The mayor suddenly shouted, "For the survival of humanity." Therefore, during this time, all Tan then people were seething. 5 days after the Shu dynasty ended, I arrived at Waste Space Portal 34 again. Looking at my attribute table, I silently lamented, "At this rate my level will return to the same as before. The exam is coming up, we still have to get stronger." As soon as I arrived at the center, I suddenly discovered that there were many large iron balls inside the space gate. I thought to myself, is there anything inside these iron balls? Thinking that, I immediately used my super weapon to slash an iron ball. The moment the iron ball was broken, black liquid immediately flowed out, revealing the electronic drive inside. Looking at the electronic drive inside the iron ball, I thought to myself, could this be future technology? Thinking that, I immediately came up with a bold idea. This thing is definitely very valuable. I started searching for iron balls inside the space portal and frantically collected the electronic drive inside. But during one cut, I accidentally got splashed with black liquid from the iron ball. The system's voice rang in the ears. Contaminated with the location fluid, the true chi and blood chi were enhanced to a certain extent. I was immediately delighted. Great! This strange thing can strengthen true energy. I immediately increased the speed of collecting the iron balls, and at the same time continuously used the black liquid to strengthen my true energy. After returning home, looking at the electronic drives I brought home, I secretly looked forward to it. It was like opening a gift box. After carefully examining the electronic drive, I suddenly discovered there was a memory card inside. Looking at this memory card, I couldn't help but be surprised. In such a high-tech motherboard, there is a memory card that humans can use. I plugged the memory card into the computer. Seeing that the computer recognized the memory card, I thought to myself, will I discover any earth-shattering secrets? After opening the file on the memory card, my eyes were filled with chaotic code and a few repetitive words. I immediately guessed, could this be experimental material from an alien civilization? At this moment, the door to the room was suddenly pushed open by the landlady, startling me, and quickly pulled out the memory card. Seeing my guilty expression, she smiled sinisterly. There are 4 days left until the university entrance exam. The homeroom teacher told you to come to school. Without giving me time to react, she immediately went to the computer screen and curiously asked, "What are you watching?" "Let me see." Seeing her photo, the owner immediately got angry. "Very good, you dare to use my photo as wallpaper. You have plans for me." I immediately said dissatisfiedly, "It's not you, it's your computer." "Wow, your face is red." After teasing me, the hostess immediately left the room, so that my mother and sister could come and watch my competition. I went online to see the price of tickets to watch the university entrance exam. First row 50,000, second row 35,000. Looking at this exorbitant price, I can't help but have a headache. Isn't this forcing teachers? Where did you get that much money? There was no other way. I had to go to the pawn shop, intending to sell a few things to make money. As soon as I entered the shop, I immediately said to the owner, "Sister, will you give me a good price?" At this time, the store employee, after looking at the mysterious motherboard, said, "Indeed, this is the first time a motherboard from the waste spaceport has appeared on the market." He immediately added, "The analysis results are as you said. Regarding price, it depends on the specific commercial value." Hearing that, I immediately picked up the motherboard and proudly said, "See, I didn't lie to you. This is the first item produced from Belt Space Portal 34. Give me a discount, sell for 1 million. The owner ignored my offer and said frankly, "Maximum 20,000. Hearing this price, I was immediately shocked. "Isn't that a bargain? This is the first item from Tannan." I immediately held out my hand and said, "Okay, 50,000. The owner shook her head. "Now the maximum is 10,000. I was immediately disappointed and wanted to leave, so I went to the store next door to ask. The owner immediately said 30,000. "If not, then go away." As soon as I finished speaking, I immediately turned around and shook the owner's hand with satisfaction. "Good deal." I took out 2 motherboards from the back and said, "One is 30,000, so I'll sell 2 more." The owner immediately said, 30,000 is the price of the first one, 25,000 for the next 2. I immediately enthusiastically shook the owner's hand. "No problem. The first 3 items are all covered by her store, they are truly powerful." I took out 2 more motherboards and smiled and said, "Let's sell 2 more. The landlady was not polite, and immediately gave me a stranglehold. "You scammer!" Seeing that the owner was not joking, I quickly took the money and left. Counting the money in my hand, I was a bit disappointed. What a pity, I only sold 75,000, so I could only buy tickets for the second row. After solving the ticket problem, I suddenly remembered my boss telling me to go to school. Not long after, I arrived at school gate number 7. At the same time, the students in the class were gossiping. I heard that the student who was expelled from school number 2 is coming to our class and will bring down his grades. No wonder the homeroom teacher had an unsightly face all day. As soon as he finished speaking, the classroom door was kicked open. I posed handsomely and turned towards the blonde guy who was saying bad things about me. "Are you guys talking about me?" But before he could be majestic for long, the homeroom teacher immediately came and said, "What are you doing at the door? Your seat is at the back of the classroom, come in quickly." But when I got to my seat, I saw graffiti. Hearing the laughter around me, my face immediately darkened. Turns out I wasn't that welcome. I thought to myself, does the teacher condone students doing this? I immediately laughed. I received everyone's blessings. The homeroom teacher glanced at the speaker and said, "If there is no place to sit, then stand." Next, I will highlight some points to keep in mind during the exam. The exam takes place over 2 days, applying the method of one decisive match. If you win, you will continue in the next match, so you need to pay attention to controlling your physical strength. Having said this, the homeroom teacher suddenly looked towards me. "However, students like you who are abandoned by the school have probably already been eliminated in the first round." As soon as he finished speaking, the students in the class immediately burst into laughter. "Now kneel down and kowtow to us, then we will consider taking care of you." Hearing that, I was a bit stunned. The next moment, I appeared behind the 2 at lightning speed. Before the 2 of them could react, I raised my hand and slammed them to the ground. After that, I picked up the two of them and smiled and said, "My big brother, why don't you shout anymore?" But at this moment, the homeroom teacher suddenly shouted, "What are you doing? Messy! Don't want to take the university exam anymore? Put away your thuggish ways." Seeing the homeroom teacher being so two-faced, I had to let go of the two of them and said, "Yes ma'am, see you on the exam site." Early the next morning, the school gate was crowded with people. While waiting in line, I secretly looked forward to. It's been a lot of hard work to get to this day. I want to shine in the university entrance exam. Unexpectedly, something happened in the bathroom, and I was also hit by Dukai, my opponent. During the competition, I was hit by Dukai, my opponent. I recently decided to enter the exam with a calm mind. Today is the qualifying round. All contestants will be ranked based on strength, and arranged to compete according to the results of the computer. After that, referee Chow Thin announced, the first round of the official tournament will start now. Ma Jun, a contestant from Luhan High School, and Tran Vu, a contestant from Tamga High School, took the stage. Not expecting my turn to come so quickly, I immediately headed towards the stage. Ma Tuan looked at me coldly. In the end, the only person standing on stage was me. Right now, I'm waiting impatiently, getting ready for battle. Today is the day I begin my life-changing journey. However, at this moment, Ma Tuan suddenly spoke up. I didn't expect that we would meet again so quickly. I pretended to be surprised and replied, "It's you. Are the tips I taught effective?" This statement made Ma Tuan's face immediately become unsightly. I remembered what happened before. 10 minutes before competition, in the bathroom. I am practicing and planning to show my strength in the competition. At that moment, everyone's eyes turned to me and they let out sounds of surprise. Is this a normal person? Ma Tuan stood next to him, smiled mischievously and asked, "What kind of martial arts do you practice? Can you teach us?" Hearing that, I immediately touched my pocket and replied, "I happen to have this, to help you quickly become." I took out a small ruler and said, "This is an autism ruler, given to you guys." I pretended to be in a hurry and said, "I have to go first, please measure yourself." This statement made everyone panic. Anyone who meets him on stage must avoid it, must be careful. A girl standing near the bathroom door, seeing this scene, couldn't help but laugh. How childish. However, Tran Vu is very interesting. Initially, I only intended to test his strength, but I didn't expect to discover his special point. When they saw me on stage, the two people who had been teased by me before immediately rejoiced. "It's time for revenge, brothers, let's defeat him together." But Ma Tuan immediately patted my shoulder and said, "Let's put this aside for now and focus on the exam. Don't underestimate your opponents." I was confused and said, small thing. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Tuan suddenly attacked me and hit me in the face with his head. Watching me being blown away, Ma Jun laughed loudly. This is the world of cultivators. Ma Jun will never forgive the enemy. Having finished speaking, he immediately threw a strong punch at my vital position. Two people below the stage excitedly shouted, "Great brothers." Right after that, Ma Tuan concentrated all his strength and punched me in a vital place. At this moment, the system's voice rang in my ears. Receiving critical damage, fertility decreased. Ma Tuan immediately grabbed my head and said, "You dared to laugh at me." However, I remained calm, touched my nose and said, "You hit me too lightly." Ma Tuan angrily scolded, "When going on stage, you have to control your internal energy. If you don't control it well, it can lead to casualties. You were so careless, you knocked me out of the game." I shook my head and smiled. "You should blame yourself." I held up the small ruler and said, "Who told you not to drink alcohol?" This sentence made Ma Tuan's face become unsightly. He wanted to swallow me alive. The referee raised my hand and announced, "The winner is Tran Vu, from Tamga High School." Very quickly, the second match began. This time it was Ian Luke, from Nitrung High School, facing off against a student from that Trung High School. After learning the rules from Ma Jun, I used all my inner strength as soon as I stepped on stage. My terrible force made Ian Luke completely helpless and had to surrender. "You are too strong, I give up." Next was the third match. Tan Song, from Tam Trung High School, faced off against Tran Vu, from that Trung High School. As soon as Tan Song stepped on stage, he quickly took off his clothes. When Luke Tien saw Tran Vu, his eyes immediately lit up. He's a handsome guy. Tran Vu saw Lu Tien and immediately smiled from ear to ear. She is a beautiful girl. How could I attack her? Immediately, Tran Vu grabbed Lu Tien's hand and said, "You look familiar. Where have we met before?" Lu Tien shyly replied, "You're right, this type of meeting is boring, but I really like it." After the competition, let's go on a date, shall we? Luke Tian saw this scene and was angry. Can you two stop acting in front of everyone? After that, Lu Tian burst out of his internal strength and rushed towards Tran Vu. Hearing only the sound of the wind, Lu Tian rushed towards Tran Vu like lightning. Right when he was still a short distance away from Tran Vu, Lu Tian raised his white leg and kicked Tran Vu on the side of the head. The speed of the kick was very fast, making the wind whistle, even making Lu Tian startled. However, Tran Vu only needed to extend his hand to block this kick. Immediately afterwards, golden light flashed in Tran Vu's eyes, and yellow armor covered his body. After that, Tran Vu did not make a move, just pushed his hand forward forcefully. Lu Tian was floating in the air, immediately lost his center of gravity, and flipped backwards. Tran Vu quickly spread his arms and said, "Come here." The next second, Lu Tian fell. Tran Vu opened his arms and hugged her tightly. However, when Tran Vu smelled the scent from Lu Tian, his face immediately changed. The cheerleaders below the stage saw this scene and angrily shouted, "Narcissists." Lu Tian's face turned red and his heart beat erratically. However, Tran Vu suddenly remembered what happened when he left the men's restroom. At that time, Tran Vu had not gone far when a girl sneezed and passed him. After sneezing, the girl accidentally splashed her nose on Tran Vu, quickly wiped it with a handkerchief and said, "Sorry, I have a cold today." When Tran Vu was wiping the snot stains on his clothes, Lu Tian couldn't help but laugh. Big breasts but weak strength. Lu Tian kept moving his hand down, quickly touching Tran Vu's waist. At this moment, she was very excited. She would look more attractive without clothes. At this moment, Tran Vu suddenly reached out to stop, saying, "This is a public place, don't get too close." Lu Tian smiled mischievously. "Is it okay if it's not in a public place? I finally understand why I have a cold." Immediately after that, Lu Tian raised his head, looked straight into Tran Vu's eyes, and said, "Because I cannot resist you." Tran Vu frowned and said, "It's too much, I'm about to lose control." Lu Tian raised his head and said, "Because I cannot resist you." Tran Vu frowned and said, "It's too much, I'm about to lose control." After that, Tran Vu suddenly sneezed and said, "Your scent is too strong." Being shot by Tran Vu's snot, Lu Tian's face immediately changed. "It's all snot, so dirty." Tran Vu frowned. "I told you, you deliberately got close to me." Lu Tian angrily shouted, "Pervert, arrest the pervert." This statement caused Tran Vu to immediately be chased around the streets. Tran Vu thought about himself being controlled by himself, and he thought to himself, "Don't think that by changing my clothes, I won't recognize your scent." Immediately afterwards, Tran Vu suddenly turned around and hit Lu Tian hard. Falling to the ground, many people could not even react. The referee immediately announced, "Tran Vu, from that Trung High School, wins." Tran Vu immediately turned around and asked with concern, "Are you okay? The contest is over, so we..." Before Tran Vu finished speaking, Lu Tian suddenly stood up, angry. "I had such a beautiful dream, I absolutely will not go on a date with you." Tran Vu was surprised and said, "What are you talking about? I don't want to date you. I'm talking about you controlling me before, we're even." This statement stunned Lu Tian. She seemed to have never heard a description like that. Lu Tian was angry, his face changed. "You say I'm noisy, you say I'm noisy, you dare say I'm noisy." Not only winning the competition, and Tran Vu also said he didn't want to date an ugly guy. When Tran Vu was about to leave the stage, a guy suddenly blocked his way. "Tran Vu, go to Bangtan University to study. Real men's paradise." Hearing that, Tran Vu couldn't help but laugh. Not long after, the referee raised Tran Kai-tu's hand and announced, "Tran Kai-tu, from that Trung High School, wins." Teacher Van Sin immediately wrote down Tran Kai-tu's name and said, "Our class already has Tran Kai-tu, surely no one else will be able to come in." As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu suddenly appeared behind Teacher Van Sin and interrupted him. "And me too." Being interrupted, Teacher Van Sin immediately turned around, angry. "Can't you see I'm busy? What do you want? If you're eliminated, leave quickly." Hearing that, Tran Vu frowned and said, "I discovered that you have a very beautiful appearance, but your facial features are not beautiful." The female examiner took out a measuring device and said, "We need to remeasure your recent level." Tran Vu saw the beautiful female judge approaching, so he lifted his shirt. "Come here, don't be shy, feel free." After checking, Tran Vu's level was indeed 0.7. The female examiner sternly said to the board of directors, "The data submitted by the middle school was clearly only 0.3. Why is it now 0.7? The homeroom board quickly explained, "Before that, he didn't go to school, I just filled in." The female judge immediately spoke up, Can you even fill in the contestants' information? We will report this to the authorities to handle you. Hearing that, the board of directors immediately knelt down trembling, holding their heads and crying, I'm dead, my bonus is gone. The female judge enthusiastically grabbed Tranvu's hand and said, Congratulations, keep trying. With level 0.7, he can completely win all the preliminary matches. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Kai-tu and the board of directors were both surprised. What? Does it win all? Win all the matches? Tran Kai-tu couldn't believe it, so he rushed to Tranvu and shouted, It's definitely cheating. Before she could touch Tranvu, the female judge quickly took action, sending Tran Kai-tu flying with an ear. You must have the spirit to fight to the end, or grasp the opportunity and quickly admit defeat. The bald man smirked cruelly. Students, welcome to the real college exam. It's here, the cruel qualifying round is finally here. Recently, hundreds of candidates gathered. Under the leadership of the bald head judge, they headed towards the door. The main examiner waved his hand and announced, Welcome to the real university exam. The bald head judge pushed open the metal door and raised his voice. The real challenge begins now. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, the contestants walked out the door. After the door opened, the host immediately announced, Next, please welcome the contestants entering the qualifying round. The second qualifying round, the most anticipated match, is about to begin. The whole stadium exploded with cheers. It was the cheers of tens of thousands of people. Tran Tu Van was worried. When he saw Tran Vu, he immediately choked with emotion. It's Tran Vu, he's already entered the inner circle. At the same time, in the admissions area, recruiters continuously shouted, This year, don't try to steal my students. At this moment, the host suddenly announced, Invite all contestants to the waiting area. The first round is about to begin. All contestants immediately ran to their school's waiting area, closed their eyes to rest, and prepared for the next match. Tran Vu immediately lay down on the chair, humming and singing. At this moment, the principal of the middle school led a group of strong people to stand in front of Tran Vu and said, Is this the famous Tran Vu? Please keep it for me. Tran Vu was immediately surrounded by a group of powerful people. He rolled his eyes. What do you want to do? Even if you're the principal, you can't do whatever you want. Seeing that the principal was silent, Tran Vu immediately threatened, I will denounce you. The principal calmly said, Go ahead, see who pays attention to you. Let's get started. Tran Vu frowned. Even at the exam school, he dared to find someone to cause trouble with him. I absolutely cannot give up here. But right after that, when being expertly massaged by a group of muscular people, Tran Vu couldn't help but moan happily. I don't remember anything anymore. Seeing Tran Vu so comfortable, the principal sighed and said to the students, Massage is not illegal. Accuse me of what? These students are truly cowards. It's just a massage. Before, it was all female technicians. Unfortunately, I was reported. As soon as he finished speaking, a wonderful scene appeared in Tran Vu's mind. He blushed and said in surprise, What did you say? What a pity. The principal immediately excitedly grabbed Tran Vu's hand and happily said, Finally, someone understands me. A fit body is their greatest weapon, like magic, helping me constantly break through myself, releasing endless power. Having finished speaking, the principal immediately looked towards the homeroom team. In the future, when you come here, you will also have to improve your qualifications. Being overweight will affect students' enthusiasm for learning. After that, the principal turned to the middle school students and said, Next, I will share with you a little bit of the competition experience that I have accumulated over many years. Having finished speaking, the principal immediately said with a serious face, Pairing rules in the first qualifying round. Is the pairing priority in school? When you strike, it won't be too heavy, so feel free. As soon as he finished speaking, on the arena floor, the boy who was sent flying immediately crashed his head into the wall. Tran Vu frowned and asked, Principal, is that still not considered serious? The principal immediately smiled wryly. But a man's most beautiful scar is the scar left after a serious injury. At this moment, the host suddenly announced, Next, please invite the contestants of the second round. They are. In the middle school, Wang Ai fought with Lai Tan. Truong Trung, Jiao Ka fights with Bak Dain. First middle school, Song Lao competes with 6th middle school, Han Kan. In middle school, Tran Vu fought with Tran Kai Tu. After reading the competition list, the host immediately shouted, The match begins. Let's take a look at the situation on the stage. The two contestants on stage 1 are a couple at school, but during the match, they did not hold back. The two contestants of Truong Trung are both sweet people. Who will be the sweetest? The two contestants of the first high school are love rivals. Who will be the last person to hug the beauty back? At this moment, the host suddenly said in surprise, "What are the two contestants from the middle school? Why didn't those two move at all? The match has already started, why haven't you made a move yet? The annual university entrance exam has finally begun." After the contestants went on the floor, the host immediately said, "Currently, the most anticipated match is the match on floor number 1. On floor 1, a couple was arguing. But Wang Ai suddenly let go. "Well, I can't do that to you." Lai Tan sadly said, "My level is already not as good as yours. I will definitely lose." But Wang Ai still turned her back. "Don't say any more. I don't have the heart to take action." As soon as he finished speaking, Lai Tan suddenly injured himself and shouted, "Then I'll do it myself." Seeing this, Wang Ai quickly helped Lai Tan up. Lai Tan immediately looked proud. "I can't control it. I might have to break up with you today." Wang Ai worriedly ran down to the ring, pulled a medical staff member and said, "Doctor, quickly save him." But the medical staff pointed towards the ring and reminded, "The match is not over yet. What's wrong with you? Look behind you." The referee helped Lai Tan up and announced, "Contestant Wang Ai leaves the ring, conceding defeat. The winner is Lai Tan." When Wang Ai heard that, he was immediately angry. "It's all pretend," Lai Tan proudly said, "otherwise how can I win against you?" After a while of competition, the contestants on floor 2 were also divided between winners and losers. Floor 3 also immediately ended the match. The second round gradually came to an end. After several rounds ended, the host suddenly said, "In this intense match, the two contestants on stage 4 have not moved since the beginning." "Why so?" The two people did not take action because before the match, the principal had warned them, "Match tactics are very important, they can save your lives. Therefore, what I say next, you must definitely remember. When you get on the stage, take advantage of the time when the audience is not paying attention to your stage." People with lower levels should immediately admit defeat. Tran Kai-tu frowned and interrupted, "So what else is there to compete with?" The principal immediately knocked Tran Kai-tu's head, "Are you stupid? Why is it not necessary to compete? We basically can't get into the inner circle. I have been the principal of a middle school for many years, and have never had a student enter the inner circle." Seeing that the two people did not move, the principal immediately became impatient. "What are you doing? Use strategy, quickly use strategy." But the two people on the stage refused to admit defeat. The audience also began to boo, "You trash in the middle, get out of the ring." To avoid embarrassing the middle school, the principal immediately shouted, "Since you refuse to admit defeat, then beat me." Tran Kai-tu immediately remembered the incident of being slapped by the female judge. He gritted his teeth and said, "Tran Vu, you will regret being stupid and not admitting defeat. Now let's do the math together." Tran Vu calmly picked out his earwax. "You really know how to sound impressive with this line." As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Kai-tu smiled cruelly, mobilized the energy in his dantian, and performed Qigong martial arts skills to protect his whole body. A dark red aura immediately formed around him. The host immediately shouted in surprise, "One martial skill! Usually only universities teach martial arts." The boy sitting next to him immediately explained, "Perhaps this candidate comes from a martial arts family, so he was exposed to martial arts so early." Immediately afterwards, Tran Kai-tu rushed forward like lightning, using a secret heirloom technique of consecutive kicks, kicking straight towards Tran Vu. Seeing Tran Vu directly block the attack, Tran Kai-tu was secretly proud. This is the strength of a person from a martial arts family, not on the same level as ordinary people. Tran Kai-tu threw another kick. Along with the sound of tearing the wind, a giant shadow approached Tran Vu. This kick hit Tran Vu. The whole stadium rang out with a loud explosion. The third blast of air blew away all the surrounding dust. Tran Mo was worried. Tu Van was broken by a weapon and broke the sea of air. Are both of my children doomed to the same fate? When the smoke and dust cleared, Tran Vu still stood firm, using one hand to block the fatal kick. His small arms were as hard as steel, able to withstand all the force. The host shouted in surprise. Contestant Tran Vu was able to catch it. "Don't use gas to help." What an amazing power! Seeing Tran Vu so strong, employers all want to recruit him. At the same time, the girl in the audience thought to herself, "So, this is the real you?" Tran Tu Van couldn't believe it. "This is my younger brother?" But the person who was most frightened was Tran Kai Tuesday. He couldn't believe it. How is that possible? His combo kick can crush even kicks. Tran Vu smiled sinisterly again, grabbed his leg, and said, "Don't tell me you're the only one who knows martial arts, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Kai-tu's face changed. Before he could react, Tran Vu threw him away and said at the same time, "It's true that you treat poison with poison." Tran Vu launched a powerful kick. Along with the sound of bones breaking, Tran Kai-tu widened his eyes. Immediately afterward, Tran Kai-tu flew like a cannonball toward the stands 100 meters away. The whole stadium was silent. The audience looked at the body flying in the air, not knowing how to react. Immediately afterwards, the audience exploded into cheers. Tran Tu Van breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, Tu Vu is okay. There's still the next match. In the stands, the man in Western clothes was surprised and smiled. Haven't seen such an interesting contestant in a long time. He didn't even use spiritual energy in the ring, just using physical strength to finish the match. But everyone suspected that he was using stimulants. In the ring, Tam Kai had just been kicked away and thought to himself, "Impossible, a trash who was expelled before the exam. How could he have this strength?" Tam Kai shouted in pain, "You must have used stimulants." Tran Vu frowned, hooked his nose, Right, what you said is right. There is no more reasonable explanation." After that, Tran Vu stepped down from the ring. Immediately, the tens of thousands of onlookers burst into horrifying screams. Applause, cheers, screams, all mixed together. Tran Tu Van and his mother were also overjoyed. His mother thought to herself, "Looks like we can't call it a puppy anymore, we have to call it a wolf." But at this moment, the homeroom teacher suddenly grabbed Tran Vu's hand and said loudly, "I heard everything. You admitted to using drugs? Go see the principal with me, the exam results will be automatically cancelled. I can't let a bad student ruin the future of a good student." Tran Vu was dragged away and said angrily, "You're just joking, but do you really believe it? Don't fall in love with me anymore." The homeroom teacher firmly dragged him to the principal and said, "Principal, our school absolutely cannot have students like Tran Vu who rely on stimulants to win. The school's reputation will be ruined." The principal frowned and said dissatisfiedly, "Is that true? Everyone can see Tran Vu's strength. With so many people watching the match, is she the only one with bright eyes? Is everyone blind?" The principal patted Tran Vu on the shoulder and said, "I believe you. The university entrance exam is your future, I leave it to you." At this moment, the mayor and a middle-aged man came up behind the two and interrupted. "This student is not bad at fighting. Your name is Tran Vu, right?" The mayor himself came. The homeroom teacher immediately pointed at the principal and said, "Principal, how can you cover for students using stimulants? Tran Vu just admitted it in the ring." Hearing that, the principal immediately became angry. "Covering up what? That's just Tran Vu joking." The middle-aged man suddenly said, "Is it true or not? Let him hit me with a punch to know." Hearing that, Tran Vu frowned and smiled faintly. "Are you looking for trouble?" The middle-aged man smiled. "Just for you, it's not enough." Tran Vu immediately raised his hand, began to accumulate strength, and at the same time thought to himself, "Am I not qualified enough? I don't need spiritual energy to blow you away." Tran Vu threw a powerful punch, creating a fierce whirlwind that hit the middle-aged man's chest. But the expected scene of being blown away did not appear. The middle-aged man only took a few steps back, then stood firmly. The homeroom teacher saw this and immediately felt proud. See, he must have taken medicine. The medicinal properties are gone, and the power is gone. The mayor suddenly interrupted. The opposite is true. Not to mention a level 1 or 2 martial artist, even a level 3 martial artist couldn't make him take even half a step back. But Tran Vu did it. The middle-aged man slowly analyzed. "I just saw Tran Vu throw a punch in the ring. I estimate his physical level is about 1.3. After blocking one of his punches myself, I think his physical level is more accurate at 1.4. Current stimulants can only temporarily enhance physical strength, but there is still no type that can directly increase a person's physical level by 1 level. After hearing this professional analysis, the principal was immediately excited, so Tran Vu did not cheat. "I told you Tran Vu has real strength. Homeroom teacher, come here." The principal scolded with a serious face. "You have repeatedly been prejudiced against Tran Vu, even publicly insulting him. As a teacher, it's not recommended. I decided to deduct half a month's salary as a warning." Hearing that, the homeroom teacher immediately exclaimed, "Are you deducting my salary? Impossible." After being recognized by the government, Tran Vu was even more proud. "My strength has been recognized by the mayor. Let's see who dares to doubt me in the future." At this moment, several men wearing suits rushed towards Tran Vu. Before Tran Vu could react, everyone was competing to say, "Tran Vu, Tan Ho welcomes you. Kin Dai welcomes you. There are a lot of girls at Kai Nam University." Seeing that they were all recruiting students, Tran Vu immediately lost patience and waved his hand. Leave the business cards behind, except for Tan Hoa and Kin Dai. The others can go. Tran Vu said frankly. I am a very practical person. Whoever has good conditions, I will follow that person. Please ask your superiors for advice, then come find me. No send off. At this time, Tran Vu did not panic, although his goal was only Kin Dai. But with someone competing, his own value was always higher. Very quickly, the host announced again, the next round is about to begin. The dark horse from the previous round, Tran Vu, this time will face player Vang Lo of Tu Trung. What special performance will the two of you have? Let's wait and see. Tran Vu stood in the middle of the ring, calmly provoking the principal who had just expelled him. Recently, Tran Vu entered the second round of the finals. His opponent, Tu Trung's Vang Lo, smiled coldly as soon as he came on the court. Tran Vu, the strength you showed in the previous round was very good. I admire you very much. But this match will end quickly. Hearing that, Tran Vu turned serious and thought to himself. Tu Trung is also considered a top high school, never lacking in experts. Must be careful. Don't let the boat overturn in the ditch. As soon as the match started, Vang Lo immediately screamed, quickly releasing all the aura in his body. Before Tran Vu had time to react, Vang Lo used the martial skill of burning stars in the sky and quickly rushed towards Tran Vu. But right after that, Vang Lo suddenly knelt down in front of Tran Vu, saying he wanted to admit defeat. Tran Vu frowned. How about this? I'll give you a hand, let's fight. Hearing that, Vang Lo's demeanor changed. He immediately looked at Tran Vu with firm eyes. I tell you, today don't say you give up a hand, even if you give me both arms and legs, I won't stop you. Okay, I admit defeat. I say do. Seeing Vang Lo so determined, Tran Vu immediately turned around and walked down the ring. Perhaps this is the first lesson I can teach you. Nothing is absolute. No matter how strong one's strength is, there are still things that cannot be done. At the same time, in a certain room on the top floor of the stadium building, a guy wearing glasses stood in front of the ground-level window, looked at Tran Vu on the ring, and exclaimed, a powerful character has appeared. He can definitely get into the next round. This is difficult to deal with. Whoever meets him should pray for his blessings. Another male student brushed off the non-existent dust on his body and said contemptuously, don't forget we are all chosen seeds. Another female student shrugged. What effect does the selected seed have? Official competition is based on combat ability, not aura level. Furthermore, if the chosen seed is defeated, it will lose even more face. The guy wearing glasses suddenly turned around, smiled and said, I heard that Tran Vu's aura level is only 0.7. Even if he is physically stronger, he is not our opponent. After all, the lowest aura level among us is 1. Bak Hong Dao was still staring at Tran Vu's back, frowning. Why does Tran Vu's back look so familiar? Very quickly, the match reached the third round. Tran Vu's opponent this time is Vang Noyet of Ni Trung. Principal Ni Trung, after looking at the battle list, immediately advised Vang Noyet. Tran Vu is very heavy, and his physical condition is very good. Try to move around him, looking for weak spots to attack. Having said this, Principal Ni Trung suddenly turned serious. If you really can't fight the opponent, it's okay to admit defeat. Vang Noyet, who once looked down on Tran Vu, heard that and said firmly, I understand, I will definitely do my best. Looking at Tran Vu, Principal Ni Trung's heart raised 5 mixed feelings. A poor student who was expelled from school has the right to fight in the inner circle? It really feels like a ghost. Seeing Vang Noyet, Tran Vu frowned and smiled faintly. Isn't this the class monitor? Long time no see. A month ago, she was a high-ranking class president, looking at everyone with half an eye. And Tran Vu is just a student at the bottom of the class, not even qualified to be looked down upon. After Tran Vu was expelled from school, this class president even more arrogantly raised his head and ordered him, wasting his family's money, and in the end he did not study well. After being expelled from school, you have to work well to earn money and help your family. Finally, Vang Noyet did not forget to add one more sentence. Remember not to become a burden to society. The arrogance in her voice was now completely revealed. But in just one short month, everything changed. Vang Noyet heard Tran Vu's tone and gritted his teeth. Stop talking nonsense, what do you want to say? Tran Vu suddenly took out a stack of business cards, smiled and said, no problem, it's rare to see class president in this match. Allow me to reintroduce myself, this is my business card. Tran Vu intentionally dropped his business card on the ground. Tran Vu picked up the business card from Vang Noyet's feet and muttered, I'm so clumsy, these universities are really bad. Just give me all the business cards, it's annoying. Tran Vu started boasting. This is King Dai's, this is Fu Dan's, this is Hang Kong's. A's, which school is good? It all feels so normal. Von Noyet was so angry that he was trembling and couldn't help but say, Tran Vu, be less proud. Tran Vu immediately smiled and waved his hand. Haha, just joking, just joking. Then, he suddenly waved his hand outside the ring. Isn't that Principal Ni Trung? Long time no see. Before the match started, Tran Vu immediately ran to the ring and greeted Principal Ni Trung. How are you, Principal? How are you these days? Come watch me play? Principal Ni Trung had an expressionless face. No need. Tran Vu immediately began to sarcasm. No, why is the principal's face so unsightly? Are you not happy to see me enter the inner circle? Principal Ni Trung frowned. Even though I expelled you, according to school regulations, you don't have to resent me. Tran Vu immediately took out something from his body, gave it to the principal, and bowed his head. Yes, I am ashamed of the school's teachings. Please accept my apology gift. After receiving the plastic piece, the principal frowned. Why does it smell so bad? Tran Vu whispered, because those are my shoe insoles. Principal Ni Trung immediately threw away the shoe insert. His face darkened, his eyes cold, and said, What do you want to do? Want to die? But Tran Vu was not afraid at all. On the contrary, he even approached Principal Ni Trung and provoked him. If you want, if you can do it. Seeing Tran Vu so defiant, Principal Ni Trung immediately became angry. Von Noyet, you must do your best to win this match. Don't disappoint your teacher's expectations. On the ring, Tran Vu openly provoked Principal Ni Trung. The referee has just announced the start of Tran Vu's match. As soon as she heard the command, Von Noyet shouted loudly, clearly exploding the aura rushing through her body. Next, Von Noyet rushed out at extremely fast speed, like a crescent moon, circling in front of Tran Vu, attacking his flank. Tran Vu still stood still in place, not using any spiritual energy at all, letting Von Noyet's kick fall on his face. Von Noyet took a hit, then frowned, thinking, It seems that when I'm serious, that's all you are. Principal Ni Trung saw this and felt proud. Great, just like that. After all, he is an excellent student that I am especially interested in. His talent and strength will definitely not be weak. Tran Vu was hit, and his health increased by 300.7. He even patted his face and smiled and said, Is that all? Come here. Von Noyet's whole body was shaken as if she had been struck by lightning. She felt despair and hopelessness as she used all her strength to attack but could not break the opponent's defense. Principal Ni Trung was also secretly surprised. It really still doesn't work? Von Noyet level 0.8, in front of this Tran Vu, is really just like an ant shaking a tree. Seeing that Von Noyet was scared by him, Tran Vu immediately smiled. Class leader, now it's my turn. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu immediately rushed in front of Von Noyet, then kicked her away. Von Noyet woke up and immediately wanted to struggle, but Tran Vu would not give her a chance, directly using his hand to press Von Noyet's head, smashing it onto the marble floor. Von Noyet immediately fainted, and the referee immediately declared Tran Vu the winner. At this time, Principal Ni Trung was stunned. He was secretly surprised. A student standing at the bottom of the class, in such a short time, can develop to this level? What is this world after all? Tran Vu suddenly came next to Von Noyet, squatted down, and said, I won. It seems there is no need to go to work early to help the family. Having finished speaking, Tran Vu suddenly sneered and sneered. You have lost to me, you are a burden to society, class president. Seeing the strength Tran Vu demonstrated, even the host was surprised. Never seen anyone who could easily defeat an opponent in just one move like that. This student Ni Trung is so scary. Luckily, I took the university entrance exam early. At the same time, the seventh sister was also secretly surprised. This kid Tran Vu, who usually doesn't say anything, didn't expect to be so powerful. Even Tran Tu Van gasped in surprise. Is this really my stupid younger brother? It's unbelievable. Von Noyet was humiliated by Tran Vu and immediately wanted to refute, but her consciousness began to become vague. Von Noyet looked at Tran Vu with a harmless expression, silently surprised. This guy. I didn't expect to hide his profession so deeply. I really shouldn't have been so arrogant before. Seeing that the class president was about to faint, Tran Vu immediately began to teach. In the future, remember to be humble, don't be so arrogant anymore. At this moment, the host suddenly exclaimed, What a quick match. This competition seems to have another group of dark horses. Let's wait and see. In the break room, the mayor suddenly said to the director next to him, This is the real genius. Then, the mayor suddenly frowned and asked, Isn't your daughter also taking this university exam? Looks like it's still the chosen seed? Who knows, maybe you'll meet Tranvu. Worried? The director's face was expressionless, calmly said. He chose to be a martial artist, sooner or later he will die, what is there to worry about? Hearing that, the mayor couldn't help but be surprised, shook his head and smiled. Are you still the same? At the same time, Vang Noyet in the ring could no longer stand up. As soon as he stood up, he fell back to the ground. Tranvu immediately helped Vang Noyet up and said, when I was expelled, the class president was cold towards me, this behavior is not good. Next year's entrance exam, don't stay at the middle school anymore, the principal of this school is not worthy of being a human being. As soon as he finished speaking, the second principal's face immediately distorted. He angrily scolded, Boy, do you want to die? But Tranvu suddenly placed Vang Noyet, who was unconscious in his arms, on the floor, next to the second middle principal. Looking at Vang Noyet who had fainted, the second high school principal's face immediately became ugly. However, at this moment, Tranvu looked down at the second high school principal from above and ordered, pick her up. With his teaching philosophy that emphasizes strength and despises intelligence, how can the students he teaches protect the future of humanity? The boy became the light of the middle, but the system deducted a bunch of attribute points. Just now, after Tranvu put Vang Noyet on the floor, he again ordered the second middle principal to pick her up. The second middle principal saw Tranvu being so arrogant, he immediately became angry and shouted, I want to die. Tranvu frowned and asked, Why? Do you want to beat a student? Why would a man like you beat a woman? Principal? Next, Tranvu ignored the angry principal and repeatedly shouted, The principal wants to hit someone. I'm so scared. Seeing Tranvu being so shameless, the second high school principal immediately picked up Vang Noyet. Seeing the second middle principal carrying Vang Noyet away, Tranvu immediately said proudly, Goodbye second middle principal, let's rebuild our lives and teach the next generation well. The second principal gritted his teeth and was so angry that his eyes turned red, but he didn't dare to react. He gritted his teeth and said, Just wait. It's not convenient for so many people to take action now. Once this happens, I'll definitely tear your bones to pieces. At this moment, the middle school principal suddenly walked up to Tranvu and patted him on the shoulder. Next, the middle school principal hugged Tranvu tightly and excitedly said, My God of wealth. Getting promoted and making a fortune depends on you. After that, the host immediately announced, After the fierce competition of Tranvu and Vang Noyet, let's continue watching the qualifying round. Before long, all the matches were over. The second middle had 5 winners, and the 7th middle, besides Tranvu, were all eliminated. Tranvu looked at the winners on the stage and couldn't help but nod. They're all very good. It seems that after today's match, the winners will be recruited directly by universities. But the middle school principal shook his head. Stupid. You're too naive. Today is just the qualifying round. The selected contestants will have to continue participating in the final round to calculate points, and then can enter the more fierce official competition round. Tranvu frowned and couldn't help but be surprised. Is it still like this? At the same time, the host suddenly announced, The first qualifying round is over. Next, please invite the professional jury to score. Please invite the main examiner of the university entrance exam to announce the scores. As soon as the words ended, the main judge immediately opened his notebook and said, Selected contestants, congratulations. Just because candidates are not selected does not mean they have failed. Being able to surpass all the other contestants to stand here, each of you is a winner. Now start scoring. Registration number 02121, Tong Du, from Not Trung. Eliminate the highest score 7 points, eliminate the lowest score 5 points. The final score was 6.36 points, unfortunately you failed. Hearing that, Tong Du immediately roared in anger. After that, he left the field filled with hatred. The middle school principal said with a heavy expression, Tranvu, you must not be eliminated. After that, the main judge continued to announce the scores, and each contestant was called in turn. Some people were happy, some were sad, and many people burst into tears on the spot. From the preliminary round to the qualifying round, he competed hard all day and was eventually eliminated. A moment later, the stage light finally shone on Tranvu. The principal of middle school was immediately worried. It's your turn, Tranvu, the future of middle school depends on you. In the stands, even though he knew Tranvu performed excellently, Tran Tu Van still nervously said, Mom, it's Tu Vu's turn. The next moment, a towering score of 9.4 appeared on the big screen. Tran Tu Van immediately grinned. Great. It's successful. The scene immediately rang out with thunderous cheers. Many spectators cheered and applauded. Great job! The match was excellent. What a talented youth! Immediately, in Tran Vu's head, notification of attribute point deduction continuously rang out. Hearing that, Tran Vu immediately became confused. Don't praise anymore, don't praise anymore. After the boy entered the official round, he met a beautiful woman who actively approached him. Just now, Tran Vu was listening to the attribute point deduction announcement on the stage and wanted to leave. But the next moment, he heard a familiar voice and stopped walking. After entering the luxurious room, Tran Vu immediately jumped into the large luxurious bed. After that, Tran Vu couldn't help but exclaim, the saying studying can change destiny is not wrong. We must make good use of our past lives to rebuild our lives. At this moment, there was a knock on the door outside the living room. Tran Vu immediately opened the door and asked, "Who is it?" The next moment, Tran Vu looked at the girl in front of him and couldn't help but be surprised. Damn! Does passing the exam also provide special services? When the girl saw Tran Vu open the door, she puffed her chest out and introduced herself. My name is Ma Le. This is my registration number 13. Pleased to meet you. Tran Vu's eyes were immediately attracted. The registration number is huge. Sorry, female classmate, what's going on today? Ma Le immediately approached Tran Vu and said nothing, just wanted to say hello first. If we meet tomorrow, handsome man, please be gentle. Hearing that, Tran Vu immediately waved his hand and turned around. Non-negotiable. This is a matter related to the future. If we meet, I will defeat you. Ma Le angrily turned around and left. Tran Vu quickly called back. Classmate Ma, let me see your registration number again. I can't remember it. Just as Tran Vu was admiring Ma Le's terrible registration number, there was a knock on the door again. Tran Vu immediately opened the door aggressively. Less nonsense. No matter how big your registration number is, I will not hold back. But the moment Tran Vu opened the door, Tran Tu Van immediately rushed forward and hugged him tightly. Tu Vu, you are so good. After entering the house, Tran Tu Van's face immediately became serious. There are a few questions I want to ask you, I must answer them. After that, Tran Tu Van immediately asked, have you come back to life? Who is she? Also, my aura strength is only 0.7, so why is it increasing so quickly? Then my school is middle school, don't I study in middle school? Why are you in middle school? Also, do you have a conflict with the second middle principal? Hearing that, Tran Vu immediately felt a headache. Sister, don't be like that, throwing a bunch of questions makes my head hurt. This problem. The man took the initiative to approach Bat Hong Dao, who had a juvenile appearance. Just now, as soon as Tran Tu Van saw Tran Vu, he asked him a series of questions. Being asked had a headache, Tran Vu immediately ignored Tran Tu Van's question and directly pulled Tran Mok to the restaurant. Arriving at the cafeteria, Tran Mok immediately took out the prepared food and said, next will be a more important match, you must eat well. Just as Tran Vu was about to eat, Ma Le suddenly appeared at the dining table. Tran Vu was immediately confused. Big number 13, why are you here? This is the rice my mother worked hard to prepare. Ma Le immediately laughed and said, don't be like that, just add a pair of chopsticks. After that, Ma Le immediately introduced herself. Hello everyone, I am also a candidate for this year's entrance exam. I also entered the official round tomorrow. Tran Vu immediately said annoyed, what a thick face. Doesn't anyone at your house cook for you? Ma Le then helplessly spread her hands. No, no one comes to my house, I'm a noble lady. I don't know how to cook, so I can't starve to death, right? Tran Vu immediately pouted. Young lady, it's a good thing to come and participate in this exam. Should I pity you? Hearing that, Ma Le said in a low voice, since everyone invited me to this meal, I will give you some information. See that girl? She is the golden lady of the Bat Hong Dao family. Hearing that, Tran Vu's face immediately darkened. Everyone knows her identity. What is this information called? Ma Le devoured her food while explaining. She is my childhood friend, has a rather cold personality, and our grades in first grade were always very good. Furthermore, I heard that her relationship with her family is not very good. Probably no one cooks for her now, that's why she's sitting here. Speaking of this, Ma Le suddenly nodded. There is one more important thing, she is currently single. It seems like she has never been in a relationship. After that, Ma Le suddenly said in a strange voice, this boy looks good, if you mean her. As soon as the words ended, Tran Tu Van and Tran Mok immediately perked up their ears, waiting for Tran Vu's answer. Tran Vu immediately said calmly, not interested. Hearing that, Tran Tu Van breathed a sigh of relief. Miss Tien Kim of the Bat Hong family looks like a minor. If you dare to pursue someone, that is seducing a minor. Furthermore, everyone's discussion about Bat Hong Dao immediately attracted the attention of those around. People around immediately whispered, "Look, isn't that Bat Hong Dao?" She went to the restaurant again. "Why does Miss Tian Kim of the abandoned house eat our food? But why is Bat Hong Dao sitting here not eating? No one comes to her house. Her father is a director, a busy man in the upper class. How can he come here to cook? Maybe she's waiting for takeout from a 5-star hotel." Ha ha ha! Seeing that Bat Hong Dao became the center of discussion, Tran Vu immediately frowned. Yes, it's everyone's fault, making everyone talk about her. People are scared to death. Mala immediately said, "It's all because you want to pursue that person." Soon, after eating their fill, everyone began to leave the cafeteria to prepare for the official competition tomorrow. Bat Hong Dao was still sitting at the dining table, staring at the door. After eating his fill, Tran Vu suddenly said he was afraid of being hungry in the middle of the night, so he started packing leftover food on the table. After packing, Tran Vu suddenly said, "I have to go to the training ground later, everyone go home first." Mala heard that and said proudly, "Just reviewing now won't help, or don't take the exam anymore. Go home and study for 2 more years, I'll have one less competitor." After that, everyone left the restaurant and began to say goodbye to each other. At this time, the restaurant was deserted. Only Bat Hong Dao was sitting there alone. Bat Hong Dao waited and silently shed tears. "It will come, father will definitely come." At this moment, Tran Vu brought the rice in front of Bat Hong Dao and interrupted her. "What else do you need? It's late at night like this, if you want to come, you should come early." Who's a child like her, still bewildered and hungry? After that, Tran Vu put the rice on the table. "Eat." Dao Dao is the golden lady of the Bat Hong family. If she lost the official match because she was hungry, people would laugh at her if this story spread out. Bat Hong Dao saw Tran Vu suddenly appear, a bit stunned. "May I ask you?" Tran Vu was interrupted by her. He was busy all night and was asked again, so he answered. After that, Tran Vu turned around and sat down. "If you have any problems, just finish eating and tell me." Looking at Tran Vu's back, Bat Hong Dao suddenly froze. This back is so familiar. The official qualifying round finally started. Tran Vu's opponent Ma Luke had a big registration number. Just now, Tran Vu suddenly brought rice to Bat Hong Dao, who was waiting alone. Bat Hong Dao had been hungry all night, so she didn't refuse. She also wanted to take this opportunity to check on Tran Vu. After finishing eating, Bat Hong Dao suddenly spoke. "Early this morning, I was attacked by bad forces and lost consciousness. Finally, I was saved by a stranger. To this day, I still don't know who that person is. I only clearly remember his back and his voice. During today's match, I found that his voice was very similar to the voice of the person who saved me at that time, and his voice's frequency and timbre were also very stable." Hearing that, Tran Vu immediately denied it. "It's not me. That day I heard that she fainted there, although that day I also happened to be exploring the mind space early in the morning." Hearing that, Bat Hong Dao suddenly smiled with relief. "Is that so? Maybe I'm thinking too much. Thank you for tonight's dinner, it's delicious." Seeing this scene, Tran Vu couldn't help but think, is the cold-hearted lady of the Bat Hong family smiling like this? After that, Tran Vu calmly asked, "Why are you sitting here all night? Could it be that the Bat Hong family didn't give her dinner, leaving her hungry?" Bat Hong Dao was gloomy and hesitant to say clearly, "I'm just not willing." After eating and drinking, Bat Hong Dao stopped being sad and suddenly stood up. Before leaving, Bat Hong Dao did not forget to thank Tran Vu. "Thank you for saving me, also thank you for dinner, nice to meet you, Tran Vu." Seeing Bat Hong Dao leave, Tran Vu immediately stood up and said, "It's nothing. Remember to buy some compressed biscuits at the supermarket later, don't let yourself starve." The night passed peacefully, and the next morning, the war officially began again. Today is the first confrontation of the official round. Tran Vu from school number 7 plays against Ma Luke from school number 1. After going on stage, Tran Vu immediately rubbed his hands excitedly. In the first match, he met Ma Luke with a great reputation. Today he must play his first match beautifully. Then, the host announced, the official qualifying round to decide the contestant's fate is about to begin. Today's official round includes 20 seeds and 12 contestants who passed yesterday's qualifying round, a total of 32 contestants. These 32 contestants are randomly divided into odd and even groups to compete in the first round. The winning condition is that the contestant who can win 5 matches in a row will win the championship. With the rule introduction over, let's start the first match. The mayor sitting in the VIP area suddenly smiled and said, "Who will this year's champion be? It's worth looking forward to." After Tran Vu and Ma Luke went on stage, the host immediately opened his mouth. Contestant number 21, Tran Vu, comes from school number 7, and contestant number 13, Ma Luke, comes from school number 1. Let's wait together. The confrontation between these two odd-grouped contestants. Tran Vu saw Ma Luke and immediately shook his head. I won't give in to you just because your registration number is big. The exam is like a battlefield. Ma Luke then puffed out his chest and said, there is a proverb that says a husband and wife receive 100 days of grace. Eating a meal at your house is considered a little kindness. But the love between husband and wife must also be accounted for. I will not hold back. Where? Tran Vu was busy all night doing crafts but still full of energy. Ma Luke looked at Tran Vu, suddenly approached him and whispered, No, I still can't help but be seduced by you. I must hit you, you're busy all night but why are you even more charming? I saw what happened this morning. Hearing that, Tran Vu immediately showed a proud look on his face, remembering, is that what you said? Last night, Tran Vu was preparing to go to bed when from the next room there was a continuous noise. Tran Vu was surprised. That's strange. Who is in room 22 next door? It's midnight and we're still doing it manually. Tran Vu immediately knocked on the wall and said, What talented student is next to you? Stop quickly, will you let someone else sleep? It's midnight, have some virtue, tomorrow there's the university exam. As soon as he finished speaking, the other side of the wall fell silent. Tran Vu suddenly frowned and said angrily, still ashamed, he finally remained silent. But next the sound coming from the side became even louder, the speed gradually became faster, completely ignoring Tran Vu. This time, Tran Vu couldn't bear it anymore, he immediately got angry, doing it manually and even doing it to the point of addiction. Are you bragging to me? I accept your challenge. After that, Tran Vu began a long battle, continuously making roaring sounds as if he was driving a car. Time passed quickly, a few hours passed, the sky gradually brightened, and Tran Vu finally stopped. The system suddenly rang with a notification. Crafting 86 times ended, physical condition plus 32, life expectancy plus 10. After that, Tran Vu changed his clothes and walked out the door refreshed. Very good, a night of crafting has passed, my spirit is refreshed, my body is stronger. Seeing Tran Vu go out the door, a contestant with dark circles in the crowd immediately pointed at Tran Vu and shouted angrily, Judge, I denounce him for malicious competition outside. Hearing that, Tran Vu was startled. What's going on? That contestant immediately took out his phone and showed the 7-hour recording. You're still pretending. I am contestant number 22 in the room next to you. Did you manually make noise all night last night, intentionally affecting my state? I recorded it, and he didn't stop all night. As soon as he finished speaking, the scene immediately became chaotic. Other contestants and judges looked at Tran Vu with extremely complicated eyes. Hearing that, Tran Vu calmly said, So it's you, the one who lost the battle at my hands. That's also because you took the initiative to challenge me. It has to do with men's dignity. How can I admit defeat? After that, Tran Vu ignored the angry crowd, turned around and said, unexpectedly, the craft tradition was also pointed out and questioned by you. Maybe this is life. At this moment, all the men present started clapping. That's right. I'm so handsome but I lost in such a short time. As for Ma Luke in the crowd, he held back. Damn it, how can there be someone who is both literate and martial, handsome, intelligent, and so strong and supple? Ma Luke approached Tran Vu and whispered, Mr. Tran Vu, after the university entrance exam, let's go on a date. Tran Vu heard that and calmly said, The number of registrations is high, we are competing now, please be serious. But the next second, Ma Luke suddenly kicked, a very fast kick, kicking Tran Vu in the face. Being suddenly punched, Tran Vu couldn't help but be surprised. Sneak attack? Ma Luke immediately put on his hat and said with a serious face, I admit I'm a little moved by you, but don't think that because I'm handsome, I won't hit you. No matter how strong and flexible you are, I will only be interested after finishing the university entrance exam. Hearing that, Tran Vu frowned, rubbed his nose and said, Come on, the registration number is big. As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Luke did not hesitate, kicked hard, and rushed towards Tran Vu with a few flashes. Next, Ma Luke began to attack like a storm, while Tran Vu could only rely on his strong physical strength to dodge. But Ma Luke was very agile. Tran Vu fell into a passive position, could only be beaten without a chance to counterattack. Just as Tran Vu launched a counterattack, Ma Luke suddenly grabbed Tran Vu's shoulder and flew up. After jumping up, Ma Luke took advantage of Tran Vu's inattention and quickly spread his legs to grip Tran Vu's waist. After that, Ma Luke immediately showed a triumphant smile, looked at the surprised Tran Vu and said, "I caught you." Tran Vu was pinned by Ma Luke during the university exam in front of everyone. The audience saw Ma Luke pressing down on Tran Vu and immediately shouted, "Wow, Ma Luke is really agile," as expected of being the second generation of the Ma family. But what is he planning to do when he clamps down on Tran Vu Truong number 7? The principal of school number 1 couldn't help but frown. What tricks did Ma Luke play again? Then, he said with a serious face, "I hope Ma Luke quickly eliminates this kid from school number 7, otherwise this university entrance exam will be very difficult for our school's students." The audience in the stands were full of admiration. "This baby is good, it looks very easy to give birth." At the same time, Ma Luke, who was holding Tran Vu tightly, suddenly shook his head. "Are there still weapons hidden down there? The knife is tiny, it's best not to take it out, this is an illegal item." Hearing that, Tran Vu's face immediately turned red. "The registration number is high, let me go quickly." But Ma Luke raised his fist and said smugly, "Are you embarrassed? Let me see." The next second, Ma Luke's fist fell like rain. Tran Vu had no time to react. Being pressed down and beaten, Tran Vu couldn't help but silently curse, "Damn, it's so difficult to give birth." Seeing Tran Vu withstand the blows so well, Ma Luke immediately punched wildly. Tran Vu endured the attack while listening to the system continuously notify him of increased health points. Seeing this scene, the host immediately exclaimed, "Great! Ma Luke has launched consecutive high-density attacks on Tran Vu." Contestant Tran Vu stood still and did not dodge. Can he escape this passive position? At the same time, Tran Vu, who was being beaten, also thought to himself, if this continues, he will not be able to escape the passive position. Looking at the turbulent sea, he couldn't help but think, Ma Luke will definitely continue to attack me like that. I only saw a stream of blue light flying quickly, but he dodged it. Seeing this scene, Tran Vu immediately changed his expression. What was that just now? Next, that blue light continuously attacked Tran Vu. Tran Vu once again fell into a passive position, and could only dodge. Looking at the green hat flying slowly towards Ma Luke, Tran Vu was stunned. Wait, isn't this the green hat he wore at first? Seeing Tran Vu so stunned, Ma Luke immediately showed a proud smile. Yes, this is my ultimate skill, flying on the head of the party. Tran Vu immediately pointed at Ma Luke and scolded him, but the judge waved his hand. This year we don't care, but considering today's situation, next year there is a high possibility that spider silk will be banned from use. The examiner did not say anything more. Ma Luke immediately began to manipulate the green hat. The green hat flew in the air, spinning faster and faster. It really had some momentum. In the blink of an eye, Tran Vu fell into a passive position again. The green hat flew back and forth unpredictably. He could only dodge. Just when Tran Vu wanted to escape the difficult situation, a cold laugh rang out, and a stream of cold air suddenly appeared from his cheek. When Tran Vu lowered his head to look down, his legs were tied tightly by green silk threads. At this moment, Tran Vu thought to himself, luckily if he kept rushing forward, he would definitely have to be on the operating table. Looking at Ma Luke's sinister face, Tran Vu couldn't help but get angry. Are you a ghost? At first, he wanted to use one punch to determine victory or defeat with Ma Luke. I didn't expect to fall into her trap. Tran Vu fell into a difficult position, looking at Ma Luke with an unsightly face. I didn't expect you to be so cunning. The previous attacks were just foreplay, right? First, use a non-threatening physical attack to catch me off guard. Then use the hat to attack suddenly, explaining the material and characteristics of the hat so that I can pay full attention to the hat. The final key is to secretly inject energy, and use the silk thread from the hat to weave it into a green hat. Whether it was a physical attack with her bare hands or an attack from her hat, her true purpose is to quietly manipulate countless threads throughout the arena. Finally, take advantage of your energy, freely manipulate the thread to form a network of energy. Wait for me to proactively attack you, and then directly send me on my way. After listening to Tran Vu's analysis, Ma Luke suddenly snapped his fingers. Really smart. It seems he doesn't only know how to use the lower half of his body to think. At this moment, Tran Vu immediately changed his expression and gritted his teeth. He has money, looks, and brains, so he can do whatever he wants. Hearing that, Ma Luke laughed coldly and began to use his strength. Wealth is also a type of strength. You are doomed to lose. Tran Vu, after easily dodging the hat, said, My father taught me, don't step on the same stone twice. The next second, Tran Vu's face suddenly changed. He suddenly discovered that something was wrong with his body. The green hat, after flying to the top of his head, suddenly stopped. Tran Vu was tied tightly outside his body by a stream of green energy. completely unable to move. Looking at Tranvu's proud face, Ma Luke proudly said, "Your father said it really well, but you were still deceived, you're trying to figure it out." As soon as he finished speaking, the green hat rustled and was firmly placed on Tranvu's head. Immediately, the system rang with a notification, "Received action buff plus 100%. Seeing Tranvu being controlled, Ma Luke immediately removed the thread on the ring. The MC immediately shouted, "So wonderful!" Ma Luke, with his brilliant strategy, directly identified Tranvu on the spot. Tranvu looked at Ma Luke, who was slowly walking forward, and gritted his teeth. "You are truly a sinister woman." Ma Luke laughed again. "You guessed right again, life is interesting." At this moment, the mayor suddenly spoke up and praised, "The level of energy transformation is excellent, with great potential." Others also nodded in approval. "Very talented students, this year there is another talent." Student recruiters from prestigious schools were all excited to express their determination to recruit Ma Luke to their school. Ma Luke wanted to quickly end the match, so he grabbed Tranvu's collar and pulled him out of the ring. "Let's go, honey, I've already eaten at your house, I can't bear to kill you." When he reached the edge of the ring, Ma Luke immediately waved his hand and threw Tranvu, throw him out to be eliminated. But right after that, Ma Luke flew into the air and fell hard on the ring. Seeing this scene, the audience outside was shocked, and the whole hall immediately became chaotic. The MC immediately shouted, "Tranvu broke Ma Luke's body technique and pushed her directly into the ring." Ma Luke looked at Tranvu standing on the stage with an unbelievable expression. Why were you able to break my identification technique?" The green hat is still on his head. Tranvu touched his head. "Did you say this?" He thought to himself, "How should I explain to her? It's impossible to tell her about the ancestors' affairs. But I have to say it again, her measurements are really terrible." Thinking so, Tranvu immediately changed the subject. "You still talk about me, you dare to wear a green hat for me?" Ma Luke immediately rolled his eyes. "Stop bragging, you must have played some trick." Hearing that, Tranvu immediately laughed. "It's the same with you, a lot of trickery is also a kind of strength." After that, the MC immediately announced, "Congratulations Tranvu for winning the first match of today's official round. Next is the second match of the official round. Number 20, Bat Hong Dao, Strength Level 0.8, Fight Number 08, Million T, Strength Level 1.2. The second match of the official round begins. Bat Hong Dao will face an opponent with a higher level of stamina than him, Million T. After Bat Hong Dao came onto the field, the T director suddenly laughed. Even though they were all seeds, in the end they still had to fight me, Bat Hong Dao. Bat Hong Dao firmly replied, "No problem, no matter who I fight, I will win anyway." Tranvu looked at the two people on the stage and couldn't help but guess. Bat Hong Dao is on the field. After all, he is a member of the Bat Hong family. Making it to the quarterfinals should not be a problem. The principal next to him shook his head. "Don't joke, with the Bat Hong family's ability, let alone the quarterfinals, winning the championship this year is also very likely." Hearing that, Tranvu curiously asked, "Do you know the 8 wild clothes?" Bat Hong Dao's older brother. The principal immediately replied, "Poinsettia has taken 2 consecutive university entrance exams, and is currently the president of the student council of Kintan University. His strength is at least 1 level stronger than yours." Hearing that, Tranvu immediately touched his chin. "Although I have heard of the Bat Hong family, I only know that their 2 sisters are very good, but I don't see much difference compared to other famous families. Their family have great power? Why are there so many rumors outside?" The principal then seriously explained, "It's not that the Bat Hong family has great power, but this family's natural talent is a bit special." Hearing that, Tranvu was curious. "What's special?" The principal said with a serious face. "I don't know the specifics, I only know that people from the Bat Hong family used to die very miserably." At this moment, the MC suddenly shouted, "Great! Million T items have launched a fierce attack on Bat Hong Dao. Currently, True Muk Tra, who has a slightly higher level of vigor, has the upper hand, but Bat Hong Dao does not give up and fiercely counterattacks." Looking at the 2 people on the stage who were exchanging words, the mayor couldn't help but nod. The performance of his daughter, Tu Dao, was very desirable. At the same time, the powerful energy emitted by the T millionaire created a hurricane, continuously attacking Bat Hong Dao. However, Bat Hong Dao continuously dodged. True Mu Tra is a person with stronger strength, extremely fast speed, and a strong wind to chase Bat Hong Dao. Not long after, the T millionaire took advantage of Bat Hong Dao's loophole and continuously launched high-intensity attacks, knocking her down. After that, True Muk Tra stepped back and said, "Sorry, Bat Hong Dao, Even if I die, I still have to go to the quarterfinals. Seeing that, True Muktra's fans immediately cheered and continuously chanted her name. MC also shouted, Bat Hong Dao, level 0.8, was completely overwhelmed by level 1.2 million T, and fell into a coma. Looks like True Mutra is about to enter the quarterfinals. Tran Vu looked at Bat Hong Dao, who was gradually waking up on the floor, then shook his head. She is so stubborn. Will she admit defeat easily? Bat Hong Dao staggered up and muttered, I must win the championship. Because her brother won the championship, he got his father's attention. She felt that if she won the championship, she would get her father's attention like her brother. At this moment, the female referee suddenly walked in front of Bat Hong Dao. Are you okay? The difference in strength between the two sides is too big. Should we continue? Hearing that, Bat Hong Dao immediately trembled all over, stood up with difficulty, eyes firmly said, I'm okay, continue. In order to win the title of champion, the girl risked her life to use the secret technique of the Bat Hong family. Just now, Bat Hong Dao was completely overwhelmed by the tea shop owner, but she still chose to continue competing. Zhao Mu Ti couldn't help but look at Bat Hong Dao and said, It's just suicide, what does it mean? Bat Hong Dao is steadfast. I have lived until now because of this university exam. I have to prove to him that I am not inferior to my brother. Hearing that, the corner of True Muktra's mouth twitched. Is that all? Prove your strength to others? Why do we have to prove it to others? Next, True Muktra rushed forward again and said, What a rich lady, how naive, I will not hold back. Immediately, the two sides continued fighting. The vigor that Zhao Mu Tra unleashed was like a sharp blade, continuously attacking Bat Hong Dao. Bat Hong Dao also endured the pain in his body and fought back fiercely. Not long after, True Mu Tra again grasped Bat Hong Dao's loophole, hit her on the arm, and said, I have to go to the quarterfinals and win 200,000 prize money. Just hearing a cracking sound, Bat Hong Dao's left arm immediately broke down. Seeing that, the MC immediately shouted, A powerful blow. Bat Hong Dao's left arm was broken. Millions of tea items are rushing forward. Can Bat Hong Dao be able to endure it? True Muktra immediately raised his head and said, My father is still in the hospital waiting for money for surgery. I need victory more than you. As soon as he finished speaking, True Muktra immediately mobilized the energy in his body, lowered his center of gravity, and threw a powerful punch towards Bat Hong Dao. Under the dark blue cover, Bat Hong Dao constantly recalls Tu's voice, and the injuries on his body are also quickly recovering. Seeing this scene, Tran Vu couldn't help but be secretly shocked. Is this the 8 Desolation family? Limiting your life force to gain strength, isn't it similar to your ancestors? The more severely injured you are, the stronger your strength will be. Bat Hong Dao's combat power was skyrocketing. Tran Vu couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seemed like the outcome of this match was decided. In the blink of an eye, Bat Hong Dao's entire body was enveloped in dark blue light. His level directly increased from level 1 to 1.1. Also at this moment, Bat Hong Dao's hands twitched, then immediately rushed towards Zhao Moktra. True Moktra had just consumed most of his true energy, and had no time to react. The next second, Bat Hong Dao rushed in front of True Moktra, suddenly performing the martial arts skill Bat Hong formation. Because his arms were broken, he could only use his head instead, fiercely hitting True Moktra's chest. Bat Hong Dao's terrible headbutt, combined with a fatal concussion, directly sent the million tea tree flying dozens of meters away. After True Moktra landed, he immediately made a small hole in the ring. After the fierce battle, Bat Hong Dao could not bear it anymore. His legs were weak and he fell to the ground. At this moment, the beautiful referee suddenly came in front of him, supported Bat Hong Dao and announced, Congratulations on your win. As soon as he finished speaking, the mayor immediately clapped his hands loudly, indeed powerful, worthy of being a member of the 8 Desolations family. But Bat Hong Dao's father still had no expression, even his cold eyes did not waver. After that, 2 people were taken to the medical room. Bat Hong Dao spoke first, sorry. True Moktra shook his head, losing is losing, there's nothing to say. If my blood is better, being a bodyguard, I can collect enough money for surgery. I'm just not committed. I want to go to college and have a better future. Bat Hong Dao suddenly interrupted. There is always a better future. My reward money, please use it to treat your illness. True Moktra was stunned, then replied, Thank you. Tran Vu was being treated in the medical room next door when he muttered to himself. The opponent doesn't even need his life. It's a bit difficult to deal with. Thinking about Bat Hong Dao's performance on the ring, Tran Vu couldn't help but frown. It seemed that this Bat Hong Dao was his biggest opponent. The Gaokao competition quickly entered the final round. The host's voice excitedly announced, "We have come to the final of Gaokao. The two contestants are Tran Vu of school number 7 and Bat Hong Dao of school number 1. Both are dark horses of this season. Tran Vu, known as the institutional genius, is the only student in the 100 years of school number 7 to break through the qualifying round to the finals. Bat Hong Dao, possessing the Bat Hong reverse technique, from a potential seed, went upstream and finally stood on the final stage. Who is the strongest black horse in the end? Please wait and see with us." Bat Hong Dao's father, Bat Hong Qian Truong, frowned. Just like that, he still wants to be a martial artist? The best thing is to be crushed and lose all true energy. Seeing that the match was about to start, Tran Vu secretly calculated, 8 wild reversal techniques are not difficult to solve, speed is the key, it is best to use all your strength to knock him out of the floor from the beginning of the match, completely. Don't give him a chance to level up. Thinking of this, Tran Vu became even more determined, and his total level was 1.4, he was only 1.1, it was very difficult to withstand his full force attack. Immediately, Tran Vu decisively burst out of level 0.7 true energy, his body bent, and quickly launched an attack towards Bat Hong Dao. Bat Hong Dao seemed to know Tran Vu's thoughts. He circulated his true energy around his body, then used his sharp nails to penetrate deep into his skin. Seeing that Bat Hong Dao was about to destroy himself to advance in rank, the referee immediately threw a kick at him. But Bat Hong Dao's damage increases the moment it is hit. The moment the talent was activated, Bat Hong Dao's true chi level immediately skyrocketed to 1.4. Seeing that, Tran Vu couldn't help but change his expression and silently curse. "Damn it, it's not like that, is it because I can't play anymore? Luckily I have a backup plan." Immediately, Tran Vu retreated, reorganized the attack, and performed the 8 desolate secret technique version of defensive martial arts. After that, Tran Vu started spinning in place like the demon beast Qian Tang. Bat Hong Qian Trang immediately flew up and retreated away. At this time, in Tran Vu's head, the system's notification sound about strengthening the zero-type equilibrium was constantly ringing. Tran Vu continuously rotates, on the contrary, the faster it rotates, whether Bat Hong Dao chases or not, with the increase in the system's properties, Tran Vu intends to continue rotating, making Bat Hong Dao dizzy. But Bat Hong Dao's reaction was very quick. Catching Tran Vu's loophole, he threw a horizontal kick, cutting off his spinning attack. Tran Vu hugged his leg in pain, lost his balance, his whole body turned around and fell backwards. His 2 hands blessing the true energy hit the ground one after another. Immediately dust flew away. But in the moment of injury, he also received a boost from the system. He immediately stood up and said, "It's okay, I have plan C." Immediately the system rang a notification. Damage, beauty plus 1000. In the blink of an eye, Tran Vu's injured face suddenly became handsome. He immediately looked sad. "It's all because of you. Clearly I can rely on strength, but now I have to rely on beauty." Bat Hong Dao looked at the handsome Tran Vu, blushing to the ears, eyes wide and stunned. Seeing Bat Hong Dao stunned, Tran Vu swung his hand to slash and knock him down, then quickly kicked Bat Hong Dao in the chin, kicking him into the air. Unexpectedly, at the Gaokao competition, someone forcibly broke through his level. Just now, Tran Vu had grasped Bat Hong Dao's loophole and sent him flying on the spot. After kicking Bat Hong Dao away, Tran Vu immediately jumped up and performed a series of kicks, continuously attacking Bat Hong Dao in the air. After finishing a series of moves, Tran Vu quickly punched Bat Hong Dao to the ground. Seeing Bat Hong Dao continuously struggling but unable to stand up, Tran Vu immediately said, "Can't my body bear it anymore? It's over." As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu immediately rushed in front of Bat Hong Dao to kick him out of the ring. But unexpectedly, Bat Hong Dao's figure suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. At this time, Bat Hong Dao's true energy level has skyrocketed to 1.5. Tran Vu couldn't help but be surprised. "Did you force a breakthrough? Don't want to live anymore?" At this time, Bat Hong Dao's face had changed. The corners of his eyes appeared shaped like burning flames. His 2 small ears also became long like cat ears. His whole body radiated true energy reaching level 1. Martial arts. Seeing that, Bat Hong Chin suddenly stood up, with a surprised look on his face. "No way, he broke through again. It's been 10 years since anyone in the Bat Hong family has broken through so quickly." Immediately, Bat Hong Chin's spirit brightened. Then he is the family's treasure. At the same time, Bat Hong Dao looked down from above, softly feeling the power boiling in his body, continuously sending true energy towards Tran Vu. Tran Vu kept dodging, then suddenly smirked. I will show you what a real miracle is. Being suppressed, Bat Hong Dao was a bit impatient. He quickly condensed his true energy, preparing to knock Tran Vu off the floor. However, at this moment, Tran Vu suddenly flew up behind Bat Hong Dao, hugged him, smiled cunningly and said, "When are you going to repay my favor?" That day, Tran Vu brought Bat Hong Dao warmth that he had not felt for a long time. But he still coldly said, "I can give you anything you want, but the important thing is that I absolutely will not give in to you." Tran Vu immediately hugged his head and said, "Your actions right now are burning your life. You're almost at your limit. If you really want to repay me, then don't die." Bat Hong Dao did not turn back, resolutely said, "There is no time, sorry, I can't turn back." As soon as he finished speaking, Bat Hong Dao used all his strength to hit Tran Vu, pushing him away. Next, Bat Hong Dao suddenly raised his hand, blue true energy condensed and covered his whole body, infinite ice crime successfully activated. Looking at the falling icicles, Tran Vu immediately used his true energy to block it, and at the same time shouted loudly, "Why do you have to risk your life like that?" The final burst of true energy could not injure Tran Vu. Bat Hong Dao, after falling from the air, suddenly whispered, "Tran Vu, sorry, I owe you. I will pay in the next life." Tran Vu firmly supported Bat Hong Dao, but was not happy, but worriedly looked at Bat Hong Dao lying in his arms. After Tran Vu won, reporters immediately gathered around the stage. "Fellow student Tran Vu, congratulations on winning the title of valedictorian in the city's high school exam. What do you feel?" Tran Vu waved his hand in annoyance, not accepting interviews. Watching Tran Vu quietly leave, the little reporter couldn't help but wonder, why is he so unhappy after winning the valedictorian award? Tran Vu silently lamented in his heart, "It's strange to be happy. I want to be the valedictorian, not anyone's life." Thinking of the unconscious Bat Hong Dao being taken to the yard, Tran Vu couldn't help but sigh. "Bat Hong Dao, you definitely don't die." Unexpectedly, someone dared to make money at the valedictorian award ceremony. Recently, although Tran Vu won the match, he refused all interviews. When Tran Vu was about to leave the ring, the main judge blocked his way. Before waiting for the judge to speak, Tran Vu immediately grabbed his hand. "Thank you, I accept your congratulations." After speaking, Tran Vu turned around and left. The main judge quickly said, "That's not right, wait. The valedictorian has a reward, it's about to start." Tran Vu, who knew in advance that not participating in the award ceremony could still receive a reward, immediately waved his hand and refused. "I'm not in the mood to participate now." Seeing that, the principal of school number 7 immediately went over and whispered to Tran Vu. After the principal of school number 7 finished speaking, Tran Vu suddenly opened his eyes, turned around and asked loudly, "Where is the award ceremony?" The two reporters saw this and were immediately stunned. What did the principal of school number 7 say that made Tran Vu change his mind? Not long after, with fireworks continuously exploding in the night sky, the award ceremony officially began. Tran Vu immediately took the mic on stage, smiled and said, "Hello everyone, I am Tran Vu." At this time, the audience in the stands began to get excited, cheers echoed everywhere. Tran Vu's attributes also began to decrease sharply at this time. He couldn't help but vomit blood. What bad karma. After that, Tran Vu immediately said, "This title of valedictorian did not come easily. First I want to thank my mother." The audience immediately gave this mother a thunderous round of applause. Next, Tran Vu said, "Next I want to thank my sister, although she often nags, I know she is willing to do everything for me." As soon as he finished speaking, the stage light immediately shone on Tran Tu Van. Tran Tu Van couldn't help but be moved to tears. "My younger brother is the valedictorian." Sister Chi was immediately stunned. Is Tran Vu her younger brother? At this time, Tran Vu thanked again. "I also want to thank Sister Chi. Without her, there would be no me today." After that, Tran Vu raised his hand to the principal and said, "I want to thank my principal." Next, Tran Vu came in front of the two and teasingly said, "So which principal should I thank?" The principal of school number 7 immediately said, "Of course it's me, as we agreed, a reward of 100,000 per sentence." The principal of school number 2 immediately said, "Forget the previous matter. As long as you thank me, I will give you 2 million. As soon as he said that, the principal of school number 7 was immediately stunned. 2 million? School number 2 is really rich. Thank you, without you, I definitely could not have passed the poinsettia exam so easily. As soon as he finished speaking, the principal of the second middle school was stunned. This thank you was far different from what he imagined. The audience at the scene immediately burst into laughter. Is secondary school so bad? We must quickly let our daughter change her wishes. The middle school principal looked at Tran Vu angrily, but he couldn't get angry on the spot. Tran Vu ignored his anger. walked straight to the principal of the middle school and bowed his head. "Thank you, principal of the middle school, for discovering my potential and giving me a place to rely on." After receiving the award, Tran Vu came to the door of Bat Hong Dao's hospital room. Just as Tran Vu was about to open the door, a worried voice suddenly came from inside. "Is there no other way?" Bat Hong Chan looked worried. Her whole life, she absolutely cannot die. As for Wei Sin, her face was unsightly. Miss was seriously injured, her 6 organs were damaged, and now she could only wait for death. Then, Wei Sin suddenly withdrew his hand and said, "Perhaps by breaking the sea of air and removing all the true air, it can prolong the time." Hearing that, Bat Hong Chan's face immediately darkened and fell into silence. But Tran Vu couldn't change anything, so he could only sadly return home. Can Bat Hong Dao just lie there and wait to die? Thinking of this, Tran Vu couldn't help but feel unwilling. Is there no way to save her? At this moment, Tran Vu suddenly flashed a ray of light and jumped up from the bed. There it is. Then, he hurriedly opened the drawer and took out all the motherboards he found in the strange scene. Recalling the chaotic information he saw on the computer, a ray of hope suddenly arose in his heart. Tran Vu quickly called Ma Le and asked, "Do you know any software experts? Especially people who are good at decoding chaotic codes or programs?" Ma Le answered firmly, "Yes, take a shower and come here." After that, Tran Vu followed the address provided by Ma Le and arrived in front of a luxury villa. As soon as he entered the door, a group of maids in front of Tran Vu greeted him in unison. "Hello, master. Hello, handsome guy." Ma Le then smiled cunningly and said, "Handsome guy, what do you think? My house's maid theme." Seeing this, Tran Vu couldn't help but be secretly surprised. Knowing that the eldest lady's family was rich, she didn't expect it to be so rich. At this moment, Ma Le suddenly said, "Let me introduce to you." A maid next to me immediately replied, "As soon as you heard the guest coming, you went to the bathroom. It's been half an hour, and you still haven't come out." Seeing that Tran Vu was a bit confused, Ma Le quickly explained, "The person who can help you is Ma DM." At the same time, in the bathroom, Ma DM suddenly looked proud. The young poinsettia guy named Tran Vu whom his sister knew in the sword arena was about to come to my house, God help me. Finally, Ma DM took out a hidden camera. She then expertly began installing them in strategic locations throughout the bathroom. Thinking about Tran Vu going to the bathroom later, Ma DM couldn't help but laugh lustfully. Uncensored high definition, hee hee. At this moment, the bathroom door was suddenly pushed open. Ma DM was startled. "Who is that?" Seeing Ma DM's familiar personality, Ma Le immediately said dissatisfiedly, "You are truly a pervert." Seeing that she had been exposed, Ma DM hastily explained, actually, she was studying the male genital structure and the operating status of related functional units, mainly observing the blood vessels of the testicles, the metabolism of the scrotum and vas deferens, as well as whether the blood flowing through the glomerular capillaries can filter all water, glucose, urea, uric acid. After listening, Ma Le immediately shook his head and said dissatisfiedly, "Simply put, it's just watching people pee." Hearing this, Ma DM immediately objected, "What about sacrificing for science? Tran Vu, is what you said correct?" Tran Vu immediately replied with a strange expression, "My mother said, urine does not water outsiders' fields. If there is urine, I will hold it and go home." Ma DM wanted to observe Tran Vu's genital structure, but Tran Vu said that urine does not water outsiders' fields, and if he had urine, he would still go home without it. At this moment, Ma Le laughed loudly. "I understand, children, you have to know how to protect yourself when going out." As soon as he finished speaking, Ma DM got angry. "Do you two have such a begging attitude?" Tran Vu quickly grabbed Ma DM's hand and said sincerely, "I understand your kindness, you also want me to contribute to science." Hearing that, Ma DM calmed down. "You still understand. Give me the data file that needs to be decrypted." Tran Vu immediately took out the memory card from his pocket and said, "The file is in here." After holding the memory card, Ma DM's eyes couldn't help but light up. This is a memory card material that has never been seen before. After that, Ma DM immediately led Tran Vu to her room. Next, Ma DM inserted the memory card into the computer's card reader, then began typing on the keyboard at breakneck speed. A moment later, Ma DM suddenly turned around and said, "The file inside seems to be the thought diary of a high-level artificial intelligence." Speaking of this, Ma DM raised his eyebrows. "Decoding the entire code is impossible. Only large research agencies can do it. I can only translate a little. Do you still want to continue?" Hearing that, Tran Vu immediately smiled. "Of course we will continue." He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. At least it's no longer a needle in a haystack, there's a clue. At this time, Mala immediately pulled Tranvu's hand outside. It's hot to death. Let's go outside and wait. After that, Tranvu and Mala left the room together and went to the living room on the first floor. Forgetting to pour tea for herself, Mala suddenly curiously asked, "Miss, what do your parents do?" Mala immediately replied, "My sister and I don't have parents, we are orphans. The inheritance is something we earned ourselves." Hearing that, Tranvu was surprised. "Did you two earn that much money?" Mala shrugged. "Isn't it easy to make money? My sister likes to make money, and if she develops a program, she will have hundreds of thousands of bonuses." Hearing that, Tranvu immediately felt his self-esteem was hurt. "Did you say it so easily?" At this time, Mala suddenly asked with interest, "Now it's my turn to ask you, handsome guy, why are you decoding that thing?" Tranvu immediately deflected. "After decoding it, you will know." Seeing Tranvu hesitate, Mala immediately changed his face. "Wait, are you looking for me as an excuse?" I helped him, then he used the excuse of thanking me to invite me to dinner, waiting until we got to know each other. Speaking of this, Mala suddenly pointed at Tranvu and said directly, "You want to go back and forth and find a way to sleep with me, right?" Hearing that, Tranvu quickly denied, "No." But Mala suddenly approached Tranvu and grabbed his chin. Next, Mala immediately said, "Time is gold and silver, an obedient sister is worth thousands of gold. We can skip the intermediate steps." Hearing that, Tranvu immediately swallowed his saliva. Immediately afterwards, Mala took this opportunity to slowly approach Tranvu. However, right at the moment when everything was hanging by a thread, Ma Diem suddenly pushed open the living room door. Then, Ma Diem with an excited expression said, "Inside, the entire human gene annotation is mentioned. If one day, humanity can completely decode all the secrets of genes, then what awaits humanity is evolution, the evolution of the entire race." Hearing that, Tranvu couldn't help but be startled. All gene annotations? An unexpected harvest. Tranvu thought to himself, there is no doubt that this is a good thing, maybe even the best product in the strange world. Governments around the world will certainly compete for it, they must have it. Thinking of this, Tranvu immediately walked in front of Ma Diem, intending to take the decoded document. But Ma Diem picked up the document in her hand and continued, "There is one more thing inside, I name it, pharmacology supplement. Dying and coming back to life is probably impossible, but this type of medicine can optimize human genes. As long as there is adequate nutrition, any wound can be recovered." Hearing that, Tranvu's pupil shrank, secretly surprised. Does this medicine really exist? So Bat Hong Dao was saved. With the help of the two sisters, Tranvu successfully decoded the location of the pharmacy record. After carefully looking at the documents in his hand, Tranvu immediately memorized them, then directly tore them up. Finally, Tranvu thought to himself, the situation is a bit bad, I shouldn't take the risk of looking for those two sisters to help. Ma Diem kept asking about the decoding results, and even the mentioned location of the entire human gene annotation and pharmacogenetics. Tranvu could only pretend to be stupid and let the matter go. But he knew he had been poisoned, he couldn't wait too long, at most in 10 days, Bat Hong Dao would die from total body exhaustion. After flushing the ash down the toilet, Tranvu thought to himself, there is no way back anymore. As long as the area in question is somewhere in a foreign world, I must go there to see and get the biopharmaceutical notes. Not long after, Tranvu put on protective gear and started running like flying in a strange environment. While running, Tranvu thought, since I came here, have you guys been following me? I want to see how long you can follow me. Having finished speaking, Tranvu accelerated again and began to turn left and right in the complicated landscape. Seeing Tranvu disappear from sight, Ma Diem immediately said, "We have been discovered." Ma Diem immediately ordered, "You continue to follow, don't get lost. Pay attention to hiding." The maids, who were wearing protective gear, nodded and began to act. These maids all radiate true energy fluctuations above level 2. Malu immediately had some doubts. His true chi level was clearly only 0.7, why did he burst out with such strong true chi? Ma Diem immediately raised his eyebrows, obviously he has been promoted. Hearing that, Ma Li's expression immediately changed and she said in surprise, a breakthrough in level promotion in just 2 short days. Ma Diem immediately revealed a puzzled smile. This name Tranvu is truly strange, becoming more and more interesting. At the same time, feeling the breath approaching behind, Tranvu thought to himself, if you want to catch up with me, in your next life. Last night I had fun playing. Last night, to find that area, Tranvu specially poured the liquid collected from the strange sphere into a syringe. Then, He injected these toxic liquids into his body. Thanks to the strange organization's reversal effect, Tran Vu broke through to level 1.1. Currently, level 1.1 true energy combined with 1.5 constitution, he can at least fight on par with someone with level 2 constitution. Tran Vu confidently thought, if you still want to come, then I will play with you. The two maids watched Tran Vu go deeper and deeper into the strange world, and couldn't help but hesitate. Inside is full of toxic gas, should we still follow? After following for a while, the two maids with lower cultivation levels suddenly felt weak in their limbs and weakly said, we can't go in anymore, the concentration of poisonous gas inside is too high, going in anymore will be the road to death. The leading maid just waved her hand and said dissatisfiedly, a bunch of useless people, not even as good as a level 1 martial artist. But before he could take a few steps, he also fell to the ground because of the toxic gas. Several of Tran Vu Vong's men fell to the ground and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, finally escaping. After that, Tran Vu walked around in a big circle and stood up, almost going everywhere. In the end, where is the mandatory area? It would be nice if someone asked. At this moment, a black iron ball floating in the distance suddenly attracted his attention. Tran Vu's eyes lit up. That's right, if this is artificial intelligence, then these balls must have been robots originally, right? Tran Vu immediately patted the iron ball. Is anyone alive? Is anyone alive? But the large iron ball did not respond, so he helplessly punched the wall next to him. What surprised Tran Vu was that this unintentional punch opened a hidden door on the wall. Looking at the door leading to an unknown place, Tran Vu couldn't help but curiously slowly step inside. After entering the door, Tran Vu couldn't help but be stunned by the scene before his eyes. The desolate ground, the gray sky, the dilapidated skyscrapers, the overgrown weeds on the broken roads, all was quiet. Only the north wind howled, as if singing a tragic song. Tran Vu also discovered a dilapidated old car with a delicate logo on it. Tran Vu immediately felt familiar. It was a type of metal from ancient times, representing the experimental spirit of the early morning. Suddenly Tran Vu stepped on something familiar, a metal eyeball. Looking at the constantly moving metal eyeball, Tran Vu couldn't help but be excited. It's really alive. It can still move. Tran Vu immediately came to the iron eyeball and asked, do you know where the mandatory area is? The iron eyeball spoke a language that he completely did not understand. Tran Vu said helplessly, speak Chinese, I don't understand. But the metal eyeball suddenly stopped moving. Tran Vu immediately panicked. Wait, don't die. Tran Vu quickly shook his eyeballs. Don't die, you're dead. Where can I find the mandatory area? But at this moment, a cold light suddenly flashed. Seeing only a woman holding a silver long sword placed on Tran Vu's neck, the long sword reflecting cold light, Tran Vu couldn't help but gasp, with an unbelievable look on his face. Who are you? This cold woman is a robot created to protect humanity. Just lost in the parallel space of the spirit of experimentation. Before Tran Vu could react, a woman held a knife to his neck. Tran Vu immediately exploded with true energy, and in the blink of an eye, he retreated more than 10 miles. The woman suddenly spoke. Now it's my turn to prove it. She stared at Tran Vu. A data frame appeared immediately. Then a mechanical voice rang out. Analysis in progress. Oxygen 90%, nitrogen 7%, low molecular substances 1%, conducting secondary analysis. Analysis completed. As a result of the analysis, Tran Vu was determined to be 100% human. Looking at the woman approaching him, Tran Vu thought to himself, even though she doesn't know what this thing is, maybe she knows where the mandatory area is. The robot immediately replied, wait for me to ask for instructions from the Commander-in-Chief. After a figure appeared on the electric screen, the robot immediately said, report to Mr. Origin. Mr. Human refuses to return to the safe zone. Mr. Origin directly refuses to carry out Mr. Human's orders. Tran Vu immediately said, do you want to go against the orders of the great human being? The robot respectfully replied, dear humanity, according to the law of robots, robots are not allowed to harm humans, and they are not allowed to stand by when humans are in danger. It is very dangerous outside. I cannot see you in danger. Tran Vu felt a bit of a headache. Saying no to her, the only way was to run. Tran Vu immediately burst into flames and ran away, at the same time proudly saying, follow me, my speed can't even catch up with the second strike champion, ha ha. Thinking of this, Tran Vu secretly thought, as long as he returns to the mandatory area, he can start looking for a comprehensive human genetic testing kit and auxiliary medicine, and Bat Hongdu can definitely be saved. Tran Vu immediately put his arms on the robot's shoulders and said, why didn't you guys say something sooner? Go quickly. I was just joking with you. Hearing that, the robots suddenly realized. So humans joke like that. The documents say that when humans joke, they hope the people around them laugh along. The robots immediately burst into laughter, echoing Tranvu's joke. After walking for a while, Tranvu couldn't help but ask, "When will we arrive?" The robot immediately replied, "Quick, not far, just on the moon." As soon as he heard that, Tranvu was startled. Oh my god, on the moon. It would take at least 10 days to get back from the moon, by which time Bat Hongdeal would have passed away. Tranvu immediately turned around and said angrily, "I'm not going anymore. I want to go home, it's too far." The robot hastily explained, "Our second team's landing ship only took 22 hours. Tranvu immediately turned around and said excitedly, 20 hours? So fast? So let's go." But the robot suddenly reminded, there is an enemy. In front of the landing ship door, a robot wearing a tattered cloak was standing there. This robot constantly waved its arms, with difficulty uttering each word: glory, crime, murder, mission, revenge. Tranvu couldn't help but be confused. Isn't it just a defective robot? The robot coldly said, "They are killing machines. They almost destroyed humanity. The crime of destroying civilization." Saying this, the robot immediately pulled out a weapon from the top of its head. "As glorious robots, the meaning of our existence is to kill them all." Immediately after that, the robot pulled out the long sword from the top of its head and quickly took a position to prepare to strike. Next, she disappeared, leaving no trace. Immediately afterwards, the robot suddenly appeared behind the cloaked robot, the long sword in hand stabbed straight forward, neatly piercing through the robot's round body. But the two red points of light on the robot's face lit up, its pupils moved, it looked at Tranvu and emitted a strange laugh. The robot immediately felt something was wrong, quickly turned around to look at Tranvu, and shouted at the same time, "Not good, Mr. Human." Seeing that the robot protecting Tranvu had been destroyed by a few robots holding guns, he also fell into a dangerous situation of being surrounded. To protect the great human race, the BB robot sat down on Tranvu's dangerous spot. Just now, after discovering a robot that specialized in dealing with humans, BB immediately pulled out his knife to deal with it. After conveniently throwing away the robot in his hand, BB immediately ran towards Tranvu. Looking at Tranvu being surrounded, BB shouted loudly, "Mr. Human, I'm here to save you." But Tranvu suddenly stopped him. "Don't come here, you'll only get in trouble." Seeing Tranvu being targeted, BB immediately panicked. "If you get hit by those deadly weapons, you will die." At this moment, the weapons in the hands of the robots suddenly emitted a bright light, and at the same time a mechanical voice rang out, "Identify the target, lock on, humans must die." However, Tranvu's face did not change. He put on a posture, burst out with a majestic aura, and said coldly, "Then it depends on whether my knife is faster, or your guns are faster." Immediately afterwards, Tranvu suddenly rushed forward, rushing towards the group of robots in front of him at extremely fast speed. Those robots didn't have time to react and were continuously slaughtered by Tranvu. All of them were cut off at the waist. Looking at Tranvu's strong fighting power, BB could not help but admire. "Is this the true strength of humans?" Tranvu angrily said, "What do you mean? You guys are not this person. One child sees humans as gods, the other wants to take human lives." BB hastily explained, "They were created by aliens to kill humans, and we were created by humans after fleeing to the moon, to help humans take back the Earth." Hearing that, Tranvu immediately asked, "Which alien?" BB said again, "They could not adapt to the toxic gas environment on Earth. When they came to Earth, they hid underground." Tranvu couldn't help but say angrily, "So the aliens hid underground, the Earthlings hid under the moon, and then let you robots fight. It's really warm." After that, Tranvu patted BB's shoulder and urged, "Well, let's go to the mandatory area on the moon, I'm in a hurry." BB immediately pointed to the lander in the distance, and said, "Mr. Human, our spaceship is over there, let's get on the spaceship." A spaceship is a vehicle similar to a jet fighter, but is very large in size, has a rough shape, has no aesthetic appeal, but is rich in technology. After Tranvu boarded the spacecraft, BB quickly took off and flew straight to the moon. At this time, Tranvu sat in the ship compartment, thinking to himself, "It's best to get a little more necessary information before going to the moon." Tranvu immediately asked BB, "Hey BB, how many people are living in the compulsory area now?" BB immediately replied, "Sorry, I don't know, robots are not allowed in the mandatory area." Hearing that, Tranvu couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. "So the people on the moon are very strong?" BB shook his head again. "I have never seen anyone other than you, we only learned through documents." Seeing that BB didn't know anything he asked, Tranvu couldn't help but sigh. "Why don't you know anything?" After that, Tran Vu asked again, so you definitely don't know the comprehensive human genetic testing kit? But BB suddenly nodded, I know this. Hearing that, Tran Vu was immediately excited. You know? Seeing this, BB quickly explained, in my database there is the name of this file, it is being stored in the required area. Tran Vu couldn't help but think, really in a mandatory area? But something is strange. Tran Vu asked again, storage? You mean humans haven't used it yet? BB immediately nodded, of course not, this thing was analyzed by an alien civilization. It is very likely to be a trap. If used indiscriminately, I am afraid it will pollute human genes. But just as Tran Vu was about to ask about auxiliary drugs, he suddenly felt danger approaching. At this time, a warship in the distance was targeting Tran Vu's landing ship and launched an attack first. Looking at the radar screen, BB immediately became alert, detecting that the enemy landing ship was locked. Look at the dense number of missiles on the radar, and the sirens ringing non-stop. BB quickly said, not good, it's the enemy's main warship, the number of these missiles is too much, it can't be avoided. BB quickly stood up and said to Tran Vu, human, please follow me. Next, BB immediately held Tran Vu's hand and ran, explaining at the same time, the enemy warship is chasing us, but we are still some distance away, and it will take 30 seconds for the 140 material destruction bombs they launched to arrive. Place. BB took Tran Vu to a special room and said, sir, I will definitely not let you die. BB quickly entered the password, opened the door and said, let's drive the armor and leave here. Gray gas gushed out, and a glowing rectangular machine dimly appeared. The smooth surface, the cold metal, the delicate drive shaft, are absolutely no different from a complete machine. Before Tran Vu could look closely, BB patted his shoulder and said, let's go. In the blink of an eye, BB brought Tran Vu to the cockpit door. Sir, please come in quickly. Before waiting for Tran Vu to speak, BB grabbed him and threw him inside. As soon as V entered the cockpit, Tran Vu immediately panicked. But I don't know how to drive. As soon as he finished speaking, BB's voice echoed from the compartment door. BB quickly turned around, sat on Tran Vu's lap and said, I'm driving. Even though we are reserves, we can still do it. Tran Vu felt the pressure on his thigh and suddenly showed an embarrassed expression. BB wiggled his body a bit and said, sir, please put away the hilt of the knife. Seeing that time was running out, BB quickly said, sir, no more time. 30 seconds later, the missile was aimed at the launch pad. A fierce explosion rang out, the missile hit the launch pad. The machine controlled by BB also quickly flew out of the launch pad at this important moment. Tran Vu and BB fell forward at the same time. Tran Vu fell on top of BB. At this time, the machine suddenly sounded a reminder. Activate the autopilot mode, ahead to area B5, will you land? Tran Vu looked out the window and saw several figures standing on the moon. He asked in surprise, who is below? Those silhouettes were BB-like robots, clearly the opposing team from the Tat Vu area. The girl took Tran Vu to escape to the moon, but was still chased. Immediately after Tran Vu and BB drove the machine away from the launch pad, artillery shells from enemy warships continuously bombarded. Tran Vu looked at the announcement. Did he land in area B5? In the cockpit, he hesitated. After pressing landing, it says stabilizer is broken, should I continue landing? Appear. Tran Vu angrily clicked yes. It's just a vibration, how much can it vibrate? Immediately afterwards, the entire machine began to shake violently, hot air gushing out from the back. The machine body fell heavily, the shock force caused Tran Vu to fall on top of BB. The machine shook violently. BB was crushed by the hilt of the knife and immediately blushed. Sir, what are you doing? Tran Vu was pressed on BB's thigh. Both shook. He stammered, I don't want either, I can't control it. We're about to land at B5, hurry up, it's so shaking, I'm about to go numb. After several minutes of continuous shaking, the machine finally landed in area B5. After the launch pad stopped, dozens of BB-like robots surrounded them, chanting in unison, welcome, human. System reminder, respected plus 7800. The engine compartment door quickly opened, white smoke emitted. Tran Vu panted, lying on BB's body. BB worriedly asked, Sir, are you okay? As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu stood up and smiled cunningly. I'm very healthy. The robots below immediately started whispering. After Tran Vu got off the machine, the commander immediately greeted, Tat Vu Area Commander CF, hello sir. For the glory of humanity. Tran Vu thought to himself, Tat Tan hasn't arrived yet, the resurrection medicine and human genome aren't there yet. Tran Vu immediately asked, when will the full attack come? BB explains, The fifth area is very private and will not be chased by the enemy for the time being. The commander said next it will be our Tat Vu area escorting the man back to Tat Tun. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant light appeared, covering the entire launch pad. Everyone stared as the launch pad turned into dust in the light. The enemy ship not far from the ground continued to fire artillery at the ground. The robots could not react in time to the bombardment of enemy ships and were destroyed in large numbers. The commander shouted loudly, "Fifth area, all troops attack, cover the retreat of the human." The injured robots tried to stand up, chanting, "For the glory of humanity." At this time, the enemy ship overhead suddenly opened its compartment door, and countless robots quickly landed. In the blink of an eye, the robots landed in front of everyone, surrounding Tran Vu. Seeing that he was surrounded, BB without hesitation said, "I will stop them, you run quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, BB immediately pulled the sword out of his body. BB quickly attacks, destroying a large number of robots. After easily dealing with these robots, BB turned around and said contemptuously, "They are just low-level robots." But at this moment, a giant robot as tall as the machine raised its great sword and slashed at BB. BB was not afraid at all, moving his steps, holding swords in both hands, rushing towards the giant robot. The sound of tearing the wind rang out, both of them brandishing the weapons in their hands at the same time. After landing on the ground, both stopped. It was clear that this match had been won or lost. BB suddenly fell to her knees, kneeling on the ground, blood spurting from her body. She said, "Sir, run quickly. I'm just a robot, it's okay. Otherwise you will be injured." But Tran Vu ran towards the machine, shouting as he ran, "Idiot, stay there! Don't always talk like you're less than human." After entering the cockpit, Tran Vu immediately rubbed his hands. "It's a dead end, understand? People can survive until today because they risk their lives." The giant robot didn't give Tran Vu any chance, swinging its great sword and slashing at the machine. Tran Vu discovered that he could not control the machine, so he panicked. BB also drove like that, why didn't he move? After struggling for a while, Tran Vu finally controlled the machine to avoid that terrible attack. The machine quickly turned around, threw a powerful punch, and smashed the giant robot's head. This reckless maneuver surprised the robots. The commander of Area B5 immediately shouted, "Sir, since you risk your life so much, we cannot lose. Hetty! For the glory of humanity." BB took out a bottle of medicine from inside, took a sip and said, "I can't involve you, sir." Seeing this, Tran Vu quickly stopped. "BB, I will definitely find a way to save you, don't do anything foolish." BB immediately turned back to look at Tran Vu, smiled and said, "It's late." Immediately after that, the wound on BB's body quickly healed, and in the blink of an eye, it was back to normal. Tran Vu was surprised. "Already cured so quickly? What medicine are you taking?" BB explains, "This is TDC medicine, which can heal serious wounds. As long as it doesn't die completely, it can be completely cured." Looking at the bottle of medicine in BB's hand, Tran Vu was excited. "Isn't this a revival medicine? But not in Area B? Where did you get it?" BB explained again, "The revival medicine is in Area B, but each commander also has it, because it was originally researched for us robots." Tran Vu took the medicine bottle and thought to himself, "What? What I've always been looking for is so close to me. Then we can't leave this place behind." Tran Vu quickly said, "Okay, let's leave here quickly." BB was a bit surprised, but B5 is about to win. Tran Vu seriously said, "Wherever we go, the enemy will chase us there. Don't you find it strange? I suspect there are insiders among you." The man lies on the robot's lap again at night, and also made excessive demands of her. Immediately after discovering that there was an insider among the robots, Tran Vu took BB out of Area B5, to a hiding place. BB spoke first, "How to find the traitor? We robots were created to protect humanity, so why would we betray?" Tran Vu, while grilling fish, speculated, "Maybe it's due to a program error. Maybe it's because the sense of self-control is too strong, who knows?" After grilling the fish, Tran Vu said again, "Why are you looking for a traitor? I just want to go home." At this time, Tran Vu suddenly had an idea and looked towards BB. Tran Vu asked, "Do you want to go home with me?" BB immediately panicked, but robots are not allowed to enter human-restricted areas. Tran Vu shook his head. "It's not a restricted area, but a place where other people gather. There are no such rules. You can stay at my house, my mother cooks very well. Although my sister often nags, she only nags me. Are you going?" Tran Vu took out a chip toy and gave it to BB. Tran Vu smiled and said, "I want to sleep. I have to listen to the sound of this chicken to sleep. Can you squeeze it for me?" BB immediately did as Tranvu said, continuously squeezing the toy, making noises. Reminder system. Disturbed by noise, sleep is reduced 48. Amid the noise of the squeezy toy, Tranvu quickly fell asleep. Looking at Tranvu sleeping soundly, BB suddenly smiled. Up until now, the fate of our robots has only been one: to protect humanity, to die in battle, to kill. Even though I can't go with you, I still thank you for giving me a second choice. Time passed very quickly. Tranvu and BB drove the machine back to Earth. Looking at the gate when Tranvu arrived, BB asked, "Is your family here?" Tranvu nodded, "Yes, what's wrong?" "I'm going now, I'll see you again." At this time, BB suddenly stood in front of Tranvu. "No, you can't come any closer, that's a new alien spaceship." Hearing that, Tranvu was stunned. "What did you say? Is it an alien spaceship? But where are there any alien creatures inside?" Tranvu began to think, are all the aliens dead? That's not right, he's probably still alive. The server controlling the robots attacking us continues to send signals. Tranvu immediately grabbed BB's shoulder and said excitedly, "Where is the server? Take me there to see." BB is a bit shy, in the old ship, 10,000 meters below this ship. BB quickly took Tranvu deep inside the ship, but the path was blocked by a dense electric grid. Tranvu immediately said, "We humans are not afraid of electric shock." I went inside and turned off the power grid. Tranvu stepped into the electrical grid, a hissing sound rang out, and he was electrocuted. Seeing this, Luke immediately exclaimed in horror, "Great man! Notification system, injured, snack speed plus 50%, snack electricity resistance plus 24%. Tranvu immediately made a disdainful face and turned around to comfort him. Warm-up is complete. Next, Tranvu burst out with momentum, stomped his foot on the ground, and ran like he was flying through the tunnel. Thanks to the organization's reaction force, Tranvu used a powerful aura to break the power grid. Soon, Tranvu found the main switch of the power grid and turned it off. After that, Tranvu turned around and shouted, "The power grid is turned off, you can get over here." When Tranvu continued to go deeper inside, he discovered there was nothing inside. He couldn't help but think, could it be that the plan didn't work? Not long after, Tranvu discovered a figure in the distance. He was surprised. "Why me? Why are you here?" Origin Robot, the supreme commander of the robot team, suddenly laughed. "Hello, humans." At this time, BB reacted. She couldn't help but say in surprise, "Impossible. You are a fake. Commander Origin is at the Lunar Space Station." But Koyingwin laughed loudly. "BB, you are an excellent fusion commander, you must learn to accept reality. Whether I'm here or I'm at the Lunar Space Station, it's all me." As soon as he finished speaking, BB immediately pulled out the sword from his body. Then, in the blink of an eye, she put her sword to Koyingwen's neck and asked, "Why did you betray Commander Koyingwen?" Koyingwen laughed coldly again. "Betrayal? Who said I betrayed? My creator is the creature you call an alien." Hearing that, BB was immediately frightened. "What? What did you do to humans on the moon?" Koyingwen suddenly pushed the sword away from him and smiled coldly. "Just like my creators, I have all finished with them." Hearing that, BB's body immediately began to tremble violently. "So what does the mutual slaughter between us and those robots mean?" Tranvu immediately guessed the reason. "So you were afraid that humans would take away your supreme position among robots, so you hastily eliminated me." Koyingwen smiled coldly. "I have been planning for a long time, about to destroy disobedient robots and become the ruler of this world. How can I let you enjoy the final result?" At this moment, Koyingwen's body burst out with strong fluctuations in energy, and at the same time coldly said, "I don't care where you come from, you must die." Hearing that, Tranvu immediately tightened his grip on the weapon in his hand, quickly bursting out of his body and coldly said, "Traitor, just try it." But before he could finish speaking, a sharp sword pierced Tranvu's body. Tranvu turned his head and discovered that the murderer was BB. He couldn't help but be surprised. "BB, why?" Koyingwen in the distance immediately showed a proud look and laughed. BB didn't stop. She quickly pulled out her sword, continued stabbing at Tranvu, and said, "Sorry." Surprisingly, the BB robot betrayed him at a critical moment, and became Tranvu's weapon. Recently, when Tranvu approached Koyingwen, he was stabbed from behind by BB. After stabbing Tranvu, BB suddenly held his head and said, "Sorry, I couldn't control myself." Hearing that, Tranvu was immediately stunned. "What did you say?" Koyingwen, who was next to him, smiled coldly. "I'm in control. If I want to be the ruler, how can I not be wary of robots? At such a close distance, I can completely control all of BB's actions." Under Origin's control, BB suddenly pulled out his sword. BB immediately said in horror, "Sir, run away." However, Koi Nguyen had prepared in advance. He closed the door, blocking Tran Vu's retreat. Koi Nguyen controlled BB and smiled coldly. "He considers humans to be gods, so I will let him kill his gods himself." As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu immediately stepped on the ground and rushed towards Koi Nguyen. But Koi Nguyen reacted very quickly. When Tran Vu swung his sword down, he flashed and dodged behind Tran Vu. Tran Vu immediately turned around and kicked back, but Koi Nguyen controlled BB to block in front of him. Tran Vu immediately turned around and quickly backed away, creating distance from the opponent. Koi Nguyen immediately laughed. "Do you think it's speed? This is a space-breaking teleportation. I can bring out 200% of her strength. As long as you want to hit me, she will become my shield. If you want to leave here, you have to kill her first. What are you going to do?" But Tran Vu put his weapon away, slowly walked towards BB, and firmly said, "I choose to trust you. BB, take back control of your body. You are the owner of your body." BB heard that and immediately panicked. "Sir, don't come closer, you'll get hurt." But Tran Vu waved his hand. "If you don't want me to get hurt, take back control of your body." Hearing that, BB said loudly, "I can't do it, sir, please kill me, I can't bear to harm you." But Tran Vu walked straight in front of BB and firmly said, "BB, don't give up, you can do it." Koi Nguyen immediately ordered, "Get yourself into the net, BB, take action." At this moment, BB immediately let out a painful cry, I don't want it." At this moment, there was a clicking sound, and the invisible rope binding BB's body immediately broke. Next, BB quickly turned around, held the sword and said, "I won't let you get what you want." But Koi Nguyen laughed coldly, "You're a bad student. Once this is over, I will erase this false memory of yours." Finally, Koi Nguyen smiled sinisterly and began to increase control over BB. BB's body was bound by the rope again, and at the same time, Origin's cold laughter came. "Because you are so naive, I will turn you into an emotionless sword." In the blink of an eye, BB lost control of his body again. After completely controlling BB, Koi Nguyen laughed. "BB, now go kill him for me." Seeing that, Tran Vu immediately pulled out his weapon and said cautiously, "This teleportation skill is a bit difficult to deal with." As soon as she finished speaking, a red light suddenly flashed in BB's eyes. She used teleportation again and disappeared immediately. Tran Vu can only rely on his strong physique to cope. After fending off a few attacks, Tran Vu loudly called out, "BB, wake up!" But BB did not react and used teleportation again. Tran Vu immediately thought to himself, where did she run to? The next second, BB suddenly appeared behind him. The sword quickly slashed down. Along with the flying tomato sauce, a deep wound appeared on Tran Vu's back. Seeing that Tran Vu was injured by him again, BB immediately regained his composure. "How could I hurt an adult again? Unforgivable." Tran Vu slowly closed his eyes. In the moment he closed his eyes, there was only 0 left in his eyes. He slowly pulled out the sword. A voice seemed to resonate from the depths of his soul, spreading throughout his body. Between him and this hot main circuit board there seemed to be a connection that went beyond the physical. The next second, Tran Vu disappeared, appearing right in front of Koi Nguyen. He stabbed the sword hard into Koi Nguyen's body. The sword passed through, cutting him in half. But Koi Nguyen let out a cold laugh, leaving the last sentence, "Human, I wait for you at the lunar space station." Surprisingly, this guy drank poison to break through. Recently, after using the weapon transformed from BB, Tran Vu killed the final boss Koi Nguyen in the blink of an eye. But Koi Nguyen said he would wait for Tran Vu at the lunar space station. Hearing Koi Nguyen's threat, Tran Vu laughed coldly. "Just wait, whether it's you or the robots left by the aliens, next time we meet again, I won't forgive anyone." But Koi Nguyen coldly said, "If you are still alive?" Tran Vu immediately got angry. "You bastard, don't die so easily." At this moment, a drop of water fell from the ceiling, interrupting Tran Vu. Next, Tran Vu's nose began to bleed and smoke rose. Before BB recovered his body, "I borrowed this sword for temporary use. 2 vials of revival medicine, just enough for each person to give Kai and Bat Hong Dao 1 vial." Thinking of this, Tran Vu suddenly smiled sinisterly. As for the Bat Hong family, it seems that he can extort them for a sum of money. Afterwards, Tran Vu arrived at the Bat Hong family's house. He couldn't help but be surprised. Oh my god, that family is indeed rich, even richer than the Ma family. Under the guidance of the maid, Tran Vu couldn't help but silently admire. This is just a villa in the suburbs, so how grand will the main house be? After Tran Vu entered the room, Bat Hong Chan spoke first. "You're here, Are you saying there's a way to save my daughter? Tran Vu immediately admitted, and began to bargain with Bat Hong Chan. As soon as Bat Hong Chan paid the price, Tran Vu immediately increased the price, and the price was immediately pushed up by Tran Vu to 11 million. Bat Hong Chan immediately became angry. I have never seen anyone bargain like you. But Tran Vu said proudly, haven't you seen it now? Just a reminder, good goods are not afraid of failure. Your daughter's life is the hope of the Bat Hong family. Thinking for a while, Bat Hong Chan had to suppress his expression of wanting to strangle Tran Vu and nodded in agreement. After giving the bottle of soul possession medicine to Bat Hong Chan, Tran Vu said, just inject this bottle of soul possession medicine into Bat Hong Dao's body. Do you need me to go with you to see the effectiveness of Bat Hong Dao's medicine? After hearing the girl's report, Ma Gon couldn't help but frown. You said you saw Tran Vu coming out of the Bat Hong family's house, and he looked very happy? Ma Gon immediately frowned and speculated. Looks like he got something good, that's interesting. After returning home, Tran Vu felt a headache again. Bat Hong Dao was in the capital, could not see the effectiveness of the soul-invading medicine, and did not dare to use that bottle of poison arbitrarily. What to do now? However, at this moment, Tran Vu suddenly discovered an invitation to Lola Mountain. Tran Vu immediately came up with an idea. Okay, I can participate in the Lola Mountain Will Challenge. It's in the capital. To deal with the next situation, Tran Vu immediately opened a can of toxic liquid and gulped it down. He must quickly raise his stamina level. After drinking the can of toxic liquid, the system continuously sounded a notification that his stamina had increased. Tran Vu was also surprised by the sudden surge of energy, causing him to groan. Not long after, the system notification ended, and Tran Vu's stamina level also skyrocketed to level 1.5. But when he looked in the mirror, he was stunned and discovered that he had turned into a black man. After his life was over, on the way to the capital he was bleached again. Just now, to reach the capital, Tran Vu went straight north, to the Citadel Gate. At this time, the tour guide of the group suddenly shouted loudly, those who have not yet boarded the bus to go to the capital, hurry up. Time's up. The person in charge of admissions immediately recognized Tran Vu. He smiled and greeted, Tran Vu, I haven't seen you for a few days, why are you so dark? Tran Vu thought to himself, I drank too much toxic liquid yesterday, leveled up too quickly, the foundation is not stable. Even though I slept for a while, I still haven't recovered, just a little wider. After speaking, Tran Vu immediately said, I asked, a bus ticket for this trip is at least 50,000. The person in charge of admission was also surprised. Is it that expensive? It's been 5 months of my salary. Luckily it was paid. After that, Tran Vu said again, this convoy is so expensive because the guard is a level 6 martial artist. The female recruit next to her immediately exclaimed, with a level 6 martial artist protecting her, this car is definitely safe. The person in charge of admission immediately nodded. This car is full of poinsettias this year, of course it must be safe. After getting in the car, Tran Vu discovered that most of the seats were occupied. Only the back row was empty. Sitting at the back of the car, pouring wine for himself was Don De, Hak Tan's poinsettia. Tran Vu came next to Don De and said, sorry, make room. But Don De said, you can sit, do you have peanuts? Tran Vu felt a little helpless. No. After that, Tran Vu immediately took out a box of medicine that cannot be mixed with alcohol. I have this, do you want it? Don De immediately replied, okay. After that, Don De immediately said, let me introduce myself. My name is Don De, from Hak Tan. Tran Vu immediately asked, Hak Tan? Isn't it already lost? Don De nodded, that's right, it's gone, destroyed by the beast tide. But I, a genuine Hak Tan person, am still alive. The person in charge of admission next to him immediately said, he took the university entrance exam in Taichao, actually a candidate for Taichao, just because he was poor, the Taichao education department did not reward him. But Don De didn't care. What do you understand? Born in Hak Tan, raised in Hak Tan, no matter where I go, I'm from Hak Tan. Money lost can be earned again, but conscience is lost. Before he finished speaking, Tran Vu interrupted, you can earn more. Hearing that, Don De was stunned. He felt that Tran Vu was right. After that, Tran Vu immediately introduced himself. I am Tran Vu, Tan then status quo. Hearing that, Don Da's eyes immediately changed and quickly stared at Tran Vu. Next, Don Da immediately grabbed Tran Vu and said loudly, are you Tan then people playing tricks to change the direction of the beast tide? The beast tide was originally directed towards Tan then, but suddenly turned towards Hak Tan. This has never happened in history. Tran Vu immediately explained. At that time, I was still on the wall preparing to risk my life. The beast tide suddenly changed direction. We did not understand what happened. Hearing that, Donda immediately let go of Tran Vu and asked, "Don't you know?" After that, Donda immediately raised his hand to the sky, determined, "I will definitely investigate the reason why the beast tide changed direction, avenge the dead, avenge my parents." Soon, night fell, and the person in charge announced, "Students should rest early, they have to leave tomorrow morning." The high-ranking martial artists in the convoy all stood guard next to the armored vehicle, and began to rest. But in a dark place not far away, suddenly a shadow passed by. The high-ranking martial artist on guard had not yet had time to react, and was killed on the spot. After killing a martial artist, that figure did not stop and quickly continued to act. Then that figure jumped onto the armored vehicle, making a rumbling sound. Tran Vu, sitting in the car, immediately became alert. "We're in trouble." Donda also chimed in. "It's really a big problem. I don't even have my life, how can I survive?" But immediately after that, the armored vehicle shook violently. Donda suddenly hit his head on the chair. At this time, the poinsettias in the car began to panic. What happened? Where is the martial artist protecting us? Isn't it absolutely safe? The person in charge of admission saw this and shouted loudly, "Everyone, calm down, there is a level 6 martial artist here, it will be okay." But right after that, a giant iron hook suddenly pierced the vehicle's undercarriage, pulling the armored vehicle up. Feeling that the car was quickly flying up, Tran Vu's face immediately became serious. "Looks like it's not a ferocious beast." A giant helicopter was pulling an armored vehicle carrying people away quickly. The red-haired man on the helicopter adjusted the machine gun and said, "After killing these geniuses, people will again fall into despair about the future of humanity." The guy just casually said he was a vibrating motor, and was taken into the room by the flight attendant. Recently, after the car of Tran Vu and the others was stopped, they were quickly taken to an abandoned house on the outskirts of the capital. The person in charge of admission quickly reassured, "According to statistics, 90% of robberies are for money. Don't be afraid, everyone, stay calm like me, don't embarrass Can Die." But the masked leader laughed coldly. "Who needs your money?" The person in charge of admission heard that and immediately panicked. "They are all poinsettias this year. How much money do you want? Can Die will provide it all." "Don't you guys make videos for money?" But the masked man smiled and said, "The video is a trailer for your performance tomorrow. Aren't these poinsettias the hope of humanity? Killing humanity's hope must be very interesting." Ha ha ha! At this time, the person in charge of admission suddenly shouted, "Why? They are still children." After taking off his mask, the leader coldly said, "Because we are the Avengers of Education." At the same time, the high-level martial artists escorting the convoy were silently watching the live stream. Looking at the person in charge of recruiting being tied up, the leader of the group of dancers immediately became angry. Absolutely cannot let them do anything wrong. After slapping the admissions officer, the clown said, "You have 6 hours left to find us, but that's impossible." Ha ha ha! At this moment, the leader of the group of dancers immediately slammed the phone on the ground, angry. "How dare you arrest someone in front of me? Even if we have to level this area, we must find them, and we must kill them." At this time, Tran Vu and other poinsettias also fell into a critical situation. After a moment of thinking, a female student suddenly exploded with anger. "Guys, after all, we are the status quo of each region. How can we be easily bullied? I'd rather die than surrender." As soon as he finished speaking, the red-haired man grabbed the girl and injected an unknown liquid into her body. After the girl fell, the red-haired man laughed loudly. "This is a paralysis medicine, don't use your energy within a day." Soon, everyone was injected with paralysis. But Tran Vu, thanks to the ancestral pearl, was not affected at all. Seeing that Donda was a bit panicked, Tran Vu immediately became confident. "I was called a vibrator in Tannan. I don't believe that there are so many robbers without women." At this moment, a whip suddenly flashed from afar and hit the ground hard, interrupting their conversation. Then, a shrill voice rang out, coming in front of Tran Vu, "Shut up! If you dare to speak so boldly, let me teach you a lesson." After that, the girl immediately pulled Tran Vu into a small room next door. Seeing this, Tran Vu immediately asked, "You rotten woman, what do you want to do?" After entering the room, the girl immediately said, "Just obediently listen to me." After that, she waved the whip in her hand again, satisfied. "If not, you will bring on suffering." Next, the girl took off her mask, sat on Tran Vu, and said, "The engine vibrates, let's start." After that, the girl's screams continuously rang out in the room. The robbers outside heard this and were surprised. it started so quickly? So hot. But at this time, the girl was tied up tightly by Tranvu. Her cry is to call for help. Tranvu was running and thinking, alcohol harms the body. The words of the ancients are indeed correct. But at this moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from afar, intending to stop Tranvu. That figure exploded with level 1.5 strength and coldly said to Tranvu, even a small level 1.5 guy dares to run. As soon as he finished speaking, Tranvu suddenly teleported, appeared in front of him, and punched him straight in the face. This punch was so powerful, he immediately fell to the ground and fainted. Tranvu quickly ran away. At the same time, the group of martial artists, after a large area search, encountered difficulties, reporting, not knowing what method they used, leaving no clues. Unless there is a guide, it is very difficult to find them. The leader of the group of dancers immediately became angry. It's been 2 hours and that's all you guys can say? Who leads the way? Robbery or kidnapped student? Is it possible? But at this moment, a cry for help rang out in the forest not far away, interrupting their argument. Tranvu, thanks to his handsome stepson, successfully escaped the robbers. After finding the convoy's martial artists, Tranvu immediately led them to where the robbers were. Tranvu ran and said there are about 100 people who avenged our kidnappers, 1 at 5 levels, 2 at 4 levels, and the rest are all below 2 levels. There are so many of them, are you afraid? The martial artist captain heard this and immediately became angry. I am a level 6 martial artist, are you afraid of them? Tranvu immediately said, so can you speed up a little? Look, it's so slow, if it doesn't work, we can crawl away. The martial artist captain was immediately upset. Isn't it because of your attitude? Tranvu immediately looked serious. Then the fast runners go first, no need to wait for the slow runners. I'm afraid the other party can't stand it. The martial artist captain heard this, and was immediately angry. Falling behind is very dangerous. There are many wild animals here. Seeing Tranvu's perseverance, the martial artist captain was immediately moved, so touched, in order to save his classmates, he volunteered to be left behind. At this moment, the martial artist's captain suddenly burst out of strength and ordered, everyone accelerate forward. We will not abandon you. As soon as he finished speaking, the martial artists quickly chased after him, surpassing Tranvu. The 2 dancers ran and said, before, I quite hated that kid, but now I admire him. That's right, with this spirit alone, he is worthy of being a poinsettia. Just as the 2 were talking, Tranvu suddenly appeared behind them and interrupted. Are you 2 talking about us? Seeing the 2 people's surprise, Tranvu immediately looked proud. You 2 are wrong, I became a poinsettia mainly because of my too strong strength. The 2 people with the fighting power of level 3 martial artists, hearing that, immediately gave a thumbs up. Sure enough, level 1 martial artists can keep up with our speed. Soon, everyone approached the abandoned house. Tranvu immediately said, they are detained in the middle building. Seeing that the martial artist captain was silent, Tranvu said again, there are too many other buildings around, it's difficult to find, what should we do now? The martial artist captain immediately rubbed his hands and said, just leave it to me. As soon as he finished speaking, streams of fiery energy enveloped the martial artist captain's hands, and he punched the ground hard. At this moment, his vigor had reached its limit. Under the impact of the seismic martial technique, the surrounding ground immediately shook violently. In the blink of an eye, the surrounding ground cracked and trees fell. Inside the abandoned house, there was a continuous rumbling sound, shaking the whole world. Except for the building that held the poinsettias, other abandoned buildings were all flattened. Seeing this scene, Tranvu couldn't help but be surprised. Is this the power of lawlessness? Such a strong movement naturally caused a commotion among the bandits under the camp, who kept running out of the building. The martial artists immediately pointed their weapons at the bandits. Seeing the bandits obediently raise their hands to surrender, the martial artist leader sneered, is it difficult to defeat 4 with 1 hand? This is not very difficult. Tranvu couldn't help but feel emotional. Who would have thought that earthquakes could also be artificial? It's obvious that his ability is too powerful. Soon, all of Kindai's valedictorians, as well as the person in charge of admissions, were rescued by the rescue team. The valedictorians kept thanking them, and the rescue team's martial artist said, we should thank Tranvu. If it weren't for you risking your life to find us, we wouldn't have found you so easily. As soon as he said it, Donda was immediately happy. You really said you could do it, you came to save me. But how did you escape? Having said this, Donda suddenly clapped his hands and said, I know, relying only on the silver spear, just like True Van. On Truong Ban Fa, an earth-shattering battle, in concussion mode, transformed 9,981 moves, pen to paper, unparalleled bravery, killing the enemy army on Truong Ban Pha, leaving no armor left. Just as Donda was excitedly analyzing, there was suddenly a rumbling sound in the air. Looking at the helicopter taking off, Tran Vu couldn't help but cry out, "Not good, their leader wants to run away." Tiu Su Nam, the weapon wielder, looked down at the ground and said coldly, "Tran Vu, you dare to ruin my good deeds, I remember that well." The martial artist leader immediately burst out with true energy, then quickly reached out towards the helicopter. Immediately, a spear rose from the ground, piercing the helicopter that was about to flee. The punctured helicopter immediately exploded and broke into pieces. Seeing this scene, Tran Vu couldn't help but be surprised. Is it so easy for martial artists to use weapons? After that, Tran Vu turned around and asked, "So when we were attacked at dawn, why didn't you protect us?" The martial artist leader immediately turned around and covered it up. "The story is like this. My lover is pregnant, he drugged me." The man wanted to wake up the comatose Bat Hong Dao and intended to proactively reveal his scar. After the kidnapping was resolved, Tran Vu and everyone continued their journey to the capital. Fortunately, the journey that followed was not dangerous and everyone safely arrived at the capital. Although the capital has never been attacked by a beast tide, it is also the only city in the world recognized as having the ability to resist a beast tide. Under the guidance of the admissions director, everyone quickly arrived at Jingqing University. Seeing everyone's surprised faces, the person in charge said proudly, "How's it going? This is where you will live in the future." Tran Vu's attention was focused on the beautiful female students approaching. He couldn't help but secretly exclaim, "Both beauty and figure are top-notch. Everyone is wonderful." At this time, Bin Lin suddenly spoke up, unable to protect the safety of passengers. "It's a shame for everyone's trust in our company. Everyone's bus tickets will be free, and then there will be official compensation from the company." The person in charge waved his hand again. "There is no need to waive the bus ticket." As soon as he said that, Donda immediately went to the person in charge and said, "It's because the school bus ticket will be paid for. You don't need it anymore? Then let's take this money as a reunion gift for the senior 6th grade class." As soon as he finished speaking, the person in charge immediately grabbed Donda and said angrily, "You know, the biggest regret in my life is recruiting you." After that, the person in charge loudly announced, "Everyone rest well today. Tomorrow we will go to La Lap Mountain." Hearing that, everyone immediately became excited. Finally reaching the legendary Holy Land, just entering there can be blessed and strengthen true energy. Hearing that, Tran Vu couldn't help but think, strengthening true energy? Then I can't go anymore. Early the next morning, the person in charge of admissions stood at the entrance to La Lap Sun's strange place, angrily shouted into the phone, "Tran Vu, La Lap Sun's strange place is about to open, the only thing left is you, get out of here quickly." But Tran Vu directly refused, "Not interesting, I'm busy, goodbye." After that, Tran Vu immediately went to the capital's general hospital. He couldn't help but think, "Bat Hong Dao, I'm here. I don't know if the revival medicine is still effective." Arriving at the hospital, Tran Vu immediately found Bat Hong Dao's attending physician and quickly asked, "Please tell me about the previous drug use." Bat Hong Chin had already prepared and said directly, "At first I did not agree to use drugs of unknown origin for the patient, but Mrs. Bat Hong insisted. In addition to the coercion of the Bat Hong homeowner, we still use medicine for Bat Hong Dao. But less than a minute after use, Mrs. Bat Huang's body's reaction immediately returned to normal. Even healthier than before, now she just hasn't regained consciousness. Her other functions are stable." Hearing that, Tran Vu was immediately satisfied. "Can I come in and see?" The doctor nodded, "Okay, but you need to wear protective clothing." Looking at Bat Hong Dao, who was unconscious, Tran Vu quickly asked, "When will he wake up?" The doctor looked awkward. It was difficult to say, after all, he was still in the recovery stage. After that, Tran Vu immediately approached Bat Hong Dao and said, "Then I won't be polite anymore. The prince's kiss wakes up the princess." Immediately, the doctor grabbed Tran Vu and angrily interrupted, "What are you doing? I advise you not to do that. I will report you to the police for sexual harassment." Then, the doctor said with a serious face, "If you want him to wake up quickly, you can talk to him more, stimulate his brain waves. It seems like he himself doesn't want to wake up." Hearing that, Tran Vu couldn't help but think, waking up and having to face a biased father, shouldering heavy family responsibilities, it's normal to not want to wake up. After that, Tran Vu said again, "Let me try. It's raining, your clothes are all wet. The clothes are transparent, I can see everything." Hearing that, Bat Hong Dao couldn't help but be stunned. Who is talking? After that, Tran Vu said, being teased but still not reacting? Bat Hong Dao said indifferently. I won't react whatever you say. Next, Tran Vu smiled evilly. Really? Oh my god, you're not even wearing underwear. As soon as he finished speaking, Bat Hong Dao immediately blushed and pulled the blanket to cover himself. At the same time, Bat Hong Dao lying on the hospital bed suddenly stood up, clutching the blanket tightly to his chest. At this moment, Tran Vu proudly said, Hurry up, he's awake. The doctor immediately glared, pervert. After that, Tran Vu was kicked out of the hospital by the doctor. He couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. It was clearly because of me that he woke up, but the doctor sent me away. He was definitely afraid that I would steal the credit for his medical treatment and measure the heart of a gentleman with the heart of a petty man. After that, Tran Vu immediately prepared to leave. Now that Bat Hong Dao is awake, as long as there are no major problems, he can send me medicine to revive him. The man had a hard time finding a bookstore selling weapons from the Black Clan, but was beaten to a pulp by a beautiful woman. Not long ago, after Tran Vu left Kintan General Hospital dissatisfied, he immediately found a nearby hotel to stay. Looking at the small card stuffed under the room door, Tran Vu couldn't help but be surprised. Truly worthy of the capital, the service is really thoughtful. Immediately, Tran Vu was excited. Bat Hong Dao is also awake, I can relax a bit and solve the problem from another aspect. After that, Tran Vu immediately took out his phone and called the number on the card. On the other end of the line, a female voice rang out, Welcome, this is the public servant, the girl you like is here. Tran Vu immediately said with anticipation, I'm a little special, I only like local girls in the capital, understand? The other end of the line immediately said there were many local girls. At this moment, Tran Vu immediately got excited. Since I'm a local girl, I will ask a few questions that only a local person can answer. Our capital city, the bustling black market, where is the luckiest? The girl on the other end of the line immediately smiled complacently. Who could this question be difficult for? Of course it was Dang Manhwa realm. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu immediately hung up the phone. The girl's face immediately darkened. Damn it, I was tricked. Half an hour later, Tran Vu arrived at the black market of Dang Manhwa Gyoi City. Here the lights are bright, the roads are wide, and in the flow of people, in addition to martial artists, there are also many ordinary people, extremely bustling. While Tran Vu was walking around, a girl with a hot body suddenly spoke up. Welcome, sir, do you want to buy illegal drugs or weapons? Here we have everything. But Tran Vu said with a serious face, I want a weapon that, after use, can make the user suddenly explode. As soon as she said that, the smile on the girl's face immediately disappeared. She coldly said, Are you here to make fun of me? Next, the girl immediately kicked Tran Vu to the ground, hitting and saying, Do you really want to explode? Now I will complete it for you. Tran Vu quickly explained, You misunderstood, I really want to buy things. After that, Tran Vu immediately hid in the corner, thinking, The battle with Bat Hong Dao made me deeply understand the importance of martial arts. Orthodox martial arts have no effect on me, on the contrary, they are counterproductive. But weapons with side effects as the main focus, even the largest black market in the capital does not have them. It is very difficult to find. At this time, the blonde boy passing by suddenly said, I saw in the library there is a book on immobilizing self-destruction. The introduction said it was for suppressing level 2 weapons. Even if it had some side effects, it was worth it. The other person immediately laughed. Don't think too much. That's the exercise method of our school's Professor Chan Thang-min. It's basically a failed product. The side effects are much more terrible than described above. Theory. The blonde boy still did not give up. You said it was Professor Chan. Did Professor Chan create the immobile self-destruction? The other person quickly nodded. It's that neurotic old man, who loves life and stays away from true intelligence. Hearing that, Tran Vu immediately looked at the Tsinghua University logo on the two people's hands. At this moment, Tran Vu was secretly excited. Great, this is the talent I am looking for. After a while of questioning, Tran Vu finally found Chan Thang-min's residence. Unexpectedly, his place was not only shabby, but also very old, dusty, with ruined furniture, no different from a pile of trash. Just as Tran Vu raised his hand to knock on the door, he heard a fierce argument coming from inside. Chan Thang-min, comrade, why did you have sex with him? You really disappoint me. Chan Thang-min replied. He took off all his clothes and lay there. What should I do? Can I restrain myself? Hearing that, Tran Vu immediately nodded. They've all taken off. Normal men can understand. But the man angrily scolded. Nonsense, can't you bear to take it all off? What you should do is perform an autopsy. The autopsy is your job. Hearing that, Tran Vu's face immediately changed. Damn it, You even played tricks with a corpse. Next, the man angrily scolded. I can't stand being here anymore. You are the worst autopsy officer I have ever seen. Hearing that, Tran Vu's expression on the outside immediately changed. Damn it, even corpses won't be spared. Okay, let's go home. At this moment, the middle-aged man suddenly pushed the door open and bumped into Tran Vu. After that, the middle-aged man looked at Tran Vu from top to bottom, snorted coldly and quickly left. Chan Thong-min saw Tran Vu and immediately asked, Who are you? Are you looking for me? Immediately, Tran Vu immediately hugged Chan Thong-min's leg and said, I am a student at Kindai School next door. The motionless suicide that you wrote has opened the door to a new world for me. I came to see him because of admiration. Hearing that, Chan Thong-min immediately grabbed Tran Vu's hand and said emotionally, Do you worship me? Having eyes to see, really having eyes to see. Next, Chan Thong-min immediately pulled Tran Vu inside. Come here, let me show you the newest weapon I created. This is a wisdom empowerment that can enhance the user's intelligence in a short time, but has a chance of causing brain signal disturbances, leading to body stiffness, with a 76% chance of paralysis, 24% chance of talking nonsense. How do you feel? Hearing that, Tran Vu immediately nodded excitedly. Truly a product of genius. He thought to himself, if used on me, it will probably reduce intelligence, 76% chance of increasing burst speed, 24% chance of faster burst speed. After that, Chan Thong-min immediately took out his complacent self-explosion scroll and said, Explode all the true energy in the body, transmitting true energy into the surrounding opponent's body, causing the opponent's gas sea to collapse. The process of true chi eruption cannot be stopped until the chi sea is exhausted. During use, it cannot be moved. After listening to Tran Vu, his eyes immediately lit up. This is a great move. He thought to himself, if you use it on your body, it will absorb the true energy of everyone around you. The person whose ocean of energy will be exhausted will be someone else. The process can be controlled. In the process of using the weapon, there will be consequences. Can move. This set of techniques for self-destruction and immobilization seems to have been created specifically for him. Level. Tran Vu clenched his fists, excited. This thinking is truly magical. Too frustrated. I want to learn. Hearing that, Chan Thong-min was immediately stunned. This is the weapon I like the most. They all say I'm mentally ill. Do you really want to learn it? Seeing Tran Vu's face nodding in admiration, Chan Thong-min couldn't help but reveal a touched expression. After that, he immediately put both martial arts books into Tran Vu's hands, saying he wanted to give them to him. After that, Chan Thong-min patted Tran Vu on the shoulder and sighed. What a pity, it would have been better if you were a Tan Hoa student. Tran Vu couldn't help but sigh when he received the martial arts skill. Yes, it would be good if he were an instructor at Kindai. After taking the medicine, the girl was so excited that she trembled, and her face turned red. Not long ago, with 20 days left until the enrollment period, Tran Vu arrived at school ahead of schedule and was assigned a single room in the dormitory. Although the house is not large, it has enough space for Tran Vu to practice. He is about to practice the immovable self-explosion martial art he learned from Professor Chan. 15 days from the first day of school, Tran Vu successfully cleared the acupuncture points on his body according to the secret book. As the chi circulated, a fierce fire suddenly flared up around Tran Vu. Martial arts that explode without moving can be considered learned. During this time, Tran Vu still persistently went to the hospital where Bat Hong Dao was lying every day to ask about her recovery. After a while of questioning, Bat Hong Dao said there was nothing strange. Tran Vu immediately asked with a serious face, So have your breasts gotten any bigger? Bat Hong Dao immediately blushed and was stunned. He had never asked this question before. The doctor next to him immediately scolded Tran Vu. I thought you came every day to really care about her, but you were truly a pervert. Although the doctor scolded him, Tran Vu still happily said, Bat Hong Dao recovered well, no problem. It seems we can proceed to the next step. 9 days from the first day of school, Tran Tu Van is cleaning the house. Then suddenly I received a phone call from Tran Vu. After catching the video, Tran Vu proudly said, Let me see this good thing. Right after that, the camera suddenly changed direction, stopping on a girl. Tran Tu Van immediately blushed and shouted, Bastard, are you playing cosplay games in broad daylight? Tran Vu immediately pulled out the camera and proudly said, Oh my, the focus is too close. I bought you and your mother an apartment in the capital, come here quickly. Hearing that, Tran Tu Van immediately exclaimed in surprise, What, are you mentally ill? 8 days before the first day of school, Tran Tu Van still took Tran Mao to the capital. Looking at the new apartment, both of them were surprised. How much money would it cost? Housing in the capital is famous for being expensive. But Tranvu smiled and said, Poinsettia is discounted, and it's safe. I feel more secure with the two of us here. Next, Tranvu said to Tran Mao, That's right, Mom, are you tired? I'm hungry. After Tran Mao went to cook, Tran Tu Ven suddenly said suspiciously, You're not normal, you're hiding something from us. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu immediately grabbed Tran Tu Van's hand and said in a low voice, Brother, come here for a moment. After that, Tran Vu quickly led Tran Tu Van into the small room. Tran Tu Van immediately said dissatisfiedly, What's wrong with you? What are you doing? But Tran Vu said seriously, Everyone knows that when people are excited, they can lose control of their emotions. To avoid him damaging expensive furniture in the house, you must prepare in advance. Hearing that, Tran Tu Van was immediately surprised. Tu Vu, what are you doing? You threatened me to death. Tran Vu seriously asked, Do you remember Bat Hong Dao, the person who fought with me in the university entrance exam? The doctor said she couldn't be saved anymore, but now she's cured. And what she used was this medicine tube in my hand. After that, Tran Vu immediately gave the medicine to Tran Tu Van. If God gives you another chance to become a martial artist again, will you agree? Tran Tu Van immediately took the medicine, his whole body trembling with excitement. Martial artist, my damaged Qi can be restored, I can become a martial artist again. Tran Tu Van immediately took the medicine and turned around and said, Thank you Tu Vu, I'm going to the practice room. 2 days before the first day of school, after Tran Tu Van was injected with foreign body TDC, his emptied air began to slowly recover. Looking at Tran Tu Van practicing, Tran Mao couldn't help but cry, You can become a martial artist again, it's really great. Time passed quickly, and on the day before school started, Tran Vu also received his class results. Imperial College is divided into ordinary classes and elite classes. The regular class has 30 people, equipped with a level 3 security officer. The elite class has 3 people, equipped with a level 4 security officer. Those who can enter the elite class are all local poinsettias. The regular class classification has ended, the elite class will be divided in 2 days. Tran Vu was assigned to Class 2, Major 250. The security advisor sent him a notice. The meeting place for Class 2 is the security tower. Tomorrow, bring your student ID card to the rooftop of the tower in the school to gather. At this time, Tran Vu's skin color had returned to normal. He thought to himself, My handsome appearance has returned. I hope the other 2 teammates are girls. I must make them fascinated. Tran Vu's newly formed group of 3 dared to take on a task with a super high level of learning. Not long ago, on the day of the golden pill, Tran Vu held a rose, whistled while walking towards the top floor of a Nin tower. He was a little excited. I've already researched. 2 of my teammates are both girls, hee. When he reached the 7th rooftop, Tran Vu immediately saw a beautiful figure waiting there. Tran Vu immediately got excited. In my experience, beautiful women are usually not ugly. Next, Tran Vu immediately ran in front of that figure with a rose and said, Hello, I am Tran Vu of grade 2, from now on we will be teammates. I hope you will receive this bouquet of flowers. But that figure suddenly said, Thank you, Vu brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu shivered and quickly backed away. Donda, dressed in women's clothing, smiled cunningly and said, As soon as I heard that you hoped your teammate would be a girl, I immediately thought of this wonderful plan. Surprise, surprise? Tran Vu couldn't help but faint. Will the rest of his teammates be different from you? Donda immediately shook his head, pointed and said, No, she's really a girl, she's over there. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu quickly raised his head and looked in the direction Donda was pointing. Seeing the cute little figure coming, Tran Vu couldn't help but exclaim, Great! As soon as he finished speaking, a slap was immediately imprinted on Tran Vu's face, knocking him out. After that, Bat Hong Dao immediately patted his chest and apologized. Sorry. His hand suddenly moved. When Tran Vu saw clearly that the person was Bat Hong Dao, he immediately looked surprised. Why, it was you, why didn't you say it first? Donda next to him immediately said dissatisfiedly, You two stop staring at each other, it feels disgusting. After that, Donda patted Tran Vu on the shoulder and introduced, Let me introduce to you two, this is Truong Thiet, our class's security officer. Looking at Truong Thiet sitting on the ground with an expression that life was worse than death, Tran Vu asked incredulously, What's wrong with him? Donda immediately explained, Because we all entered through the main door. As a tradition of Citadel University, every year security staff will test new students. Our security staff deliberately set the gathering place on the ground floor. then used a large lock to lock the door, wanting us to climb the wall to get in. After that, he installed many traps on the outer wall, waiting for us to climb up and touch them, causing an explosion. But I directly broke the main door lock and leisurely went to the 7th ground floor. After hearing the explanation, Tranvu immediately said dissatisfiedly, "It's over, our security staff doesn't seem very smart, can they be trusted?" Hearing that, Chuang Thiet immediately stood up, his dejected expression disappeared, and said seriously, "I am a level 4 martial artist of the 10 great sects, true energy level 4.2, iron martial arts skills, protecting your safety is." Tranvu and Donde immediately said, "Thiet brother is really cool, he is really my brother. Today class 2 is established, let's find somewhere to celebrate, and exchange feelings." But Chuang Thiet refused. "No, your credits are now all 0. Hearing that, the 3 people were stunned. What credits? Is the study very important? Chuang Thiet immediately sighed dissatisfiedly. The capital implemented a special course system. Borrowing books requires studying, exchanging props requires studying, buying weapons and equipment, even participating in a teacher's course requires studying. Without studying, you can't do anything at school. Tranvu immediately asked, "So how to earn credits?" Chuang Thiet immediately replied, "You can go to the mission hall." Very quickly, Chuang Thiet led the 3 people to the mission hall. After that, Chuang Thiet immediately introduced, "The tasks received here all have corresponding course rewards. In particular, D-level tasks have module rewards from 1 to 10. C-level tasks have module rewards from 10 to 100. B-level, A-level and S-level are calculated like that. Therefore, task selection is also very important." Hearing that, Donde immediately said, "This is our first time doing a mission, so we should still be a little careful and choose a D-rank mission." Tranvu immediately replied, "That makes sense, but you must choose the task with the highest coursework in level D." Donde and Tranvu eagerly went to the D-level mission area. After looking around, Donde was a bit disappointed. What are they all about? None of them have more than 30 modules. But at this moment, Tranvu suddenly grabbed a task sheet and said, "I found a 78 module." The surrounding students saw the mission Tranvu accepted and were surprised. How dare they accept it? That mission has a high score because the content is too dangerous. Chuang Thiet also received the mission sheet from Tranvu. From March 5th of this year to August 20th, there were 63 deaths of martial artists in the city. The victims were all level 1 martial artists who wandered outside and died mysteriously. The suspect is the same person or a certain force. Completing the mission will receive 78 modules. After reading it, Chuang Thiet was surprised. "Are you sure you choose this?" Tranvu immediately said calmly, "We are a capital university, not a low-class university." To find out who was behind the curtain, Tranvu disguised himself as a homeless person and went to the red light district. After accepting the super difficult mission, Tranvu immediately went to the red light district of the city. But the red light district, which was once the busiest, is now closed. Tranvu immediately regretted, "It's so deserted, there's no place open." Donde was hiding nearby and said he wanted to change places with Tranvu. But Chuang Thiet directly refused. "Shut up, don't forget we came here to do a mission." To avoid hitting the snake in the grass, Tranvu stayed behind and we watched. "At first you didn't have any idea, right?" Donde said in despair. "But that's the red light area." Chuang Thiet immediately said dissatisfiedly, "Did you forget that the victims of the mission were all martial artists wandering outside? For martial artists wandering outside, each city's red light district is 100% a refuge." Donde immediately worried, "You mean this place could be the place where the next victim appears?" Chuang Thiet immediately nodded. Tranvu chose to stay in the red light area very wisely. After walking around, Tranvu immediately found a motel called February 9th to stay. But as soon as he entered the door, Tranvu immediately discovered a middle-aged man lying on a chair with a stone-like expression. Tranvu immediately exclaimed, "Damn, what's going on?" Just finished speaking, the middle-aged man jumped up from his chair. "What is that sound? What's going on?" Finally, the middle-aged man also discovered Tranvu. He quickly explained, "Sorry to startle you, I'm used to sleeping with my eyes open. There was not blood on my face but ketchup." Tranvu immediately worriedly asked, "Eating raw tomato sauce, is life that difficult? What's happening outside? I see it's so deserted outside." The middle-aged man sat down in despair and sighed, "This place is so deserted. It's because there are too many martial artists wandering around and dying here. Some people say more than 100 people, in reality there are many more. But the authorities turned the whole city upside down, and couldn't find a single suspect, making the superiors angry. Subordinates could not report, so they ordered the red light district to stop operating for rectification. The dead are martial artists, but the unlucky ones are ordinary people like us. That's it now. After that, Tran Vu immediately said he wanted to rent a room. The middle-aged man quickly said, "Martial artist price 5. But Tran Vu said he was not a martial artist, so the boss happily said, "Let me take you there." Very quickly, the boss led Tran Vu to his room. But Tran Vu discovered a photo of a beautiful girl. He immediately asked curiously, "Which celebrity is this?" The middle-aged man immediately explained, "This is my daughter. This TV is also open for her to watch. The motel's name, February 9th, is also its birthday. It's not early anymore, you should rest early." At the same time, 3 people were hiding on the roof of the motel. The phone rang at the same time. It was a message sent by Tran Vu. In the group chat, Tran Vu said that this mission was extremely difficult, but he had a good idea that he wanted everyone to cooperate with. Tran Vu explained his plan. "Tomorrow I will go to the Buddhist relic site. That place definitely gathers many cultivators. If I were a criminal, I would go there looking for prey. But the Buddha's relics have resentful spirits." Not long after, Tran Vu arrived outside the Buddhist relic site. At this time, a man was talking on the phone. "Damn fat guy, where are you? Didn't we make an appointment to go to the Buddha relic site today? You dare to break the appointment, don't let me see you again. Every time I see you, I will fight you every time." At this time, Tran Vu patted the man's shoulder. "Brothers, do you want to form a team? I am a practitioner of one. Martial arts." Hearing Tran Vu's level, the man immediately smiled and said, "Great. My name is Dai Hai." Tran Vu also introduced himself. "My name is Thunder King." A moment later, Dai Hai praised, "Thunder King brothers really have the ability. They have defeated the demon beast in a few steps." A girl grabbed Tran Vu's hand and praised, "You're so good." At this moment, a cold air suddenly appeared, and the screams of demons rang out. In the blink of an eye, Tran Vu with a heroic posture pushed the girl away, shouting loudly, "Be careful." After the girl was pushed away, a giant evil spirit rushed down and crawled into Tran Vu's body. Tran Vu screamed in pain. Looking at the semi-transparent spirit of resentment entering Tran Vu's body, the girl almost collapsed. "It's a spirit of resentment. Is there any way to save him?" Dai Hai's face turned pale. "He's a level 1 cultivator, he's useless. Once a resentful spirit enters the body, if it does not drain that person's spiritual power, it will not come out." At the same time, a system notification rang out in Tran Vu's head. "Soul absorbed, mental power plus 233. Tran Vu quickly stood up and calmly said, "Who said I would die just now?" Everyone was surprised. "Thunder King, aren't you a level 1 cultivator? Why is it okay?" At this time, Bat Hong Dao suddenly rushed out. Bat Hong Dao raised his hand and slapped Tran Vu's face hard. Bat Hong Dao scolded with a serious face, "Are you stupid? As an excellent student of the Golden Era, the hope of humanity, how could he act so thoughtlessly? Tran Vu doesn't think it's right. Am I thoughtless? I see you're jealous." Bat Hong Dao blushed and shook her head. "I don't have it." Tran Vu ignored everyone, turned around and left. "If not, don't follow me anymore." Not far away, a mysterious person is secretly proud. Kim Dai's student. No wonder he is so powerful. Tran Vu went deep into the landscape alone, thinking, making these preparations will probably attract the attention of those evil people. Think of me as your next prey. The man was kidnapped while he was sleeping by an organization specializing in hunting and killing cultivators. Not long ago, after leaving the scene, Tran Vu returned to the hotel. Tran Vu thought to himself, this guy can kill so many cultivators in a row and still be unharmed, and he doesn't know what method to use. The trap has been set. Why hasn't number 6 appeared yet? Fast forward to late at night, Tran Vu fell asleep. A wisp of evil smoke suddenly blew into Tran Vu's room from the air conditioner vent. Not long after, Tran Vu was taken to a secret room. A group of black-shirt people knelt on the ground, their arms embracing each other, making strange positions. The masked leader shouted loudly, "You are a heinous crime, the embodiment of evil gods, trampling on the justice and peace of humanity. Power makes you arrogant and lose your humanity. Crime makes you lose your conscience. Even if justice cannot overcome evil, even if kindness cannot overcome murderous intent, I will still judge you, ending this dark life." As soon as he finished speaking, the masked man swung his iron palm and hit Tran Vu hard in the head. Sparks shot out in all directions, the sharp sword pierced deep into the wall, but Tran Vu's body had disappeared. A few swords flashed. Tran Vu took care of the black-clothed men in the blink of an eye. Before the man in black could react, Tranvu placed his hand on his shoulder. Tranvu took off the man's mask. Is it you? Really good at hiding it. The middle-aged man calmly said, You are also good at pretending, aren't you sleeping? Tranvu frowned. Yes, I was sleeping very well, but was awakened by your scent. Not long ago, while Tranvu was sleeping soundly, he suddenly heard clear electronic sounds in his ears. Detect foreign gas intrusion, stay alert plus 56. Detect foreign gas intrusion, stay awake plus 64. Tranvu did not get up, but lay on the bed and thought, damn, this trick is terrible. No wonder the targets were all level 1 cultivators. The middle-aged man saw that the plan had failed and immediately knelt down on the ground. Tranvu didn't waste time and immediately asked, Why do you do that? As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man shouted in excitement, Cultivators deserve death. Tranvu frowned. Your words are too extreme. Cultivators are born to protect humanity. But the middle-aged man shouted, So what about ordinary people? Are everyday people one level lower than cultivators? Tranvu calmly said, Because of fairness? No era has achieved absolute equality. The middle-aged man interrupted, Stop talking nonsense. I just know, we are forced to the limit. 2 lines of hot tears rolled down the middle-aged man's thin face. My daughter is dead, she's dead. Do you know how it died? It was raped to death by a group of supernatural cultivators. But those people just need to pay compensation and it's over. Just because the rules are set by cultivators cannot be dealt with. How can I accept it? How can a father accept such an outcome? Luckily I met them. They were just like me, ordinary people who were harmed by cultivators. They told me, cultivators are arrogant creatures. Like him, he clearly knew there was danger, but because he was too confident in his strength, he let the danger happen. Your arrogance is the most powerful weapon for us to deal with you. I avenged my daughter, I'm happy, I'm really happy. After listening, Tranvu said with a strange expression, I'm not a good person. If someone harms my family, no matter who it is, I will not forgive them. So you take revenge on them, I see no problem. But now you are attacking cultivators indiscriminately. Not all cultivators are bad. I think there is definitely someone behind you guys. This sounds like an organized, planned action. Who is behind all this? But the middle-aged man took out a remote control, turned on the switch, and smiled faintly. So what if you know? You can't get out. I warned you not to look down on ordinary people. You guys are always so arrogant. As soon as he finished speaking, the room began to shake, the ground shook. The floor under the feet of Tranvu and the middle-aged man suddenly opened. The middle-aged man and Tranvu fell into a deep hole. Tranvu was surprised. What do you want to do? The middle-aged man laughed loudly. I will use a giant creature to kill you. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant monster appeared, opening a mouth full of bloody fangs towards the middle-aged man. Immediately afterwards, the middle-aged man was swallowed whole, his bones shattered, his flesh and blood smeared. The monster chewed and stared at Tranvu with bloodshot eyes. Tranvu shivered. There are monsters underground. This man finally showed his true strength in front of everyone. Right after the middle-aged man wanted to take revenge on Tranvu, before he died, he released a group of monsters. After swallowing the middle-aged man, the level 2 monster rose from the ground and stared at Tranvu. The screaming monster rushed towards Tranvu, who was floating in the air. However, Tranvu has extremely strong hand-to-hand combat ability, kicking the monster away with one kick. But right now, at the bottom of the deep hole, countless pairs of bloodshot eyes appeared. Tranvu was horrified. Damn it, how many monsters are there underground? Seeing that the situation was not good, Tranvu immediately ran out as soon as he landed. Looking at the scary monsters behind him, Tranvu thought to himself, a small hotel owner cannot do these things. Who is it in the end? Tranvu frowned, quickly opened the window, and rushed out of the hotel. The monster chased after him, opened its mouth but couldn't bite him. Tranvu fell from the upper floor and shouted loudly towards the ground, Get out of the way! With a thud, Tranvu fell between 2 soft blocks. He thought to himself, I'm dead, it seems like I fell into Bat Hong Dao. Bat Hong Dao regained consciousness and said, What are you doing? Tranvu too muttered, As long as I don't look, nothing will happen. Correct, exact. But at this moment, Donda grabbed Tranvu and angrily said, Mr. Vu, you are too much. The sound of gunfire rang out. Tranvu shivered. Donda held a pistol and continuously shot at the monsters trying to rush out of the hotel. After destroying a group of monsters, Donda turned back and said, As brothers, we live and die together, girls must also have each other. This is my Donda's rule of survival. Tran immediately gave a thumbs up. Brother, I was wrong, don't dare next time. Donda patted Tran on the shoulder, smiled and said, You are really good, even staying in a hotel turned into a monster nest. Luckily, Truong Thiet is a level 4 or 5 cultivator, otherwise it would be in big trouble. At this time, Truong Thiet was floating in the air, his hands clasped together, terrible energy quickly spread. When activating the barrier, he shouted loudly, There are dangerous monsters in the hotel, everyone get out. After the energy light covered the entire hotel, Tran said, We are in a safe barrier, the task now is to destroy the monsters in the barrier. Donda worriedly said, But Mr. Thiet is a security officer, he can only take action in case of necessity, he cannot fight in the same group as us. Tran hastily said, Stop talking nonsense, fight quickly. While they are stuck, try the strategy we have planned and practice the group's chemistry. At this time, Bat Hong Dao held Tran weapon and interrupted. We received your news and immediately went to your room, but found you weren't there, so I brought your sword with me. The three people stepped into the barrier, and the monsters immediately attacked. Donda quickly applied his energy, smiled and said, Everyone close your eyes. Immediately after that, the skill Infinite Light was successfully activated. A giant ball of light appeared in the air. Before the monsters could react, the ball of light exploded, emitting a dazzling light. Suddenly illuminated by light, the monsters turned their heads simultaneously. Taking this opportunity, Tran swung his sword and slashed the monster's neck. Tran used his strength and concentrated his energy. The sword passed by and a small cut appeared on the monster's neck. Immediately afterwards, blood spurted out like a stream. Tran killed the monster in the blink of an eye. Bat Hong Dao also followed Tran kicking the monster away. Immediately afterwards, the monster's body exploded, emitting a terrible shockwave, killing all surrounding monsters. Bat Hong Dao was covered in blood, like a cat, brushing the blood off his body. Donda and Tran looked at it with their mouths wide open. How disgusting! Not long after, the level 2 monsters were all destroyed by the three people. Duan Dao and Bat Hong Dao were exhausted. There was only one level 4 monster left in the yard. At this moment, Truong Thiet spoke up in the air. This monster is beyond the level you can handle. My organization can weaken it to level 2. Hearing that, Tran immediately opened his eyes. Is there still such a good thing? Next, Truong Thiet clasped his hands together, and quickly rotated the giant sea of air in his body, arranging hundreds of air currents into a complex matrix. Dang Sun's martial arts were suddenly deployed. Next, a dazzling light exploded, enveloping Tran and Mai Chi 2 art. After being affected by Dang Sun's martial arts, the originally majestic 4 art Mai Chi suddenly transformed into a sickly ancient beast form, and its rank also decreased to level 2. At the same time, a system notification rang out in Tran head. Cursed, temporary flexibility plus 48%, temporary strength plus 46%, temporary reaction plus 33%. Feeling the abundant strength flowing through his body, Tran laughed loudly with excitement. Next, let me love you well. Almost instinctively, unable to control, Tran used teleportation. The light flashed and Tran body was instantly divided, causing violence on the spot. Seeing that, I couldn't help but be surprised. With the sharp eyes of a magician like me, I could only see the afterimage of Tran. What the hell is this? Bat Hong Dao was also surprised. In just 1 month, have you become so strong? Tran immediately retracted his sword, put on a handsome pose, and calmly said, Real men never look back at a fallen enemy. This guy goes into the credit business. But I didn't expect to encounter a senior who wanted to pay off his debt. Not long ago, after a fierce battle, the three of Tran sat down next to a pile of strange animal corpses to rest. After that, Truong Thiet looked at the strange beast's body and said, In this mission, there is a level 4 strange animal. It is part of a level over mission, and the trust level needs to be upgraded from a level 4 mission to a level 5 mission. Donda happily said, Old Truong brought something really delicious. The first mission is already level 5. I can show off for the rest of my life. Soon, everyone from Class 1, Year 2, returned to the capital university and arrived at the mission hall. The automatic machine immediately made a sound. Has the task been completed? Do you want to confirm the mission? Please place the proof of mission completion on your chest. Members are not allowed to leave the camera. The three of Tran immediately followed the instructions and adjusted their posture. The lights turned on and off, and a voice rang out in the small speaker. Completing the 5th level mission, the 3 members of Class 1, Year 2, received 1,000 credits. The hall was quiet. As soon as this number was announced, there was immediate commotion. What's going on? Receive that much? I'm in my 3rd year and have never seen so many credits. It's fake, it's definitely a fraud. Why don't you hire a professional to help you? Tranvu glanced around, and an electronic synthetic voice rang out in his ear. Extreme confidence +3, luck +2, internal strength +6. Tranvu immediately frowned. Receiving a reward also gets a buff? What a good thing. Tranvu immediately turned to Donda next to him and said loudly, "It's just a small first-level mission. What's there to be surprised about?" Donda also nodded and smiled. That's right, it's really strange." As soon as he finished speaking, the hall immediately became bustling. Everyone was now extremely angry. But the system notifications kept ringing, continuously announcing that the difficulty level and attributes had been increased. Tranvu immediately opened his eyes wide and said louder, "Probably he has never seen anything in life before. So understand, after all, not everyone has the ability." Donda immediately chimed in, that's right. Putting yourself in someone else's position, many people just need to complete a ground-level task and then they have already exhausted all their efforts." Bat Hong Dao blushed, slowly squatted down, burying her face in her stomach. Just when Tranvu wanted to continue speaking, Bat Hong Dao suddenly pulled his pants leg and said in a low voice, "Stop talking." Seeing Bat Hong Dao blushing, Tranvu obediently said, "Let's go, I listen to you." Finally, Tranvu pulled Bat Hong Dao and said in a low voice, "You can't do it, you have to practice more, you have to have a thicker skin, you have too much pride." Tranvu immediately stopped walking and asked, "How much do you want for these 1,000 credits? How to use?" Donda immediately said, "I am a magician, I have to take magic class, temperature control magic class, basic magic class. As a gunner, I have to take shooting classes. When necessary, I also need crustaceans, and technical classes also have to take a few sessions. Regarding books and equipment, I also need to practice mentally." After a while of calculation, Donda immediately said, "A total of about 800 credits is enough." Tranvu immediately frowned and said, "See? This is the thick side. Think for yourself a lot. Now tell me, how much do you want for these 1,000 credits? Bat Hong Dao immediately blushed and stammered, 10. 10 is enough. I only took basic classes, but I already know a lot about some martial arts skills." Tranvu heard that and immediately got angry. "TSK, follow us more to make your face thicker. As for the credit division, we only have 1 month to rest. So, it's 60 credits, Bat Hong Dao and I each get 20 credits. Hearing that, Donda immediately became angry. "What? So little? Give me a little more." Bat Hong Dao waved his hand. No need, too much, I don't need that much." Tranvu immediately pressed the two people against the wall and said domineeringly, "You two are enough, stop talking about it, just make your decision." Donda immediately asked, "So how to handle the remaining credit?" Tranvu immediately laughed coldly. "Money begets money, credit also begets credit." Hearing that, the two immediately understood Tranvu's meaning. "Do you want to lend at high interest?" "It's not okay." Tranvu put on a righteous face again. "What do you guys think? This is good for everyone. Having credits, they can use credits to buy courses, improve themselves, complete higher level quests, earn more credits." Bat Hong Dao heard that and immediately chimed in. "So he's doing a good job." Donda couldn't help but think to himself, bad things can also be turned into good things, that's really masterful. Not long after, Tranvu, Don Dao and Bat Hong Dao began to announce, good news, from today, we start a credit lending service. Those who do not have credit can borrow, 1 monthly interest 7%, borrow 50 pay 80, borrow 100 pay 150, borrow 200 pay 280, the more you borrow, the higher the discount. What are you waiting for?" As soon as he finished speaking, the students immediately started chatting. "Are you mentally ill? Why do you want to lend credit? This is a place to steal credit." At this moment, a cold-faced man walked in from outside. He immediately waved his hand with an unfriendly expression. "Good idea, I want to try it." As soon as Tranvu looked, he knew that the other person was a senior student. He immediately ran in front of the man wearing glasses and said, "You really have good eyesight, how much are you planning to borrow?" The man wearing glasses immediately said, "Is 15 times 50 okay?" Hearing that, Donda was immediately excited. Okay, of course it's okay. 750 credits, a month later pay us 1,200 credits. Big guess here. But Tranvu snapped his fingers and said, "But if you borrow 250 directly 3 times, the interest rate will be lower." The blonde boy heard that and immediately got angry. "Do you dare to deceive our big brother? But the man wearing glasses stopped him, saying, "Don't be rash. If you can earn 750 credits, just let him cheat." "Kid, we borrowed 95 times 50. Tranvu immediately took out the notebook and smiled evilly. "Okay, if there are no problems, then sign the contract." The man wearing glasses immediately signed his name very cheerfully, smiling and saying, "No problem, you can come find us at that time." After the man wearing glasses signed, Tranvu immediately grabbed his hand. Tranvu immediately waved his hand and said, "See you again in a month." The blonde boy immediately wondered, "Big brother, we don't lack credit, so why do we need to borrow?" The man wearing glasses immediately revealed a proud smile. "Because their strength is not as good as mine. If I don't pay, what can they do to me?" This guy actually dared to fight head-on with a level 3 ability user. Furthermore, he also uses martial arts to deal 1000 damage and 2000 self-damage. Not long ago, Tranvu lent 750 credits to his senior. But the man wearing glasses did not intend to pay, but intended to pay off the debt. Time passed very quickly. When the debt collection day came a month later, Bat Hong Dao angrily said, "Why do we have to dress like this?" Donda confidently said, "Debt collection focuses on prestige, right, Vu brother?" After that, Donda shook his head and said, "Being like me is enough for me." After Tranvu changed his clothes, he interrupted Donda, "Don't do it anymore, let's go." Soon, the three people arrived at the number 1 teaching building of the capital university. Tranvu, who had leveled up to level 1.9G, was pressed down and handled by a man wearing high school glasses. Even Don Dao and Bat Hong Dao were no match for the kids who had broken through to middle school. At this moment, a professor suddenly broke the door and rushed in. "Who is it? Who dares to fight in the teaching building?" The man wearing glasses heard that and immediately retracted his legs and explained, "Professor, we were just joking." The professor immediately said angrily, "If you want to fight, go to the ring and fight." After the professor left, the man wearing glasses said proudly, "If you're good, come to ring number 2 tomorrow and I'll kill you." Tranvu calmly said, "If it weren't for your sneak attack today, would you think you're good? My credit is not easy to eat. I will make you vomit everything you swallow." The scene of two people meeting to fight was accidentally seen by a girl passing by the professor's office door. The girl immediately told the blue-haired boy, "Tomorrow ring number 2 will have a live stream of a level 3 psychic." The blue-haired boy immediately told his other classmates, "Tomorrow ring number 2 will have a live stream from high school." Everyone was surprised. High school live stream? Early the next morning, ring number 2 was filled with people, the boys and girls continuously chanting for high school. The man wearing glasses said proudly, "Thank you everyone for loving and supporting me, the 3rd level psychic." After seeing the face of the man wearing glasses clearly, everyone immediately got angry. "What the hell is that? Why you? Who said she's a 3rd level goddess? We want the goddess. We don't want this level 3 incompetent guy. Get lost." Hearing that, Tranvu laughed loudly. "Ha ha, it seems like everyone hates you." As soon as he finished speaking, the boys were seething again. "This guy is also stupid, a level 1 psychic who dares to challenge a level 3, really wants to die, too arrogant, really wants to die. Tin Dai is recruiting more and more people now. Poor, go away." At this time, system notifications continuously rang in Tranvu's head. Humiliated, confidence plus 98, luck plus 52, charm plus 123. Tranvu immediately waved his hand with a grateful expression. "I have received everyone's support. I will definitely not disappoint everyone's expectations." The man wearing glasses suddenly burst into anger and said coldly, "Don't talk too much anymore. Today I will tell you what disaster comes from the mouth. Die." At the same time, Don Dao put his hand on Bat Hong Dao's shoulder. "The sky wants to rain. Mother wants to get married. Dance brother wants to be a color. No one can stop it." At this moment, the storm was roaring in the ring. All of the glasses-wearing man's level 3 aura was concentrated on his arm, wanting to smash Tranvu's face with a punch. Tranvu couldn't help but dodge and directly raised his hand to block this punch. The confrontation between the two sides immediately created a shock wave. The man wearing glasses said proudly, "Dare to duel with my high school, you really want to die. Today I will destroy you." Tranvu smiled again. "I live or die, I give you a song. Martial arts, eagle and eagle." As soon as he finished speaking, the face of the man wearing glasses suddenly changed drastically. Next, the sound of bones breaking echoed throughout the ring. The finger joints, hand bones, and wrist joints of the man wearing glasses were twisted and broken one after another. Looking at his twisted and broken arm, the man wearing glasses couldn't help but be frightened. How is that possible? I'm in high school, how is that possible? The man wearing glasses immediately felt pain in his arm. He was in so much pain that he fell to the ground. Seeing that, Tran Vu immediately walked in front of him, looking down with a disdainful expression. Only weak people think rank is everything, you idiot. After Donda watched the whole process from afar, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat, thinking to himself, this guy can't be messed with in the future, he's really crazy. Seeing this scene, the crowd of spectators could not help but be frightened. This guy wearing a jacket is too domineering, really powerful, reflecting damage without harming himself. But at this moment, Tran Vu suddenly felt pain in his arm. It turned out that due to the reflection effect of martial arts, the damage was doubled. Tran Vu's wrist and finger joints were also broken 90 degrees. But Tran Vu did not panic. The audience outside also watched and broke out in a cold sweat. What the hell? What martial art is that? Damaged the opponent 1000, damaged himself 800. In the blink of an eye, he defeated a level 3 psychic. But the next second, the system suddenly announced, injured, physical health plus 70,008, bone health plus 9,008. After that, Tran Vu immediately straightened the broken spot and felt the wound gradually recover. He moved his arms, brushed himself off, and finished. Seeing that Tran Vu was okay, Bat Hong Dao breathed a sigh of relief. But the more Donda looked, the more surprised he became, straightening his own bones. Is this a person? Next, Tran Vu walked up to the four-eyed guy, stomped on his glasses, and coldly said, within 2 days, collect 1,200 study parts and bring them to me, otherwise, the next time you break it, it won't just be your leg. After Tran Vu got off the stage, a girl dressed as a reporter suddenly blocked his path. Tran Vu, your recent performance shocked us. How did you do it? At this moment, Tran Vu immediately looked miserable. Everyone only sees me majestically on stage, but they don't know how many escapes and heart-wrenching scenes I've gone through in the past month. After speaking, Tran Vu immediately fell into the girl's chest and said, sorry, I was too excited and couldn't control myself. Seeing that, Bat Hong Dao and Donda both turned black and fell silent. The horrifying event of wild animal invasion happened again, and the location was Dang Ti, where Tran Vu was staying. A month ago, Tran Vu decided to go to Dang Ti alone. After 6.5 hours by train, Tran Vu finally arrived at Dang Ti. After that, Tran Vu hurriedly ran to Faux de Ruins. At this time, inside the large gate, only people could be seen leaving, no people could be seen entering. Tran Vu jumped to the ticket counter and gave 2,200 yuan to the beautiful girl selling tickets. Hearing that, the girl immediately raised her head and said, entering Faux de Relic late at night is very dangerous. But Tran Vu didn't care. I came during the day, just because I wanted to come in the evening. The responsible girl wanted to remind Tran Vu not to enter, but Tran Vu immediately said directly, I advise you to sell me the ticket, otherwise I will report you online. The girl had no other choice but to sell the ticket to Tran Vu, and at the same time scolded, go away. You deserve to die. Arriving at the gate of the ruins, Tran Vu thought to himself, last time he went to Faux de Ruins, he was possessed by a spirit, his mental strength increased a lot, tonight he has to play a big game. At this time, a martial artist on guard suddenly stopped him. My friend, it's better not to enter the Faux de Ruins at night. Listen to my advice, go back quickly, the spirit inside is very dangerous. But Tran Vu didn't care at all. Under the surprised eyes of many dancers, he immediately jumped inside. At the same time, on the roof of an old building in Dang Ti, torches were shining brightly. A figure in a black cloak looked at his pocket watch, and said, only 57 minutes left to act. It's a pity that the person in charge of Warehouse 92 was exposed early, otherwise we could have transported more strange beasts in. The old man next to him immediately interrupted. I told you, the old man in Warehouse 92 is an ordinary person and cannot be trusted. The man in black immediately stood up and shook his head. Even a normal person would be easier to control than those dancing dancers. Having finished speaking, the black-clothed man clutched his pocket watch and said, in the Justice Society, there are too many stupid martial artists. The evil nature of humanity does not need to be doubted, many people still do not realize it. After that, the man in black immediately put his pocket watch around his neck. Then a smug look appeared on his face. Such a sinful race should be judged and completely destroyed. As soon as he finished speaking, an angry voice rang out. The ones who really should disappear are you destruction sect. You people are traitors to humanity. The Justice Society pursues justice, not destruction. Hearing that, the man in black turned his head, looked at the man in white who was tied up, and sneered coldly. To be honest, as fellow humans, in the same Justice Society, I am very disappointed in you. Your pursuit of justice is essentially just a farce. Human nature is evil, human nature is evil, the belly is full of black ink, how can the world be dyed white? We are all human, there's no difference, it's just who understands human nature better. Next, the man in black walked up to the man in white, grabbed his chin, and coldly said, all human evil thoughts are like the venom of a poisonous snake. As soon as the right moment comes, it will erupt, but you just haven't experienced it yet. The man in white immediately became angry. What a nonsense! At the same time, the entire Dang Ti also fell into a state of emergency. A large number of ferocious beasts continuously emerged underground. The command immediately informed martial artist Dang Ti to come and assist. The man in black suddenly turned around and asked, how much longer until action time? After knowing there were only 15 minutes left, the man in black immediately turned around. Let's go, leave him buried in the city. After that, the man in black suddenly stopped walking, looked to the north, and said, when we arrived at the capital, we should attack Bat Hong Wai. Hearing these 3 words, the tied white-clothed man struggled. What do you want to do? The 2 men in black did not turn around, leaving only one sentence. Bat Hong Wai does not die, humanity certainly cannot live. Hearing that, the man in white shouted loudly, you are the devil of this world. You will definitely regret it. You will definitely be swallowed up by the sins you have committed, and you will never be able to recover. As soon as he finished speaking, the man in white was suddenly stunned, because his cry had attracted a group of giant snakes. At this time, the entire Dang Ti had turned into hell. Without any defense, they were massacred by wild animals. At this time, Tran Vu had entered the ruins and was lying still on the grass. Above Tran Vu's head, countless ghosts carried thick resentment. In the dark night, they became even more ferocious. These spirits did not give Tran Vu any chance, competing to rush into his body. To improve morale, Tran Vu proactively went into the ruins to let the spirit enter. Not long ago, after entering the Faute de Ruins, Tran Vu discovered that there was not a single ghost. At this moment, he immediately became impatient. This can't go on like this. If he doesn't encounter a ghost, tonight's effort will be in vain. Tran Vu immediately shouted for help. Save my life. Anyone, please help me. As soon as he finished speaking, a ghost suddenly transformed into human form and fiercely rushed towards Tran Vu. Looking at the resentful spirit slowly moving towards him, Tran Vu broke out in a cold sweat. Damn, it's more exciting than watching a horror movie. Not long after, Tran Vu was surrounded by more than 20 ghosts. Seeing this, Tran Vu immediately looked resigned, smiled and said, come here, don't worry about harming me, I'm not afraid, I hope boundless love can enlighten you. As soon as he finished speaking, those spirits rushed into Tran Vu's body. Tran Vu's appearance is like throwing a piece of meat into a group of hungry tigers. Next, the undead spirits opened their mouths and began to frantically suck in Tran Vu's spiritual power. The system continuously rang with notifications. Spirit was sucked, spirit power increased. But after sucking for a while, the ghosts discovered that they were about to disappear but still could not drain Tran Vu. Soon, those ghosts sucked themselves to death. At this time, Tran Vu quickly stood up. His mental strength skyrocketed 500 points. Tran Vu immediately shouted loudly, addicted, so happy. In order not to interrupt, Tran Vu immediately raised his middle finger and urged, come on, you dead ghosts cannot be reborn, line up neatly, don't be in a hurry. Immediately after that, Tran Vu lay down again. Tran Vu's abundant spiritual power made the spirits salivate. After the spirits entered Tran Vu's mental space, they immediately began to curse him. I don't want to eat you anymore, I came here just to scold you. You're the one calling us devils, right? Hearing that, Tran Vu was stunned. Is this a bunch of psychopaths? From the time it entered my consciousness until now, I've been scolded. At the same time, the Dang Ti area turned into hell. Herds of ferocious beasts rose from the ground and began to slaughter people in the city. At this time, Tran Vu was still in the ruins, enjoying being sucked by the spirits, constantly improving his mental strength. By 10:34 p.m., even some squads of martial artists were destroyed by ferocious beasts. Ferocious beasts are spreading everywhere. Martial artists cannot stop them at all. Soldiers can only ask for help from their superiors. 10 minutes later, the martial artists sent by their superiors arrived at the scene and began to split up to fight the ferocious beasts. At this time, a little girl saw the body being eaten by wild animals, immediately collapsed to the ground, crying, "Dad, Dad!" The little girl's cry immediately attracted the attention of a heart-shaped beast. Next, the heart-shaped ferocious beast opened its mouth wide and rushed towards the little girl. Right at the critical moment, Qin Luong suddenly rushed out and risked his life to stop the ferocious beast. quickly take the girl and run away. Qin Luong did not dare to hesitate, picked up the little girl and ran out. When Qin Luong turned around to look at Dai Hai's situation, discovered that Dai Hai had been killed on the spot by a heart-shaped ferocious beast. Seeing this, Qin Luong immediately burst into anger and desperately ran away. At the same time, groups of ghosts began to disappear. Before dying they screamed, "Why is it getting hotter and hotter?" Tran Vu just smiled faintly. "Because you guys are idiots." After his consciousness returned to his body, Tran Vu immediately exclaimed, "These hundreds of souls must have never had enough to eat, rushing in to suck my soul." Feeling the abundant spiritual power in his body, Tran Vu thought to himself, "Spiritual power has increased many times. Cultivating martial arts relies on strength. Cultivating witchcraft relies on spiritual power, then I can also use it. Powerful witchcraft like Ma Luke and Donde?" It was now 3:30 a.m. Under the intervention of the military, the herd of wild animals began to gradually be destroyed. Only then did Tran Vu walk out of the ruins with satisfaction. It was truly heaven's blessing. His mental strength increased so many times in one night. But when looking at the scene of devastation around him, Tran Vu was stunned. Why does it look like he just fought a battle? What happened? Tran Vu immediately had a bad thought. Could it be that the time in the Faute de Ruins is different from the real world? Is one night in Faute de Ruins equal to several years or even 10 years outside? Thinking so, Tran Vu hurriedly ran out to check the situation. But Tran Vu had not run far before several guns were pointed at him, and at the same time a shout was heard. "Stop! Don't move!" Tran Vu had no choice but to use his magic trick. But unexpectedly the side effect was to reduce his intelligence. Just now, outside the square, the police were carefully searching and handling work after the disaster. The female police officer ordered the new recruits, "Search carefully for me, don't miss any details. Dang T has been destroyed. We suspect someone is behind the scenes. Our mission is to find the suspect." At this moment, a new recruit suddenly pointed at Tran Vu. "Captain, there is a suspicious person over there." Next, the police immediately surrounded Tran Vu. Tran Vu was immediately stunned. "Did you already know?" At this time, the police shouted loudly, "Why? Why did you do that?" Tran Vu frowned, helpless. "I didn't kill them, so why are you so tense? For this small matter, do you mobilize such a large force?" Hearing that, the female police officer immediately became angry. "You said Dang T's destruction was a small matter? You devils!" Hearing that, Tran Vu was a little angry. "Aren't those ghosts allowed to be killed? Are there any regulations prohibiting it?" Immediately afterwards, Tran Vu rushed to the female police officer and said, "What did you just say? The entire dojo was destroyed in just one night?" Tran Vu began to analyze. Normal people definitely couldn't do it. It was caused by strange beasts. But if a strange animal comes, there must be an urgent warning. Before that, there was no news. Could it be that strange beasts crawl up from the ground? Van Sin, a female police officer, immediately pointed the gun at Tran Vu's head and asked, "You know so clearly, but you still say it wasn't you who did it?" Tran Vu immediately dodged and explained, "Are your minds full of straw? A few days ago, on September 2nd, the Younger Brother Army introduced the first series of strange beasts that ordinary people could deduce. Seeing a living person is considered a mastermind? Is that your role as the Supreme Police? Do you think not enough people have died? I stayed in the internet shop all night last night, and didn't go out. You guys can watch the surveillance cameras." After looking at the surveillance camera, Tu Jia immediately reported, "He really only took notes in, didn't take notes out." When the gun was lowered, Tran Vu immediately felt proud. "Big men don't get along with you girls. But what is the current situation? Who can report?" Female police officer Van Gon immediately replied, "A total of 17 herds of strange beasts appeared at Duong Ti Dojo, estimated to be at least 300 animals or more. There were 500 martial artists who came to the rescue, including more than a dozen martial artists of high level 5 to 6. Many students from Tin Tan University and Tan Ho University also joined the rescue team. Our group was also assigned a Tin Tan University student. He was on his way." At this moment, Tran Vu suddenly covered the policewoman's mouth and reminded, "Don't talk, there are strange beasts." Donde next to him also immediately smiled sinisterly. "Brother Vu, are you here too? Last night I took a girl at a red light to an internet shop to kill the boss." As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu immediately waved his hand and slapped Donde directly, and at the same time said angrily, "If you don't talk nonsense, will you die? Shut up." Immediately after that, Tran Vu immediately bent down to the ground and said, "Not good, there seems to be a strange noise on the ground." To hear the situation clearly, Tran Vu suddenly punched his ear hard. The system immediately sounded a reminder. Hearing damage, left ear temporarily plus 247 hearing. Even though his ear hurt, Tran Vu pressed his left ear to the ground. His expression immediately changed. It's here again, the strange beast is here again. As soon as he said that, everyone's faces immediately changed. Just dealing with the strange beast just now had already lost a lot of martial artists. If there were another group of them, they would definitely fail. Tran Vu immediately picked up the phone to look, and discovered there was no signal. Tran Vu immediately told the police, "You guys go inform the other martial artists of the rescue team to prepare for battle." As soon as she finished speaking, the 3 female police officers immediately burst into aura, then quickly dispersed to notify rescue teams everywhere. Donda looked at Tran Vu, who was staring at a small hole in front of him. He immediately said angrily, "What are you looking at? You don't think it will come out from there, do you? How is that possible?" As soon as he finished speaking, a ferocious strange beast suddenly broke through the ground and rushed directly towards Tran Vu. Tran Vu was ready, quickly lifted the long sword, stabbed straight into the beast's mouth, immediately killing it on the spot. Donda couldn't help but give a thumbs up, surprised. "Wow, can you still fight like that?" At the same time, the old man in black in a certain corner of the Duong sect suddenly said, "Sir, we have to retreat. We missed the best time to retreat. If you don't go, you risk being exposed." The man sneered again, "We have to stay. We must see with our own eyes how they struggled to be torn to pieces by strange beasts. Furthermore, the most dangerous place is the safest place. We followed the government organization to exterminate strange beasts. Who would have thought that the person who released the strange beasts would blend into the team to exterminate the strange beasts?" The old man thought to himself, "Who would hide in the police station? Sooner or later he will kill you." At this time, a large number of strange beasts began to appear underground, and the Duong Ti Martial Arts Hall was occupied by strange beasts. Donda had prepared in advance, quickly mobilized his spiritual energy, and decisively performed the martial skill Extreme Battle 2.0. The finger formation instantly condensed into a large fireball, which was thrown directly towards a giant strange beast. The strange beast hit by the fireball was immediately blown into pieces and died on the spot. However, before Donda could be happy, 3 strange beasts appeared behind him. Donda immediately ran away, shouting loudly, "Vu brother, save my life." The aura light was so bright, the strange beasts were all aiming at me. Tran Vu, who was blocking the strange beast, heard that and immediately turned around. Seeing Donda dragging 3 strange beasts running towards him, he immediately became angry. Tran Vu immediately punched the strange beast and had to quickly close the distance. After that, Tran Vu planted the long sword in the ground, joined his hands, and began to perform the martial skill Extreme Speed through Penetration. As the martial skill was performed, the fire formed from spiritual energy immediately covered the whole body. An electronic sound rang out in Tran Vu's ear, status activated, temporary speed plus 54%. Tran Vu quickly pulled out his long sword, his whole body seemed to be covered with electricity, his speed skyrocketed. He immediately turned into an invisible shadow, leaving deep wounds on the strange beast's body every time he passed. Seeing Tran Vu so strong, Donda immediately gave him a thumbs up. "Great brother Vu. Have you deployed your big move yet?" But Tran Vu laughed, revealing a stupid expression. "This is the price of Extreme Speed Penetration, which is a temporary 45% reduction in IQ." The man's IQ decreased after using martial arts. But no one expected him to find the mastermind of the Duong Ti Martial Arts Massacre. Just now, Tran Vu used the martial skill Extreme Speed through Penetration. With increased speed, he easily destroyed 3 strange beasts. Seeing Tran Vu become so strong, Donda was surprised. The reason to fight strange beasts. His moves are much faster. But Vu Xie's IQ decreased. At this moment, Tran Vu suddenly felt that everyone in the world was stupid. Only he was smart. Faced with such a small group of strange beasts, why not use minds? In ancient times, it was still possible to tame wild beasts, but modern people can't tame strange beasts. Tran Vu immediately took off his shirt, and proudly said, "I have come up with a great plan to kill strange beasts." At the same time, the police captain was still seriously injured. She said with a serious expression, "It seems that everyone here will die today. Losing to a level 4 strange beast is not humiliating." At this moment, a level 4 strange beast suddenly rushed out from afar, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth towards the female police officer. But right after that, a beam of light flashed, and Tran Vu flew like lightning into the beast's mouth. Seeing Tran Vu proactively act as bait again, Donda really wanted to cry. He immediately shouted, "Vu brother, come out quickly." The female police officer was also confused by this sudden change. What happened just now? New type of suicide? Is his brain waterlogged? Donda immediately decided that he could not let outsiders know that Tran Vu was stupid. He immediately said calmly, "Is a genius way of fighting something you can understand?" At the same time, Tran Vu was in the mouth of the strange beast. After struggling for a while, he was swallowed. He clapped his hands and performed the martial arts technique, strengthening the 8 wild secret techniques, sealing 5. The next moment, Tran Vu tightly grasped the long sword, promoting aura. Like a ferocious beast, he rotated the long sword at an increasingly faster speed, destroying the beast's internal organs. Tran Vu turned into a whirlwind and quickly escaped from the beast's body. Even powerful level 4 strange beasts died on the spot. Tran Vu turned around in the air, then gently landed on the roof of the building. The female police officer immediately became excited. Never seen such a beating. What a miracle! Definitely a genius idea. After 3 hours of fierce fighting, the martial artists of the Duong sect successfully fought off the third wave of strange beasts. At this time, Bat Hong Dao and Truong Thiet were resting in the back when they suddenly heard Tran Vu's call. Tran Vu patted Bat Hong Dao's chest hard, then said loudly, "Is everyone okay? Long time no see." Tran Vu slapped hard. Bat Hong Dao's body immediately trembled. Bat Hong Dao immediately turned around, swung his fist and punched Tran Vu straight, shouting, "Pervert!" Truong Thiet immediately felt something was wrong. He seemed a bit strange. Donda immediately nodded. Yes, he is crazy. I'm not surprised what he does now. This strange beast attack sacrificed another 100 martial artists. The female police officer coldly said, "If I know who caused this, I will definitely not forgive that person." As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu was blown away and said, "There is only one truth. I know who is the mastermind of releasing the strange beast." As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes lit up, wishing they could immediately catch the mastermind and punish him. Seeing everyone so excited, Donda immediately took out his phone and pressed the video button. "It's too embarrassing. It would be a shame not to film something like that." Everyone gathered around. Tran Vu said again, "That person is right in the team." Conan once said that after committing a crime, the killer's favorite thing to do is return to the crime scene and enjoy his masterpiece. So I guess the killer must not have run away yet. So where is the safest place to blend in? Surely the place with the strongest force. Isn't it the team of martial artists of the government organization? And they definitely joined the team of martial artists after releasing the strange beasts. The time of the strange beast outbreak was September 2nd. Whoever joined the martial artist team after September 2nd was the culprit. As martial artists, your memory must be very good. Finding the murderer is not difficult. After listening to Tran Vu's analysis, Donda immediately slapped his forehead and said angrily, "How is that possible? What murderer would be stupid enough to release a strange animal and not run away?" Very quickly, everyone found 2 suspects who joined the martial artist team after September 2nd. Knowing that the story was exposed, the guy holding the pocket watch immediately cursed loudly. Damn, there must be a traitor in the organization. Seeing that the other guy confessed again, the old man said solemnly, "Sir, let me cover for you." The old man burst out with powerful aura and threw the man holding the pocket watch directly into the air. The female police captain had prepared in advance, and immediately threw a powerful punch at the other guy. The guy holding the pocket watch fell in front of the old man. He immediately said with a regretful expression, "Seeing you die in front of me, I feel relieved." The old man's body exploded, flesh and blood splashing. Everyone immediately exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of game is this? Why don't we understand anything? Does he want to save him or does he want to kill him?" Tran Vu said again with a confident expression, "I could tell with my toes. It must have been because I was too impatient that I hit him too hard, and I beat him to death." Seeing Tran Vu being so stupid, Donda immediately said, "Brother Vu, all the strange beasts have been dealt with. Put away your weapons." Hearing that, Tran Vu joined his hands together, stopped his spiritual energy, and put away his extreme speed through penetration weapon. As the weapon disappeared, the expression on Tran Vu's face changed from innocence to bewilderment, then to surprise, and finally returned to calm. Tran Vu remembered what he had just done. He immediately squatted down, his face full of regret. Donda immediately laughed loudly. "Big brother, come back here, I have something to tell you." The man is a professor at Kindu University and needs to teach everyone the secret about his girlfriend's license plate number. Recently, after returning to Kindu University, Tran Vu, Donda and Truong Thiet were at the practice field, waiting for Not Wan Noyed On's bonus class. Donda excitedly said first, I heard that the bonus tutor is at least a 6G expert. I wonder what amazing skills he will teach us. Soon, the door to the training ground was pushed open, and a blonde-haired man walked in. The man's face is typical of a Westerner, chewing gum and boldly walking forward. Tran Vu, Donda and Truong Thiet immediately said in unison, Professor, hello. Professor Gil looked around at the three people and smiled and said, introducing myself, I am the once-in-a-century genius of Capital University, tutor of Bat Hong Dao Gil. Truong Thiet immediately turned around and whispered, is he bragging? He's clearly a professor, and he always lives in the shadow of Bat Hong Dao, so he's probably not very good at anything. Gil heard it and was a little annoyed. You guys were talking too loud, I heard everything. Gil suddenly waved his hand, bursting with powerful aura. Not everyone can be Bat Hong Dao's tutor. I naturally have strengths. What I admire most is strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Gil suddenly punched the ground hard, causing the ground to shake violently. Hundreds of cracks spread out from the center of the punch, spreading around, eventually covering the entire practice field. This punch stunned Tran Vu, Donda and Truong Thiet. Gil then said, learn from me, you will be as strong as me. Donda immediately exclaimed in surprise, oh my god, why is it so strong? Gil crossed his arms and said, practice non-stop. Have you seen Beijing City at 4 o'clock in the morning? Tran Vu immediately replied, I see. I wasn't asleep at that time. Jill immediately turned her head, frowned and said, stop practicing. Is your strength given by God to bully the weak? Tran Vu proudly said, yes, I am like that. I'm also the strongest poinsettia this year. Hearing that, Jill turned around, gritted her teeth. I hate people who rely on natural talent. The three Tran Vu people immediately turned around and left. Seeing that you have nothing to teach, we will leave. Jill thought to herself, no, I've been surpassed by Bat Hong Dao. I can't let my students step on my head anymore. Jill quickly said, I have a great technique that everyone who studies at Bat Hong University praises. Its name is the actress's mystical code. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu immediately grabbed Bat Hong Dao and turned around to run towards Jill. Seeing the three people return, Jill proudly said, on the battlefield, in combat, under a combat situation, the most important thing is information. After several decades of development, three-person teams have become mainstream. This is the result of scientific research. The squad has the highest combat effectiveness. So the question is, what do teammates rely on to exchange information? Write down your answers. The three people immediately wrote down their answers, respectively, chemistry, eye contact, and telepathy. Jill says eye contact is wrong. Teammates are separated. How to use eye contact? If you agree, you will only die. Under the onslaught of countless complex information, each teammate may pay attention to different points. Jill happily ticked Tran Vu's answer. Language. This is the most basic and simplest method of communication. But Bat Hong Dao and Don Dao were not convinced. How could it be language? The enemy can hear it too. So you told us to coordinate the signals? So what does it have to do with the actress's mystical code? Jill then mysteriously said the password is JD253, LHS12. As soon as they finished speaking, the image of a hot girl appeared in Tran Vu and Don Da's heads. Jill immediately put the knife to the two men's necks and said coldly, just now on the battlefield, the moment you lost consciousness, you died. Don Da asked in confusion, that code is to distract the enemy, so how to convey information? Jill immediately explained, we can use metaphors. For example, JD253 means, member number 2 launches the ultimate attack, the remaining 3 perform strategy number 3. LHS12 means member number 1 supports member number 2's attack. After listening to Jill's explanation, the two of them gasped in surprise. Your brain really came up with this trick. Learned it. Jill smiled coldly and said, fighting is never easy. This is your life, the enemy's life, the life of your comrades. Killing must be without any means. Gathering energy, throwing ultimate moves, that's not fighting. Real combat is about detail, about expertise, about ruthlessness, about calculation. After that, Jill threw the three people a thin notebook with a password, then turned and left. Tran Vu flipped through it, and said excitedly, our martial arts secret is so profound, the enemy will definitely be more disturbed when they hear it. Just study, it's never too much to be careful. Donda was a bit depressed, can't remember. Looking at these numbers, hot images keep appearing, I just want to go see a cool movie. The three of them went to the mission hall again. preparing to receive missions to practice. After looking at the list of tasks in Area A, Donda suddenly exclaimed, "Anvu, look quickly! Rescuing the missing female cultivator is a level 1 task." Truong Thiet immediately pulled Donda aside. "See the C level and B level mission areas." But Tran Vu was still determined, he thought while muttering, "I have a lot of experience in advising people to turn around on this shore. Or should we accept this mission?" The man went to rescue the missing female cultivator, but unexpectedly discovered the secret of the Justice Association. Not long ago, in an abandoned house on the outskirts of the city, a missing female cultivator was tied up in an enemy lair. Several men dressed in strange outfits were guarding the door. At this time, one of them heard the sound of wind, and a feeling of danger was coming. Before they could react, they were knocked down. Everyone hurriedly changed clothes for the missing female cultivator. After changing into new clothes, Donda was surprised. "Isn't it a bit too ostentatious to wear this? Tran Vu doesn't think it's right. The more we wear normal clothes, the easier it will be to be detected." At the same time, Truong Dang worriedly said, "Are you sure you want to get involved with them? There's still time to retreat now." But Truong Thiet firmly said, "You've come to this point, and you still say that? Just listen to your commander, and do a good job of supporting and protecting." At this time, everyone was lost in the enemy's lair. The last time Truong Yen Yen came here, she couldn't even get to the main door. The surveillance staff also discovered Tran Vu and the others. Shouldn't they be banned from entering? Before, they were very compliant. After careful consideration, little brother suddenly shouted, "Not good, there's a spy breaking in." Tu Ga immediately turned back to report, "Big brother, there are 4 level 1 cultivators infiltrating." The leader calmly said, "It's okay to kill, do we still have to report this matter?" At this moment, with a thud sound, another Tu Ga boasted proudly, "Whoa, he picked his own cards, whoa." The leader got angry, "What's the buzzing? You go clean up those intruders. If you tell me to go, then go, stop talking nonsense." Tu Ga, who was sent to deal with Tran Vu and the others, immediately became angry. "Dare to ruin my game, I must let you know." But Tu Ga is basically no match for Tran Vu and the others. After being defeated, he immediately begged, "The female student you want to save is being imprisoned in the dungeon. I will draw a map for you." This scene was immediately discovered by Tu Ga, who was monitoring the camera. But the leader calmly said, "No need to send people anymore, there will only be water as bait for me. After all, the prison door is made of super hard steel and cannot be broken. Unless you have the spirit, don't open it." Tran Vu and the others followed the map and quickly found that unopenable door. Tran Vu didn't waste time and immediately pulled out the BB sword he left behind. Tran Vu swung his sword, the yellow energy continuously hitting the iron door. In the blink of an eye, the sturdy iron door was destroyed. Hearing the sound of the door being broken, the leader was extremely surprised. He immediately ordered Tu Ga next to him to deal with Tran Vu. "Go deal with them, this game is up to you." The level 3 cultivator said proudly, "Make sure to complete the mission. I will definitely let them kneel down and beg." Not long after, the younger brother, who was still arrogant and proud, was tied up. After handing over the key, he kept begging, "I also gave you the key. The girl you wanted to save has been saved. Let me go." Truong Yen Yen immediately asked the pink-haired girl, "They didn't do anything to you, did they?" The pink-haired girl said in self-pity, "Every night they forced me to play cards until late at night with them." Hearing that, an amazing image immediately appeared in Tran Vu's mind. He thought to himself, "I only hope it's a man and a woman." Truong Yen Yen also thought so she grabbed Tu Ga and angrily scolded, "Playing until late every night? You beasts, you're dead." Tu Ga said in fear, "Sorry, we shouldn't have let her deal the cards to us." Everyone was stunned, not expecting these thugs to be so special. At this time, Bat Hong Dao suddenly spoke, "Everyone come here quickly, I discovered the secret room." Tu Ga quickly stopped, "Don't go in there, you will regret it, you will definitely regret it." Arriving in front of the secret room, everyone heard the monster roar. Tran Vu immediately said, "When I hear the noise, they are right ahead. Move forward with full force, ready to fight." Going deep inside, seeing the group of monsters below, Tran Vu immediately speculated, "I guess the monsters in the museum must come from here. The closest place is probably the museum." Hearing that, Bat Hong Dao's expression changed. "Do you mean they transported monsters from the underground museum?" At this time, 2 level 4 cultivators appeared and grabbed Donda. "At first I didn't intend to get involved with you, but since you saw something you shouldn't have seen, don't leave here." As soon as he finished speaking, someone grabbed Donda's head and slammed it against the ground. Tran Vu smiled faintly. So? I have prepared my back moves to deal with you too. Truong Thiet, Truong Quang. Truong Thiet and Truong Quang immediately appeared in front of Tran Vu. Tran Vu said proudly, we also have 2 level 4 cultivators, for against 2, you guys will definitely lose. The leader sneered, so? As soon as he finished speaking, Truong Quang walked up to the blue-haired man and said dissatisfiedly, why are you only here now? The blue-haired guy calmly said, today's luck is too good. Truong Thiet panicked. Truong Quang, what are you doing? Truong Quang calmly said, I have joined the Tsongbin Association, don't you recognize it? I joined the Tsongbin Association to overthrow this damn security system. The man is a student majoring in martial arts, yet he can control a great sword that carries martial arts energy. Immediately after level 4 security officer Truong Quang revealed his identity as a spy. He was still arrogant and proud, inviting, how about you also join the Tsongbin Association? My brothers and I do it together. Truong Thiet immediately said coldly, do you think I will be like you, a person not like a person, a dog not like a dog? But Truong Quang calmly said, do you think if you don't abandon them, they will forgive you? Finally, Truong Quang pointed at Tran Vu, kid, I give you 10 seconds to run away. But we have to leave him behind, should we run? Hearing that, Tran Vu immediately said one word with a serious face, run. After 10 seconds the blue-haired man smirked, time's up, let's start killing. This place is left to you, let's go clean up those shrimps. Truong Quang shook his head and looked at Truong Thiet. See, that's how they are, abandoning you faster than anything. I ask again, do you want to join the Justice Association? Don't say your energy level isn't as good as mine, even if it's higher than me. A support guy can't beat me. But Truong Thiet was not afraid at all. He immediately used the skill. Unlawful Organization Chu Hang. At the same time, 2 level 4 cultivators chased to the door, but Tran Vu and the others had already run away. Just as they were searching, Tran Vu and Bat Hong Dao suddenly rushed down from above, launching a preemptive attack. But the reaction of the supernatural cultivator was really fast, neutralizing the 2 people's attacks in the blink of an eye. The short-haired guy grabbed Bat Hong Dao's leg and threw her hard against the wall. The blue-haired guy used the teleportation skill and appeared behind Tran Vu. He threw a powerful punch into Tran Vu's stomach. The system notification rang out, injured, lost 7 health, plus 40005 experience, plus 7005 energy, healthy bones plus 400. Feeling the intense pain, Tran Vu thought to himself, the strength of people with special abilities is much higher than that of level 3 cultivators. Truong Yen Yen asked worriedly, are you okay? Tran Vu immediately shouted, don't worry about me, quickly wake up Donda, otherwise we will all die here. Facing Truong Quang's attack, Truong Thiet was extremely pressured. I cannot lose. If I lose, Tran Vu and the others will die. But I'm really not Truong Quang's opponent. Just as Truong Quang was about to attack Truong Thiet suddenly regained his energy and said, I know you don't want me to die, otherwise you wouldn't have stopped us from accepting this mission. As soon as he finished speaking, Truong Quang suddenly jumped up, his terrible fist was about to fall. But Truong Thiet said, then kill me, brother. As soon as he finished speaking, Truong Quang's fist suddenly stopped in midair. Truong Thiet quickly performed the skill No Fat Bao. A ball of light condensed in the palm of his hand. Truong Thiet threw the ball of light at Truong Quang. Hearing the explosion from inside the room, the blue-haired man proudly said, it seems victory and defeat have been decided. Truong Quang has taken care of that security officer. But what the 2 didn't expect was that the person walking out the door was Truong Thiet. The short-haired guy was surprised. How is that possible? Did Truong Quang lose to a supporter of Vo Fap? Just as the blue-haired man was about to take action against Truong Thiet, Tran Vu appeared behind him and coldly said, where are you going? Your opponent is me. Bat Hong Dao also appeared, rushing towards the short-haired guy. But Bat Hong Dao did not perform the skill, but began to torture himself. The pain stimulated the acupuncture points on her body, and her energy and reactions were quickly enhanced. After activating the talent, Bat Hong Dao's energy level breaks through to level 2. Fairness will stimulate the short-haired. Oh, try it. Nam Kien Trang was immediately shocked. You are from the 8 Desolate clan. However, he was not at all confused. It's a pity, even though you broke through, you were only level 2, and still didn't hurt a finger. Bat Hong Dao did not dare to hesitate, and directly performed his strongest move, the 8 deserted formation without sacrifice. At the same time, Tran Vu's 2 hands joined together, the energy formation immediately formed, the indestructible automatic island immediately launched, the white flame spread throughout Tran Vu's body, carrying layers of force. Invisible suction. Lam Mao felt the energy in his body being sucked and immediately panicked. What's going on? The energy is being lost. What weapon is this? Although the sucked air was continuously transmitted into Tranvu's body, it had no effect. He immediately shouted loudly, Truong Veem Veem! How much longer do you have? Quickly call Don De to help. Tu Dao and I won't be able to hold on for long. Truong Veem Veem has no free time, so he can only scream. Next, a bucket of water poured down from Don Da's head. Being splashed with water, Don Da woke up startled. What's going on? Rain? Having completed the task, Truong Veem Veem immediately pulled out the belt buckle and said, Okay Don Da. He's awake! Tran Vu immediately raised his head and shouted loudly, ADP 685. As soon as he finished speaking, Bat Hong Dao and Don Da immediately replied, Got it. Next, Don Da joined his hands together and performed an impossible 9-level formation, but his face was ugly. Brother Vu, at most I can only create a 4th-level energy formation. This won't kill a level 4 martial artist. Tran Vu and Van Sin both frowned. If it's a 5th-level air formation then. Don Da immediately said, 5-level sounds so easy to say. Need to consume a large amount of mental power. Moreover, where can we get the 3rd professional formation? Tran Vu suddenly injected his spiritual power into the air formation. After forcibly upgrading the air formation to level 5, he said, Then let's try. Seeing that, Don Da's face immediately changed. What? Vu brother, do you still want to use illegal methods? Truong Veem Veem saw this and secretly exclaimed, Just the 2nd level, is it so scary? As a 1st-level martial artist, he wanted to take on the mission of rescuing a 5th-level martial artist. After hearing the mission introduction, Tran Vu couldn't help but wonder, strange, why not say who the 5th-level martial artist is? Who came to introduce the situation before? At this moment, behind everyone suddenly rang out a clear female voice. Great! Finally someone accepted this mission. 3rd-level elite student Truong Veem Veem immediately said, My name is Truong Veem Veem. I posted this mission. Quickly save Tu Nok. After that, Truong Veem Veem immediately knelt down, grabbed Tran Vu's pants leg and begged. You guys, please go save him. Seeing that, Tran Vu proudly said, I have special experience in advising people to return to their senses. Tell me, which red light district did he get lost in? Hearing that Tu Nok was in Vong Du Tan, Tran Vu was surprised. Vong Du Tan? Isn't that what became ruins after the Great War? Duplicate. Truong Veem Veem immediately said, You misunderstood. He's not that kind of person. When we were on duty, Tu Nok was injured. Arrested by a 4th-level gangster. Hearing that, Tran Vu immediately waved his hand. This type of rescue mission is not interesting. Our capabilities are limited. You should find someone else. Tran Vu and Don De turned to run away. Truong Veem Veem quickly said, Wait. If you have any conditions, we can negotiate. Bat Hong Dao picked up the photo that fell from Truong Kim Kim's bag and quickly said, Hey, your photo fell. Is the person arrested this girl? She is so beautiful. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu and Don De were about to leave and stopped. Then the two of them ran quickly to Bat Hong Dao, saying in unison, Truly beautiful. Next, Tran Vu immediately changed his face and solemnly agreed, We accept this mission. Truong Veem Veem's eyes immediately lit up. Great! The safety officer and I will go with you guys. Tran Vu suddenly said. Then at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I have to go back and buy insurance for this mission. Afterwards, Tran Vu returned home and injected himself with poison taken from the strange world. After being enhanced by the transformation system, Tran Vu's level of energy immediately increased by 0.3 G, reaching 1.7 G. Time quickly arrived at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Everyone gathered at the gate of the Capital General Hospital. Safety Level 4 Elite Level 3 member Truong Quang is scolding Truong Veem Veem. Can you stop causing trouble? Before I told you guys not to accept missions beyond your level. You guys thought you were right and didn't listen to anything. What were the results? 3 people in her class. One was seriously injured and bedridden. Another was arrested and was on the brink of death. Truong Veem Veem was not convinced. Every mission has risks. Who would have expected something to happen? Those 2 level 4 martial artists suddenly appeared. Truong Quang still said coldly, So are you in a hurry to die now? He pointed at Truong Thiet and the others and said, Look who you are looking for. 3 level 1 martial artists, 1 level 4 security guard. Is this not going to die? Tran Vu and Van Sin immediately said to Truong Thiet, Brother Thiet, it seems like he doesn't value us. Truong Thiet immediately said dissatisfiedly, Truong Quang. Have you done enough? Don't forget that the safety officer has no right to interfere with student decisions. Truong Quang immediately asked Truong Veem Veem, can the school deploy rescue? Truong Veem Veem shook his head. No, it's been 3 days, there's still no movement at the school. If I don't act, I'm afraid. At this time, Donda and Tran Vu suddenly interrupted. I think your security officer is right. This mission's difficulty is indeed very high. Seeing that everyone was about to turn back, Truong Veem Veem quickly said, don't change your mind, okay? After completing the mission, all rewards and coursework belong to you. Please don't give up. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu originally intended to take the opportunity to force the prize, so he held Truong Veem Veem's hand and agreed. Then everyone boarded the train to look out for the capital. Tran Vu was in charge of the guard. Donda in the carriage suddenly wondered, what's wrong with that guy Truong Quang? Being a security officer and being so afraid of death, is that a man? Truong Thiat sighed and explained, he must remember what happened before. That year, he was still young and arrogant. As a security officer, he accepted tasks beyond his capabilities. In the end, the security guard died to save him. That security officer is our mother. As soon as he finished speaking, Donda immediately realized the key point. Wait, are you two brothers? At this time, Tran Vu suddenly stuck his head out from the roof of the car and reminded, strange beast. There are strange beasts. Hurry up here. I saw the giant beast constantly making shrill screams, shaking its body, about to attack everyone. Truong Quang immediately said, stay back. I'll go deal with it. You guys take the others away. Tran Vu and Van Sin were immediately dissatisfied. This doesn't work, that doesn't work, stop hindering us. If I can kill it, stop talking about your next move. Seeing Tran Vu being so arrogant, Truong Quang immediately became angry. 1 level versus 3 levels? You are looking for death. Tran Vu directly raised his middle finger to him. If you don't provoke him, will you die? Next, Tran Vu took a deep breath, dismissed all surrounding thoughts, stomped his feet hard, and turned into a beam of light rushing straight towards the strange beast. Not far from approaching the strange beast, the weak aura on Tran Vu's body suddenly broke out. With the blessing of the aura, Tran Vu's rushing speed suddenly doubled, his whole body instantly disappeared, and a barely visible light flashed. Fresh blood spurted out from the beast's body. The beast was divided into many parts, and fell to the ground. Truong Quang and Truong Veem Veem immediately showed unbelievable expressions. 1 level beheading 3 levels? How is that possible? Truong Quang immediately turned to look at Truong Thiat. What's wrong with him? Truong Thiat and Donda immediately said with a profound and unfathomable look, if our class doesn't have any strength, how can we dare to accept the rescue mission? The amazing super genius Bat Hong Dao went to meet Tran Vu again. Just now, Tran Vu recklessly used his mental power to forcefully upgrade the 4-level weapon formation to the 5th level. After the weapon formation was upgraded to level 5, Donda said arrogantly, is a level 4 martial artist very good? Today we risk death with you, die together or live together. Tran Vu and Van Sin couldn't help but be stunned. What are you talking about? Donda again composed his own performance. I know you are very touched. I also did not expect that I would say such touching words. Tran Vu immediately interrupted. Stop talking nonsense. Don't hinder me. You two quickly retreat. The 2 4th-level martial artists of justice immediately became angry. They simultaneously burst out in anger and said, want to run? Dream. Next, the two rushed in front of Tran Vu, and at the same time performed a level 5 double slash towards him. Tran Vu immediately threw out the lawless heavenly tent condensed from the 5th-level air array. Powerful light illuminates the entire field. Next, the giant ball of light formed from the heavenly tent immediately greeted the double beheading. The terrifying energy wave erupted with a loud explosion. But the surprising thing was, the double beheading performed by 2 4th-level martial artists was destroyed by the heavenly tent. Unable to condense from a level 5 chi formation is truly too strong. The 2 4th-level warriors of justice only had time to let out a scream before they were quickly burned and disappeared. With just one attack, the pillars shattered, the ceiling collapsed, and the entire hall turned into rubble. Seeing that Tran Vu was still in the ruins, everyone's faces changed. But at this moment, a violent roar suddenly broke out in the rubble, and a figure rushed out of the ground. The clothes on Tran Vu's body were turned into ash by the recent explosion. Donda immediately shouted, "Look quickly! What is that?" Truong Veem Veem also screamed, "What is that?" After Tran Vu fell to the ground, Donda laughed loudly. "Don't cover it anymore, it clearly can't be covered." As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu immediately rushed forward to take off Truong Vim's pants. A few days later, Truong Thiet was taken to Kindai Hospital. Although his life can be preserved, it is still unclear when he will wake up. Security guard Truong Kwong was punished by the school. The situation of Vang Bao illegally selling weapons from the Fair Association was also reported to the school. The 1,000 study points reward for the rescue mission of the second gene has also been transferred. Tran Vu was summoned by the student council and came to their office door. Tran Vu thought to himself, a star student of the capital wants to meet me, it's so rare. After leading Tran Vu into the office, Mr. Bat Hong Dao, the wildest bull, was sitting on the chair observing Tran Vu. As soon as Tran Vu entered the door, he went straight to the point. Are you looking for me for something? Bat Hong not immediately asked curiously. There is something I want to ask you. He was not an expert in lawlessness, he had never even used lawlessness before. But the mental power consumed for lawlessness is not easy to obtain. But in this mission you used it illegally. Where did your mental power come from? Can it just appear out of nowhere? Tran Vu immediately sat down on the chair and honestly said, my spiritual power was due to accidentally being penetrated by the spirit of a foreign world, and then exploding. Of course, you may not believe it, but geniuses are always difficult for ordinary people to understand. Hearing that, Bat Hong not frowned. So can you show off your lawless strength? I want to confirm the purity of your spiritual power. Regarding the Bat Hong family, which did not have much sympathy, Tran Vu smiled and said, are you sure? This is what you found yourself. Today I will vent my anger on Chiu Dao's behalf. As soon as he finished speaking, Bat Hong Not's office erupted in a violent explosion. The students below were surprised. It exploded. What happened? Why did the student union explode? Who is so brave? After blowing up the office, Tran Vu immediately said, I accidentally blew up your office. I'm really sorry. Bat Hong Not didn't care. It's okay. I've witnessed the elite spiritual power. The main story is over. Let's talk about something else. After that, Bat Hong Not took out a box and put it on the table. This is for you. Tran Vu was immediately stunned. For me? Just now I blew up your office, so I wouldn't dare accept your gift. When he saw that there were 10 monk spirit pills in the box, Tran Vu immediately exclaimed, What? Is this a monk spirit pill? Is one pill equivalent to 1,000 monk spirit pills? One increasing energy pill is 20,000 energy coins, so one increasing spirit pill is 20 million. 10 pills is 200 million. Tran Vu immediately said with a serious face, Why did you use money to beat me? Is it great to have money? I won't agree to be with you. Hearing that, Bat Hong Not frowned and interrupted. Giving this to Chiu Dao is most appropriate. After that, Bat Hong Not immediately said with a strange expression, One is his, the other is Bat Hong Dao's. Hearing that, Tran Vu immediately objected. Why did you ask me to give it to her? What if I use it myself? Bat Hong Not looked confused. You're not that type of person. You go. I will report your talent to Mr. Ka. Go find him. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu's face immediately became strange. Did you tell me to go find Mr. Ka? Bat Hong Not immediately said with a serious face. Be careful when going there. Remember not to easily refuse Teacher Ka. In my heart I thought to myself, the person I have to advise Bat Hong Not is very interesting. I will tell you in detail how to watch. Look at the bottom left corner. Download QQ Lunar Poison. Enter Make Me Die Strongest into the search box. You can view the entire content directly, because the novel has been completed. If you want to see the comic, enter the One Day Organization into the search box. Remember to use the official platform to find it. Shocked, the male protagonist's teammates were attacked by strange beasts during the mission. Not long ago, after instructing Bat Hong Not, Tran Vu immediately went to the teaching area. After opening the office door, Tran Vu couldn't help but be surprised. Bat Hong Not told me to find Mr. Ka. Why was there no one? After that, Tran Vu discovered someone falling asleep on the sofa. Tran Vu then cunningly walked up behind him and spoke. Distinguished guest Tran Vu has arrived. Don't hurry to welcome him. As soon as he finished speaking, the voice immediately returned. Oh, it turns out it's Tran Vu. Mr. Ka immediately stood up and said dissatisfiedly. I have been working in education for more than 10 years. There are many students waiting for leaders. But leaders waiting for students is truly unprecedented. Tran Vu immediately asked, A group of leaders? Where? As soon as he finished speaking, the office door was suddenly pushed open. Immediately came the voice of the director of the Institute of Magic. Tran Vu, your talent for learning martial arts is a waste. The director of the Martial Arts Institute immediately objected. Learning magic for you is a waste. Seeing this scene, Mr. Ka immediately shouted, I told you to wait, did you hear that? Whoever dares to open the door again, I will kill Tran Vu, so that everyone can't. After everyone left, Mr. Ka spoke again. See? They all came for me. Do you want to major in magic? Tran Vu flatly refused. No. Hearing that, Mr. Ka's face immediately darkened. The results of the new talent assessment show that your magic is a little better than martial arts, and has the potential to become the second Bat Hong Knot. I don't like being rejected, think again. Hearing that, Tran Vu suddenly remembered Bat Hong Knot's previous advice, not to refuse Teacher Ka. But Tran Vu still firmly stood up. I am not interested in becoming the second Bat Hong Knot. I will become the first Tran Vu. Seeing that Tran Vu refused, Mr. Ka immediately used his martial arts technique to attack. Since you want to refuse, then bear the consequences. Mr. Ka immediately grabbed Tran Vu and began to shake him vigorously. Join the Institute of Magic, they will teach you well. Only now did Tran Vu understand why Bat Hong Knot gave him instructions, so he said, Master, you are a 10 dog, you hate being rejected. As soon as he said it, Mr. Ka was immediately surprised. How did you know? After that, Mr. Ka immediately said with a serious face to the two people outside the door, Since Tran Vu has chosen, you can go away. But when Bat Hong Dao and Don Dao were about to leave, Teacher Crane said the two students stay. Mr. Ka immediately threw several documents on the table. Next, there are two things that need to be announced to the class. This is the first thing. Looking at the document, Tran Vu and others discovered that it was a student council registration file. Donda was immediately happy. Huh? Isn't the student council one of the most important organizations in the school? If you want to become a school assistant, a security officer, or a professor from the leadership team, you all need to join the student council. Teacher Ka immediately said, If you are invited, you should be happy and sign quickly. Tran Vu immediately waved his hand and refused. Although others wanted to come in, I refused. Tran Vu immediately smiled faintly. Signing is like being bound to the school. Unless the superiors expel you, you won't be able to leave. Signing is like selling yourself. If you want to escape, you have to be like Truong Thiet and betray the organization. So I didn't join. As soon as he finished speaking, Bat Hong Dao also respectfully returned the file and said, Sorry, I also refuse. Being rejected again, Mr. Ka immediately became angry, used the 10-dog martial arts technique to attack again, grabbed the three people and shook them vigorously. After that, Mr. Ka continued with a serious face. I'll talk about the second thing. We decided to temporarily strip Truong Thiet of his status as a security officer. The school will arrange for you a new, stronger security officer. Hearing that, all three shouted in unison, What? Change of security staff? Tran Vu immediately spoke first. He is in the special care room. The main treatment standard is the treatment of security staff. If his status as a security officer is revoked, will the treatment standards change? Mr. Ka immediately replied, The school also starts from the perspective of the children. Truong Thiet is really not suitable to be your security officer anymore. All three immediately dissatisfiedly refused. We do not agree. All of us in class 2 disagreed. He is a comrade who fights with us. How can we say that he is a substitute? As soon as he finished speaking, Mr. Ka immediately became angry, and the martial art of the 10-dog attack was deployed again. But Donda was prepared, so he rushed in front of Mr. Ka and quickly stuck out his tongue. Suddenly being licked by Donda, Mr. Ka immediately looked disgusted. Donda proudly said, Hee, to deal with this kind of bitch, you just have to lick more disgustingly than him. A moment later, the three people arrived at the Sun Fa Back Mountain Forest, on a mission to transport military supplies and destroy all strange beasts within a 3-kilometer range. Looking around at all the strange animals, Donda couldn't help but lament, even though there are security guards, it's not as miserable as this. What the hell is this mission? The destruction mission is not that difficult. He forgot that there were strange animals all around him. Donda was immediately angry. Damn Mr. Ka, he actually forced us to change security guards and forced us to do such a dangerous enforcement mission. Faced with a dangerous situation, Tran Vu still rushed forward as usual, and declared that he absolutely would not agree. But as soon as Tran Vu rushed forward, Don Dao and Bat Hong Dao were attacked again. Looking at the two people falling down the mountainside, Tran Vu immediately let out a tragic cry. The male protagonist's teammates sacrificed themselves in the mission to destroy strange beasts. But fortunately, it was just Tran Vu's nightmare. After waking up, Tran Vu couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Was it a dream? Why do I have a bad feeling? At this time, Tran Vu suddenly discovered that Bat Hong Dao had called him several times. After connecting, Bat Hong Dao immediately said, Tran Vu, I just received the news and heard that the school is about to issue an enforcement mission. Every week, a class must complete at least one enforcement task assigned by the school. Speaking of this, Bat Hong Dao couldn't help but worry. Moreover, I heard that the difficulty is very high, most of it involves destroying strange beasts. Hearing that, Tran Vu was stunned. Destroying strange beasts is at least a D-level mission. Bat Hong Dao immediately expressed his worries. Truong Thiet is still in the hospital. Our class currently has no security staff. We still have to do our duties. What should we do? Tran Vu said confusedly. School is really troublesome. Call Donda out, let's discuss. Donda was studying magic when he received a call from Tran Vu and immediately became angry. What's going on? Impossible. I'm studying magic, I can't go. At this time, the magic teacher suddenly shouted loudly at Donda, Donda, grade 2 Tinan, please concentrate on listening to the lesson, don't affect discipline. Donda then whispered, see? If I leave this class without finishing class, I won't be able to live in peace. But Tran Vu didn't care. Kid, if I count to 3, I will also make your life unstable. Donda then coldly said, do you really think you can threaten me? After that, Donda immediately made an excuse to leave the classroom. Say, what's going on? If I skip this class, I will lose 9 credit points. Are you sure you want to drag me out? Hearing such a high cumulative score, Tran Vu quickly changed his mind. You quickly go back to study, the two of us will wait for you outside. After that, Tran Vu immediately led Bat Hong Dao to a nearby park to rest. Bat Hong Dao saw Tran Vu leisurely and worried. With just the 3 of us, I don't know if we can complete the enforcement mission. Truong Thiet was seriously injured and is in the hospital. Tran Vu immediately took out a box and interrupted Bat Hong Dao. Don't worry anymore, take this monk spirit pill. This is your brother. Bat Hong not asked me to definitely give it to you. Bat Hong Dao received it, and couldn't help but feel emotional. It turned out to be his brother. At this time, Donda finished school and quickly ran over. Tran Vu immediately told Donda about the school's impending enforcement mission. Donda immediately scolded angrily. What kind of damn rule is that? Our security officer, Mr. Truong Thiet, is still in a coma. Going directly to kill strange beasts is too dangerous. Or we should go negotiate with the principal. Our situation is special. We won't be on enforcement duty for the time being. Tran Vu immediately refused. No way. Mr. Kaw and the school administration want to replace the security staff of our Tin on 2nd grade class. If we negotiate, the school will definitely force us to change to new security staff and force us to do enforcement duty. In order to protect the Tin on Class 2 squad, and because the injured Truong Thiet is not replaced, the 3 of us will go on enforcement duty. Hearing that, Donda immediately became angry. Only the 3 of us will take on such a dangerous enforcement mission, are you kidding? But Tran Vu immediately decided, let's just decide. Donda immediately got angry. Then why are you still calling me out? Isn't it okay for you to decide for yourself? Tran Vu immediately led the 2 people to the mission hall. He immediately took his student card and said he was here to take on enforcement duties. Donda discovered that the surrounding atmosphere was a bit tense, filled with students scolding him for the enforcement task. Seeing this, Donda couldn't help but be curious. The enforcement task seemed to be even more terrifyingly difficult than imagined. Every student had a gloomy face. Bat Hong Dao immediately explained, because not every class is an elite class like us. Most of the students are gathered in regular classes. Their security guards are only level 3 at best. Facing strange beasts, protecting yourself is still difficult. It is very likely that the whole class will die. Hearing that, Donda immediately became angry. Isn't this so-called forced mission meant to send students to die? Bat Hong Dao immediately said the school said the martial arts conference is about to start, and wants to train all students. At this time, the receptionist suddenly spoke. Hello, I looked up your class information. The enforcement mission of first year Tin on Class 2 is to transport military supplies to the Sun Fa Back Forest, and destroy all strange beasts within a 3-kilometer radius. Mission level, extremely dangerous. Module point reward upon completion, 650. As soon as he finished speaking, the surrounding students were surprised. Oh my god, the Sun Fa, there are many strange beasts there. Destroy all the strange beasts in the Sun Fa, is this an elite class? It's terrible, the difficulty of this quest is almost S level. Tran Vu immediately asked, Miss, is this task very difficult? The girl immediately replied, it's very difficult, and your security officer Truong Thiet is still in the hospital, so you shouldn't be assigned tasks like this. I advise you to go to the staff room to find Mr. Ka and ask to change your assignment. I don't have the right to change missions, each class's enforcement missions are predetermined. Donda immediately panicked. Mr. Vu, maybe we should think again. But Tran Vu immediately said, Miss, just do it. Our Tin on Class 2 accepts this mission. Seeing Tran Vu accepting the mission, Donda was immediately angry. Obviously you can choose a simpler mission. Why do you have to accept this one? Tran Vu seriously explained, Idiot, you don't understand this. The school intentionally said it was a coercive task. No matter how difficult it was, it had to be done. Letting the three of us, a group without a security guard, go, obviously we definitely don't dare to go. We can only ask to change security staff. Once we go to the staff room to find Mr. Ka, we will fall into a passive position. Truong Thiat's replacement will already be a reality. Having said this, Tran Vu immediately grabbed Bat Hong Dao's shoulder. That's right, Tu Duong, your brother's monk spirit pill. Bat Hong not gave it to you, share it with me and each person in the wild. Donda was immediately surprised. Tang Lin pill cost 22 million per pill. That was a high-class genius treasure. Unexpectedly, this life of mine and Donda would have the opportunity to taste it. Seeing Donda's stupidity, Tran Vu immediately advised, there are still a few days left to do the enforcement mission. Everyone should take the time to practice and prepare. To resolve this situation, Tran Vu planned to go find Professor Chan Thong-min again before going on duty. In order to complete his enforcement mission, Tran Vu went to Tan Hoa to find Professor Chan Thong-min. As soon as he saw Tran Vu, Chan Thong-min immediately flew to hug him. Chan Thong-min started crying. I was suspended from school, my salary was cut, and the principal even beat me. Am I a genius? If that's true, why doesn't anyone enjoy my mind martial arts? Hearing that, Tran Vu's eyes lit up. You invented the martial arts technique? Quick, show me how your mind martial arts are. Chan Thong-min took out his new phone martial arts belief Chi Moon. It can reduce explosive power by 37%. Combined with the ancestral pearl blessing, it can increase explosive power by 37%. Martial arts plus brittleness can cause bone hardening to decrease by 200%, 1 minute later increasing by 200%. Using it on Tran Vu is to increase the hardness by 200% first. Even if there is a counterattack, there is no need to fear if there is an ancestor. Looking at the two new weapons in his hand, Tran Vu felt that they were enough to deal with the enforcement task. Tran Vu hugged Chan Thong-min and begged, Professor Chan, next research something bigger, research how to defuse the Qi Si of Dantian. Chan Thong-min was stunned. Was a weapon that reduced cultivation like this really made by someone? Tran Vu patted his chest and assured, I study. I am your loyal fan. You don't need to worry about money, I'll give you 200,000 in advance. But you told me. 5 days later, the Western City was in business. This mission consists of 2 parts, escorting 3 vehicles of military supplies to the wilderness, and cleaning up strange beasts within 3 kilometers of the surrounding area. This transportation action was undertaken by Vong Thieu, the person in charge of the elite material warehouse of the Western City business. Military supplies were quickly arranged and the convoy left the Western City for business. Tran Vu sat on the roof of the vehicle carrying supplies and ordered. Tu Dao went ahead to explore the way. Donda followed behind to cover the rear. Duanda immediately got angry. Bat Hong Dao, we run, everything is done by us. What are you doing? Tran Vu proudly said, just arrange it. If you don't convince me then beat me. Knowing he couldn't win against Tran Vu, Donda had to listen to the arrangement. This mission of transporting supplies was very fortunate. During the process, we did not encounter any attacks from strange beasts. Arriving at the wilderness, Tran Vu started a conversation with a soldier. Unexpectedly, this mission went unexpectedly smoothly. Dude, this time there are 3 trucks of supplies, isn't that quite enough? The soldier sighed. What does this mean? Last week I joined a large convoy of more than 200 trucks of this type. I heard it was a military exercise. The World Academy Sports Festival is about to begin and must demonstrate military strength and test weapons and equipment. Hearing that, Tran Vu silently thought, is it that simple? At this time, Tran Vu keenly noticed the ground shaking and 3 giant strange beasts appeared in front. Tran Vu shouted loudly, strange beasts, you guys are not opponents, quickly run away. But the other soldiers drove the vehicle carrying supplies hundreds of meters away. Donda was about to attack but was stopped by Tran Vu. Tran Vu said the 2 of them just need to keep their strength, and if they don't encounter level 3 strange beasts, just watch him fight. Tran Vu circulated the true energy in his body, forming a reflux, and the moon of faith was immediately activated. A bright red flame flared up, A feeling of indescribable power filled every cell. Tran Vu's explosive power immediately increased by 37%. Tran Vu stood in the air, put his strength into his waist, and kicked hard with both legs. The powerful impact pushed Tran Vu flying towards the three strange beasts at a faster speed. The sword wind blew, the aura resonated, light and shadow flashed. Before the body could be seen clearly, the strange beast flew into the sky, spitting out bright red tomato sauce. In just a blink of an eye, several second-level strange beasts were dealt with by Tran Vu. Suddenly, Tran Vu seemed to realize something, immediately covered Don Da's mouth, carefully observed his surroundings. Did you feel the ground shaking? As soon as he finished speaking, the mountain not far away began to shake violently, accompanied by a sky-shattering roar, and a giant hand that obscured nearly half of his vision stood up. This is clearly a level 5 strange beast. Unexpectedly, during the school's enforcement mission, he encountered a level 5 strange beast. Tran Vu quickly shouted, "Run quickly!" In the blink of an eye, red light flashed in the strange beast's eyes. It opened its giant mouth. Terrifying level 5 true energy burst out, waves of compressed air shot out, rushing straight towards Tran Vu and the others. The explosion rang out. Tran Vu did not have time to react and was hit by an air wave. Seeing that, Don Dao and Bat Hong Dao immediately stopped, intending to save Tran Vu. Tran Vu quickly signaled, "Don't come here, stay away, you guys can't help." Tran Vu pulled out his long sword, looked at the strange beast and said, with such fast speed, "Who would know that you are a turtle?" As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu circulated the true energy in his body and rushed towards the strange martial arts beast. Tran Vu tightly grasped the long sword and stabbed straight into the head of the strange martial arts beast, intending to pierce its head. But right after that, the strange beast suddenly withdrew its head, avoiding Tran Vu's attack. The strange beast quickly stuck its head out and rammed straight into Tran Vu's body. Tran Vu quickly jumped on its back. Tran Vu provoked the strange turtle. "Aren't you good at spraying? Go ahead, I'm on your back, see what you can do." As soon as he finished speaking, the thrust from his butt knocked Tran Vu away. After Tran Vu fell to the ground, the strange beast immediately jumped up, spinning flexibly in the air. Looking at the strange beast rushing down like an avalanche, Tran Vu's scalp was numb. Knowing there was no other way, Tran Vu's expression changed. This time he can't avoid it. Immediately afterwards, the giant body fell, the ground cracked, and shock waves spread out, uprooting countless trees. Seeing that, Bat Hong Dao was about to run to the strange beast to see if Tran Vu was okay, but he quickly stopped him. "Vu Xie must be okay." But both were surprised when they heard Tran Vu's voice. "Who told you to talk nonsense?" Tran Vu can avoid this attack thanks to using the skill of reducing IQ and increasing explosive instant teleportation. Seeing Tran Vu becoming stupid again, Donda muttered, "This familiar scene, has he relapsed again?" Bat Hong Dao saw Tran Vu retreating and immediately chased after him, asking, "Do we need to retreat now?" Tran Vu acts cool. "Retreat? A level 5 strange beast, as solid as a rock, what's the point of retreating?" Tran Vu led two people to a warehouse of explosives. Tran Vu picked up an artillery shell and proudly said, "There are so many modern thermobaric weapons that I don't want to use." Bat Hong Dao and Don Dao quickly shouted, "This is military explosives, our mission is to escort the explosives in." Tran Vu grabbed the artillery shell and said, "What about the armies? Is there anyone in charge?" "The mission is to escort the explosives in, we've accomplished it. The remaining task is to clean up strange beasts within a 3-kilometer range. Wouldn't using artillery shells be just right?" The young man struggled to complete the transport mission and decided to use explosives to destroy the strange beast. Listening to Tran Vu's analysis, Bat Hong Dao and Donda suddenly realized, did they do that on a mission? Why do I think what he said makes sense? The three of them quickly brought artillery shells and threw them at the upside-down turtle beast. Artillery shells hit the strange beast, sparks shot out in all directions, and a loud explosion rang out. The three people held the tail of the shell, spinning on the ground. The shell rotated faster and faster. A few seconds later, their hands clasped together, suddenly let go. The shell spun and flew towards the strange beast. Fire rose into the sky. The fierce flames accompanied by the roar of strange beasts echoed throughout the wilderness. After 15 minutes of bombardment, Tran Vu proudly said, "The surrounding 3 kilometers have been cleaned up." Tran Vu snapped his fingers, ending the IQ-reducing martial skill. Looking at the sea of fire in front of him, Tran Vu muttered, "Where is the strange beast? Who killed it?" Hearing that, Don Dao and Bat Hong Dao pointed at Tran Vu and said, "You did it, you threw all the artillery shells, we can't stop you, what now?" The three people fell into silence. A moment later, Tran Vu turned around and said, "It has happened, regretting it is useless. One person works, one person suffers." Tran Vu seriously patted Donda on the shoulder. "Donda, take responsibility." Donda quickly shook his head. "Absolutely not. Bat Hong Dao is the same, not wanting to take responsibility." Finally, Tran Vu said, "I don't want to accept it either. Since no one wants to bear it, what are you waiting for? Let's run away." Tran Vu ran first. Donda suddenly thought, "That's right. Who knows that the artillery shells were thrown by us? Just say you don't know." After that, Donda immediately hugged his legs and ran away, shouting loudly, "Run quickly! The last person will be caught!" At the same time, in the air, a pink-haired girl was using her phone to record the scene of 3 people running away. She recorded the entire process of the 3 people dealing with the strange beast. At the end of filming, the girl put away her phone and muttered, "It's all recorded." Tran Vu and the others quickly returned to the capital. Their story spread throughout the empire. Everyone whispered, "Have you heard? Hundreds of military warheads were used to blow up a strange martial arts beast in the wilderness. Such a waste, what a waste of great talent. The army's plan was ruined. Director Kaw was very angry and must investigate to find out who caused this. I heard there are already suspects." Hearing that, Bat Hong Dao was worried. "The homeroom teacher called me here, he probably already knew." Tran Vu consoled, "We were on a mission, causing such a big stir, it was normal to be suspected. As long as we insist on saying we don't know, can they still force us to confess? Just remember one sentence. If you resist, confess, go home for Tet. If you confess, you'll be lenient, and you'll be alone in prison." The 3 people went to Headmaster Kan's office and started crying. "It was so scary. We were on duty in the wilderness when a group of people rushed in and detonated all the artillery shells we had worked so hard to transport. Almost exploded to death. We suspect that as a member of the Engineering and Military Association, Director Kan must definitely seek justice for us." The head teacher took out a phone, smiled coldly and said, "Is that so? Luckily you guys provided the information, otherwise we wouldn't have investigated so quickly." The female student who secretly filmed Tran Vu 3 people fighting strange beasts was in Tin Nan. The homeroom teacher just took out his phone and opened the video. As soon as the 3 of them saw homeroom director Dog take out his phone and open the video, they immediately fell silent. The head teacher asked, "Did you say it was them?" "Everything is back." As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Vu snatched the phone from homeroom director Kaw's hand and pretended to ask, "Why is there a video like this?" Tran Vu's hand suddenly let go, and the phone fell down. Tran Vu, as quick as lightning, kicked away the phone that recorded evidence of their crime. Seeing that Tran Vu dared to destroy evidence right in front of him, Don Dao and Bat Hong Dao were stunned. Tran Vu pretended to say, "Sorry, I accidentally dropped it." The homeroom teacher didn't have time to get angry. Tran Vu then slyly said, "Headmaster Dog, look behind the wall." Don Da picked up the broken phone and immediately pulled out the memory card. "As long as this is not broken, the video will still be there." Headmaster Dog immediately praised, "You're still obedient." As soon as he finished speaking, a flame rose from Don Da's hand. In just a blink of an eye, the memory card was burned. Homeroom Dog's face immediately darkened. Tran Vu Trake looked pleased. "This time it's failed. Homeroom Dog, you might be angry." As soon as he finished speaking, Homeroom Dog couldn't stand it anymore and immediately turned around and scolded Tran Vu Trake. "I will expel you from school. You violated mission regulations and destroyed military property worth tens of millions, enough to be expelled from school." But Tran Vu Trake did not panic. On the contrary, he proudly asked, "Do you have evidence?" The homeroom Dog was speechless. "The evidence on the 5th island was all destroyed by you guys." Tran Vu Trake squatted down curiously and asked, "If it's okay, let's go." "Ah, who filmed that video just now?" The homeroom Dog was stunned and then answered, "It's your new security officer." Tran Nok Lai immediately asked, "New security staff? Who agrees?" "We said no need, right?" Knowing he had said something wrong, homeroom Dog quickly explained, "John Thiet agreed." Hearing that, Tran Vu Trake immediately opened his eyes and became excited. "What? Is Mr. Trong awake?" At the same time, John Thiet woke up and looked out the window with a serious expression. The doctor asked with concern, "Do you feel uncomfortable anywhere?" John Thiet explained, "No, I was just thinking about how to tell the students that I was no longer a security officer. Currently, the school is carrying out mandatory and dangerous tasks. The way I am now, I definitely can't participate. Even if I participate, my ability is not enough to protect them. I am willing to risk my life to protect them, but I cannot tolerate putting their lives in danger because of my incompetence. As soon as he finished speaking, Tran Nok Lai immediately pushed the door and rushed in, shouting, "Mr. Thiat, what did you decide on your own?" All three people rushed to hug Jang Thiat and said, "We support all your decisions. We will change security staff." After visiting Jang Thiat, the three people went downstairs to meet the new security staff. Donda suddenly got excited. "We must fire the new security officer, so Mr. Thiat can come back to be our security officer." At this moment, Ba Daket Y, 1m49 tall, with big breasts, suddenly spoke, "Why do you want to chase me away? I also didn't mean to secretly film it. The homeroom dog was worried about you guys getting into trouble during your mandatory mission, so he sent me to silently protect you." This new security officer, Ba Daket Y, even bluntly said he wanted Tran Vu Trake to be her boyfriend. Just now, Donda was determined to chase the new security officer away. But when he saw Ba Daket Y's bust, he was immediately fascinated. Bat Hong Dao quickly advised, "Don't let her fool you. Why would such a beautiful person pay attention to you?" At this time, Ba Daket Y stood up from his chair and interrupted, "That's right, if you want me to be a security officer there is one rule. In order to fully utilize my potential, the class president of the class I protect must be my boyfriend." Donda immediately revealed his strong ambition. "Our child will be named Don Lang." Ba Daket Y rushed towards Tran Vu Trake, at the same time thinking, "There is no man that I Ba Daket Y cannot defeat." But at this moment, Donda suddenly reached out and pulled Ba Daket back. Donda seriously asked, "Honestly, do you want to go to bed with him?" Ba Daket Y refuses to give up. "So what?" Ba Daket Y suddenly asked, "Tran Vu Trake, where are you going?" Tran Vu Trake was frustrated. "Going to take a shower? Doesn't the new mission start tomorrow?" Ba Daket Y's face immediately turned red. "Is this an appointment for me to take a bath together?" Ba Daket Y quickly changed into a seductive outfit, and went to the men's dormitory to find Tran Vu Trake. Bat Hong Dao quickly ran in front of her father and said, "Sister, are you here too? Are you sure you came to find Mr. Vu Trake?" Bat Hong Dao made up a story. "But Mr. Vu Trake is not here. I just got out of there. He texted to say he was in the wilderness." Ba Daket Y did not suspect anything, so he turned and walked towards Don Da's dormitory. Bat Hong Dao hid in the grass nearby, thinking, "I must protect Vu Trake from being harassed." Half an hour later, Ba Daket Y angrily returned to Tran Vu Trake's dormitory, because she discovered that Tran Vu Trake was not at Don Da's place at all. Bat Hong Dao quickly sneaked into the boys' dormitory. After Ba Dao went upstairs to put on his clothes, Bat Hong Dao pretended to say, "I'm going to get dressed. I just came back and wanted to see if Mr. Vu Trake had returned yet." My dad unconsciously said, "You mean he hasn't returned to the dorm yet?" Bat Hong Dao immediately nodded repeatedly. That's right. Ba Daket Y frowned. "Okay, then let's do it next time. Goodbye." Seeing his father leaving the boys' dormitory, Bat Hong Dao breathed a sigh of relief. Bat Hong Dao returned to the grass, determined to protect his future sister-in-law. At this moment, the 3-year-old man appeared behind Bat Hong Dao and coldly said, "You kid, you dared to deceive me, you dared to compete with me for men, you've exposed your vulnerability. Dare to compete with me about men? She has never lost in a fight over a man. You're definitely dead. I will tear your face off." While the two were struggling, Huan Nok knocked on Tran Vu Trake's door and said with concern, "I heard you didn't accept the joint mission? This is my family's heirloom amulet, very effective. I give it to you. I hope it protects you safely." Huan Nok proactively found Tran Vu Trake and also gave him a family amulet. Tran Vu Trake's eyes were fixed on Huan Nok's upper body, surprised. This amulet is really big. Early the next morning, everyone gathered at the gate of the capital university. Ba Daket Y took out the air mattress and placed it on the ground. She lay down on her stomach and started blowing hard. Tran Vu Trake was surprised. "What are you doing? Do lung exercises early in the morning?" After blowing up the air mattress, Ba Daket Y said to the 3 people, "Come on, just show off my ability." Having finished speaking, Ba Daket Y got on the air mattress first, patting the air mattress and urging, "Get on, what are you waiting for?" Donda began to undress and said proudly, "You go down first, we'll go up right away." Ba Daket Y immediately glared at Donda. Ba Daket Y said angrily, "I told you to get on the bed, not undress on the bed." Donda was stunned and stood rooted to the spot. Ba Daket Y impatiently urged, "I'm Ba Daket Y, I'm not free, you guys hurry up." After everyone got on the air mattress, Ba Daket Y began to control the airflow, performing martial arts techniques to fly into the sky. A strong stream of air radiated from Ba Daket Y's body, covering the air mattress. The air mattress, under the control of Ba De Ket Y, flew into the air. Tran Vu Trake and the others were surprised. Isn't this the legendary flying bed technique? Tran Vu Trake regained consciousness and asked, "Where are we going?" Ba Dao did not turn around and replied, "Go kidnap Bat Hong Dao." The three people were immediately surprised. Tran Vu Trake asked again, "What did you say?" Bat Hong Dao was scared. "What did my brother do wrong?" Don De protested loudly, "Isn't it kidnapping? This mission is bound to fail." Seeing everyone react so strongly, Ba De Ket Y immediately said, "Then reduce the difficulty a bit. You just need to tie Bat Hong Dao to my bed. I will control her." Don De immediately imagined an indescribable scene. He quickly asked, "What kind of control?" I took a look. Ba De Ket Y did not turn his head and shouted, "Get out, get out." Duan De immediately got angry. She was too much. After all, she's a student, yet she told a student to kidnap someone to help her. Ba De and Y were proud. "I'm just a convenience, okay. Our mission this time is to cooperate with Bat Hong Dao, a good opportunity to get close." Tran Vu Trake's face changed. "What did you say? Why are you talking about something so important now?" Don De quickly whispered, "Mr. Vu Trake, I told you to fire this security officer and replace Mr. Thiet." Ba De Ket Y immediately kicked Don De off the air mattress. Ba Dao in robe rubbed his fist. "Later, when talking to Bat Hong Dao, you have to be polite." Ba De Ket Y took the three people to the meeting place. As soon as Tran Vu Trake landed, he shouted loudly, "Where are you, kid?" Bat Hong Dao was angry. This guy dared to open his mouth and asked to marry his sister to Tran Vu Trake. As soon as he met Bat Hong Dao, Tran Vu Trake immediately called out loudly, "Boy, are you still pretending to be a deer?" Hearing the kid's name, the murderous aura behind Bat Hong Dao suddenly dissipated. Bat Hong Dao turned around in surprise to look at Tran Vu Trake. Ba De Ket Y quickly patted Tran Vu Trake's shoulder. "Sorry," he spoke without thinking, "don't pay attention." Bat Hong Dao looked at Tran Vu Trake with emotionless eyes and said, "Here. Let me introduce to you, this man's name is Lu Vai, this woman's name is Xian Le." Finally, Bat Hong Dao introduced, "And this is the security officer, just call him the tyrant." Ba De Ket Y quickly bowed, "Hello, Principal Ba." Tran Vu Trake was indifferent. "The director is a security officer, can this team still fight? Dragging us along as fans?" Bat Hong Dao came behind Bao Vu Trake and signaled to Bat Hong Dao. Bat Hong Dao said, "It's time, let's depart. Get on the bus, the whole class 2 gets on these 2 cars." Tran Vu Trake, Don Dao, Bat Hong Dao and Ba Dao got into the car. Bat Hong Dao suddenly said, "Except for security staff." Don De immediately turned around and laughed out loud. "This is the obvious retribution. God forgives no one." After the 3 people got into the car, Bat Hong Dao followed Lu Wei's car. Don De boasted while driving, "How could that be? With our vehicle lineup, there is the hope of humanity Mr. Vu Trake, there is the despair of humanity me, there is the super cute Dao Dao, and there is also the great magician me." Don De stepped on the accelerator and passed Lu Wei's car. After the car started running, Tran Vu Trake asked, "Arrange our mission in the same car with you, surely you have something to tell us, right?" Bat Hong Dao slowly said, "Oui, Bat Hong." Tran Vu Trake couldn't bear it anymore. "I also know that your father's name is Bat Hong Chan. You speak slowly, can you say it all at once?" Bat Hong Dao said seriously. "Bat Hong Dao is very good with you. I want to marry my sister to you." Tran Vu Trake was stunned. "What did you say?" Bat Hong Dao blushed. "Brother, what are you planning to do?" Duan De also quickly turned around and said, "Wait, let me interject a sentence." Tran Vu Trake gave Don De a blow on the back of the head. "What can I interfere with? I can't even interfere." Tran Vu Trake was skeptical. "Is this okay if you say this?" Bat Hong Dao is serious. "If you agree, she will be your wife. Although I am not the owner of the 8 Hong family, with the talent you have shown, the 8 Hong family will not object. In the future, I will also clear the way for you. Whatever you want, I will give it to you." Hearing that, Tran Vu immediately frowned and said in a low voice, "No, why did you give Bat Hong Dao to someone? Can you no longer control it? Or are you about to die?" Bat Hong Dao pressed the button next to it. The sound of soundproofing echoed in the car. Don De, sitting in the passenger seat, panicked. "What are you doing? Is there something we haven't heard?" After turning on the soundproofing, Bat Hong Dao continued, "I also hope I will die. There will be a big incident in the near future. I can 100% guarantee your survival." Tran Vu Trake was surprised. "What incident?" Bat Hong Dao doesn't intend to explain. "When the time comes you'll know. I'll just give you a day to think." Tran Vu Trake was indifferent. What if I don't agree? The car driven by Donda suddenly brakes suddenly, causing the two people to hit the partition. Bat Hong Dao looked at the trembling Donda and quickly said, "Just now it was just pretending." He intended to scold Donda, but when he saw his serving appearance, Tran Vu couldn't help but be surprised. "What's wrong with you?" Donda suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "I received news that early this morning, a teleportation organization attacked my city, and the perpetrator was most likely a student at the capital's university. The person who destroyed my city was from my university. After the explosion, the strongest genius of the capital university, Bat Hong Dao, finally took action. Not long ago, Donda, as a survivor of the destroyed city, accidentally discovered that the murderer was a student at his university." Seeing Donda's shocked expression, Ton Vu spoke up, "You said the murderer was a university student in the capital. Where is the evidence?" After receiving Donda's phone call, Ton Vu was secretly surprised. "These photos are exactly the ones taken at the time the city was attacked early this morning. But these people don't see clearly who they are." Tran Vu immediately said, "Start with a photo, the rest is all speculation. There is absolutely no direct evidence. It's all marketing accounts." Such a large-scale, organized, planned. Hearing that, Donda immediately calmed down. "Are you saying this is fake news?" While Tran Vu was comforting the deceased, Bat Hong Dao suddenly spoke up. "If it was really a university student in the capital who did it, what are you planning to do?" Hearing that, Donda immediately said coldly, "Of course kill completely." Bat Hong Dao frowned, nodded, "Good, has bones. But the person who can do this is definitely not alone. With his current strength, revenge is death." "What are you going to do?" Donda was stunned. He had not thought about this problem at all. Not long after, everyone arrived at the mission site, and the time was almost 10 o'clock in the evening. After that, Bat Hong Dao walked straight to the edge of the cliff, looked down at the teleporters below, and said, "How long would it take for you guys to complete this mission yourself?" Donda seriously analyzed. "With so many, it's about to get dark, so we have to fight for at least 7 days and 7 nights. Lost half my life." Bat Hong Dao suddenly jumped down and said, "Too long. At this level, you should give up revenge." As soon as he finished speaking, Bat Hong Dao burst out with the terrifying aura of the Peak Four-Pole Realm. Tran Vu immediately kicked a monster's head and crushed it. Next, a figure flashed, true energy billowed. Everyone saw Bat Hong Dao flying into the air at extremely fast speed. Finally, Bat Hong Dao clasped his hands together. Terrifying pressure diffused from his body, countless veins of true energy gushed out, unable to move and activated. Next was an earth-shattering explosion, as if the whole world was divided into 2 halves. Countless transparent cubes quickly fell from the torn space, and the shifting flood below had no time to react. Next, Bat Hong Dao in the air began to stimulate spiritual force, and the golden thunder exploded. The golden cubes suspended above the heads of the shifting flood continuously released golden lightning, frantically bombarding downwards. Hundreds of teleporters below the abyss were destroyed on the spot without the ability to move, not one was left behind. Seeing this scene, Donda couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Isn't he a level 4 peak? Why does it have such strong killing power?" Tran Vu was also surprised and said, "This aura is truly Bat Hong Dao, almost reaching level 6. At this moment, Bat Hong Dao suddenly said in the air, "If you want revenge, you must at least have the same level as me." Donda was immediately excited. This move is too overbearing. After landing on the ground, Bat Hong Dao said again, "This is a type of space-free space that I have improved, which can give level 4 people the power of level 6. Hearing that, Don Dao immediately hugged Bat Hong Dao's thigh. "Idol, teach me." Bat Hong Dao was indifferent. "Why should I teach you?" Donda quickly said, "As long as you help me take revenge, my life is yours." The surprising thing was that Bat Hong Dao did not refuse, but smiled and nodded, "Okay." During the day he is a normal college student, but at night he becomes a law enforcement officer. Not long ago, after completing the Alliance mission, Tran Vu felt a little suspicious. Why was Bat Hong Dao called Don Dao? Tran Vu felt that this time Bat Hong Dao was looking for them to do an Alliance mission. There must be a conspiracy. Tran Vu muttered, "I feel like we are all being manipulated by Bat Hong Dao. He said he was just a pawn of his superiors, so are we also his pawns?" Been fooled. Tran Vu sighed. "If you are really strong, you can do whatever you want." At this moment, there was suddenly a very strong knock on the door. But when Tran Vu opened the door, he didn't see anyone. But when he lowered his head, he saw a black box placed on the ground in front of the door. Tran Vu immediately picked up the box and brought it back to the inspection room. "I only saw a piece of paper in the box. on which were written 2 lines: the authority of law enforcement, the end of feelings and no obedience, the development of wisdom and no action, the exclusive promise of national authority. Authority to enforce the law, subordinates are not allowed to disobey orders, carry out without doing, with special permission from the state. Looking at the white mask in the box, Tranvu suddenly remembered the mysterious existence in the school, the law enforcer. Tranvu immediately said with a strange expression, "Is this the way that Hong Dao said to help me avoid great disaster? Legend has it that every month a law enforcer must kill 10 people. At this time, at a certain bar in the city, a hot dancing scene was taking place. However, just as the performance was reaching its climax, a figure suddenly turned off the audio equipment. The girls in the bar immediately got angry. Who the hell turned off the music? I will kill you!" Under everyone's frightened eyes, a tall masked man suddenly stepped onto the bar stage and said, "Who said he wanted to kill me just now?" Seeing Tranvu's outfit, the girls immediately trembled. They are law enforcers. The bar owner's expression also changed. A person of equality, does whatever he likes, or is appointed by his superiors to judge others, not under the control of any department, group, or force. The killing machine. The girls below were also scared. They were unintelligent law enforcers who could arrest them first, and kill them later. But the bar owner suddenly smiled and said, "Luckily I'm just a normal person. Ordinary people like us are basically invisible to law enforcers." But when he saw Tranvu walking in front of him, he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. "Why do you pay attention to me, a normal person? I have not done anything to harm you nobles." Tranvu directly took out the license and said coldly, "You have a custom bar in the east of the city. The girls in there were all kidnapped by you, right?" Next, Tranvu did not give the bar owner a chance to explain and directly executed him on the spot. Seeing this scene, customers in the bar immediately panicked and ran away for fear of being implicated. Tranvu sighed. "This thing is really about doing whatever you want, there are no rules." At this moment, the mask on Tranvu's face suddenly emitted green light and began to beep. Next, the mask emitted a beam of light and a surprised voice rang out, 10 people. In just 2 days, he completed the KPI. Tranvu calmly said, "It's as easy as turning your hand. If you ask around a bit, you can catch a bunch of them, and you don't need to look for evidence. The world tournament is about to start. I will probably be very busy." After speaking, Tranvu took off his mask and returned to his normal human identity. Arriving, Tranvu suddenly met his old rival, Ma Luke. Not long ago, after Don Dao's unspeakable little story, half a month quickly passed. Arriving at the entrance of the competition hall, Tranvu couldn't help but exclaim, "Isn't this the Olympics in my past life?" Tranvu raised his head and looked at the bright lights, unable to help but doubt. Didn't Bat Hong Dao say there was a great disaster? Is now the last straw? At this moment, Don Da suddenly appeared behind him and interrupted. "Where are you going? I've been looking for you all day and can't find you anywhere. I'm looking for you for a job." The story is this: the government selected volunteers from the student unions of universities in the capital. I was chosen, but I didn't want to go. Hearing that, Tranvu immediately turned around and left. Don Da quickly grabbed his pants. "Vu brother, don't go, help me. I learned lawlessness with the idol only a little more." Next, Don Da directly pulled down Tranvu's pants and shouted, "Wow, you pervert, not wearing underwear." Next, Tranvu kicked Duan Da flying. After that, Tranvu calmly pulled up his pants and said, "It's not that I don't wear them, it's that I can't buy any underwear that fits my penis. I can only put it on the left pant leg in the morning and leave it on in the afternoon. Right trouser leg," reluctant to maintain such a life. Don Da got up, hugged Tranvu's shoes and begged, "Brother Da has never asked you for anything, this time Brother Vu must help me. Later I got a girlfriend, let you use it for a week." Hearing that, Tranvu immediately cleared his throat, observed Don Da for a moment, and then nodded, "Okay. But is your future girlfriend okay? I see you are very sincere." Seeing Tranvu agree, Don Da immediately stuffed the volunteer uniform for him and proudly said, "Vu brother takes action, nothing is impossible. Take it goodbye." Next, Don Da hugged Tranvu and laughed loudly. "I almost forgot to tell you, actually I like men." Bat Hong Dao, who was far away, saw this scene and immediately turned around and left, crying as he walked, "Sorry, I'm bothering you too." Following Don Da's instructions, Tranvu went to gate number 12, to the volunteer registration place. The staff knew that Tranvu knew some foreign languages and immediately arranged. Then later, "You will be in charge of welcoming the global media group." But at this moment, behind Tranvu, a familiar female voice suddenly rang out. He couldn't help but turn his head, then was stunned. "Ma Luke, why are you here?" The person who came was his opponent in the university entrance exam in the destroyed city, Ma Luke. She pulled back her neat short hair, smiled and said, Tran Vu, long time no see. Oh no, it's Xie Vu, long time no see. Tran Vu was no less competitive, grabbed her hand and replied, Ma Luke, long time no see. After that, Ma Luke had some doubts. Why are you a volunteer? Tran Vu was helpless, being harmed by others. So what did you come here for? As soon as he finished speaking, Ma Luke suddenly took out a volunteer shirt and put it on. Then, she proudly smiled and said, Because I'm also a volunteer. What a coincidence. Coming here, Ma Luke wanted to personally check Tran Vu's level. Tran Vu, who had just been tricked into becoming a volunteer by Donda, unexpectedly met his old rival Ma Luke. Tran Vu saw Ma Luke and was surprised. The eldest lady of the Ma family actually came to the world tournament as a volunteer? Ma Luke said angrily, Who cares? This time the school chose volunteers from among first-year students, and I was chosen. If I didn't have to volunteer to earn points, I wouldn't have come. Speaking of this, Ma Luke suddenly approached Tran Vu with an infatuated look on his face. We haven't seen each other for a long time. I miss you so much, golden boy. Ma Luke seriously said there is a proverb that says when a fire is close to straw, it becomes sharp after a long time. In the future we will have to have more contact. Tran Vu immediately heard what she meant beyond her words. I'm afraid you won't be able to stand it, young lady of the Ma family. Hearing that, Ma Luke immediately objected, Don't brag. What's the use of being smart? Men must have power, context, size, and length. When it comes to size and length, Tran Vu can't help it anymore. It turns out his little guy is short. Seeing Tran Vu say that, Ma Luke immediately said, Come into the room with me. Not long after entering the volunteers' break room, Ma Luke gasped and said he couldn't stand it anymore. Seeing Ma Luke surrendering, Tran Vu proudly said, I told you, you can't stand it. Do you see how good I am? Seeing Tran Vu easily do 1,000 push-ups, Ma Luke couldn't help but think, this is as powerful as ever. That's not human, 1,000 push-ups in 5 minutes. After that, Tran Vu sat down on the ground and said during the time he teamed up with Bat Hong Dao and had a picnic in my class, a lot of things happened. I'm always training myself. Tran Vu suddenly asked, How is this world tournament played? Ma Luke said angrily, even though he didn't know about the world tournament, he still dared to come as a volunteer. There is no competition today is the opening ceremony. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are warm-up friendly matches. Hearing that, Tran Vu felt a bit depressed. What is that? Isn't it just a simple sports festival? Ma Loi shook his head and explained, Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, the sports competition is actually just a simple sports festival, just for the people of MAC-T to have a little fun. The day after tomorrow is the real World University competition, which is also the official match. Speaking of this, Ma Loi's face suddenly changed and he said seriously, However, this so-called World University may very well have other plans. Seeing that Ma Loi seemed to have inside information, Tran Vu curiously asked, What do you mean? Ma Loi did not answer, but instead dressed in a bunny-maid outfit, wriggled and danced, slowly approaching Tran Vu. Then, she straightened her long, slender right leg, revealing her special fishnet. Next, Ma Loi winked a few times with a provocative expression. Don't you want to do anything? Hearing that, Tran Vu couldn't help but swallow his saliva. After a moment of silence, he asked with an innocent expression, Can I really do anything? Ma Loi licked his lips and nodded firmly, Of course. Right after that, Tran Vu suddenly took out a pen from his pocket, drew a circle in Ma Loi's grid, and then urged, Okay, you go. Ma Loi was silent for a moment, then took the pen and drew a cross next to the circle. After a stressful game of checkers, Tran Vu won comprehensively, and Ma Loi was angry, still playing such a childish game. At this time, Tran Vu suddenly withdrew his pen and said seriously, Say, what do you want to tell me? Turkey. Ma Loi actually deduced the culprit who destroyed Ha Tan's citadel. Just now, facing Ma Loi's charm, Tran Vu chose to play a childish game with her. After the game ended, Tran Vu retracted his pen and said seriously, You pulled me into the volunteers' lounge, surely there is something you want to tell me, right? Just now, didn't we say that the World University has some conspiracy? Ma Loi said angrily, You are truly an uninterested man. Quite simply, the scale of this university tournament is huge. There are about 1,200 classes from dance universities around the world. Whether it is the usual one-on-one or many-on-many format, it is not enough to determine rankings in a limited time. If you want to quickly end the match, the organizers can only choose a location with the highest efficiency. Tran Vu showed a puzzled expression. Ma Loi continued, According to the news spread from the gathering place of the beast tide, that is, the higher-ups, the upcoming beast tide will come from the west. Tran Vu's face changed and he asked in surprise, "How do you know?" Ma Loi smirked smugly. "Of course it's an analysis. I guess the higher-ups organized such a big college tournament to attract forces from the whole world. On the day of the official match of the university tournament, everyone will be trapped here to fight off the beast tide coming from the west. The opening ceremony that is taking place, along with the usual sports competitions tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, is nothing more than a disguised performance, the policy of moving the population to the west. The government also wants to consider those this serves as cannon fodder, forming a strategic buffer area. The day the university tournament ends, without waiting for the expensive prizes to be awarded, the beast tide will come, because the government has no time left." Tran Vu squinted his eyes, suppressed the horror in his heart, and asked, "So the official match of the college tournament, announcing the location before the match starts, won't it reveal the existence of the beast tide? Who would obediently go to a place with the beast tide to compete?" The smile on Ma Loi's face suddenly became mysterious. Leading the beast tide on the day of the competition, separating a small part of the beast tide is enough to be the competition venue. At the same time, you can also take advantage of classes from around the world to consume part of the beast tide. The loudest rumor on the internet is about Hatan being destroyed by a beast tide. Do you know? The culprit behind the transfer of the beast tide to Hatan in the early morning, leading to the destruction of Hatan, is right next to you. At that time, the only person capable of leading the beast tide would be that murderer. After listening to Ma Loi's analysis, the plan hidden in Tran Vu's heart became even more profound. Tran Vu quickly asked, "Who is the murderer you mentioned?" Ma Loi closed his eyes and probed. "You must have the answer in your heart, right?" Tran Vu said seriously, "What do you want to say?" While Tran Vu was pretending to be stupid, Ma Loi immediately held out his finger and said seriously, "That person is the genius of hope, the president of the Student Association of King University, Bat Hong Dike." As soon as the words came out, Tran Vu, who had suspected Bat Hong Dike, immediately shrank back, revealing a look of horror. As soon as this woman appeared, she analyzed the bottom line of the incident on the streets of the capital, and even boldly speculated that Bat Hong Dike was the culprit who destroyed Hatan's citadel. After hearing Ma Loi's analysis, Tran Vu immediately said in horror, "Impossible. Recent rumors only say that the murderer who brought the beast to Hatan early in the morning might be at King University." Ma Loi said again, "It's up to you how you want to convince yourself. The direction of things has roughly been determined. I have seriously analyzed it for you. Whether you want to discuss my opinion or not is up to you." Bat Hong Dao was saved by him, was able to be assigned to his unit, and was able to smoothly form a team with his brothers for so long without interference from the family, proving that his former classmate's sister was behind him. "I'm sure there's someone supporting her, and that can only be her brother, the Bowl of Chaos." When we were about to welcome the beast tide in the early morning of the university entrance exam, Bat Hong Dike was also there, so the fact that Bat Hong Dike led the beast tide to Hatan and Linkin can also be explained. From the process I revealed the news to you just now, it can be seen that you know some secrets that only higher-ups know, such as the capital city will have major events, clearly the 8 desolations, and you have achieved it. Certain agreements. Speaking of this, Ma Loi raised his head and continued to reason. Currently on the internet there is a force trying to attack Bat Hong Dike. He most likely predicted that he would have bad luck. The Bat Hong family from top to bottom are heartless people and cannot be relied on at all, so only entrusting their sister to someone with strong abilities is the best choice. Then, to avoid hitting the snake before the deadline, the best way is for him to have some status outside the rules. Speaking of this, Ma Loi suddenly smiled devilishly, can freely run away without being noticed in times of war or danger, such as law enforcers and legends. Hearing that, Tran Vu couldn't help but interrupt Ma Loi. "I don't want to hear you make up stories anymore. Why don't you go write a novel?" Ma Loi blinked and smiled sinisterly. "Bingo. It seems that a series of my guesses are almost all correct." Tran Vu frowned and said, "Tell me, what is your purpose in coming to me today to talk so much?" Ma Loi immediately said directly, "2 purposes. The first purpose, when the match starts, you team up with me, helping me level up. Of course, my class will also help you. In the World College Tournament with so many experts, we are still too small and not mature enough. An alliance is the best choice. The second purpose is that on the day the beast tide comes, with the family and social resources that Bat Hong Dao holds, he will certainly find a way to protect him and Bat Hong Dao first, helping them escape from the capital. Wall. Speaking of this, Ma Loi lowered his voice and said seriously, "I hope at that time, you can conveniently take me with you. Hearing that, Trenvu crossed his arms and calmly said, Okay, but I can only take you alone, not including your classmates. Trenvu agreed. Ma Loi immediately rushed to Trenvu. Okay, buddy, I didn't love you in vain, let's give him a kiss. Bat Hong Dike actually displayed the Hao Tian Dharma staff in front of Donda. Not long ago, after being caught out in a transaction with Bat Hong Dike, Trenvu had to agree to take Ma Loi with him when the beast tide came. While Trenvu and Ma Loi reached an agreement, Bat Hong Dike's villa was in the middle of a fierce battle. Donda and Bat Hong Dike are constantly practicing back and forth. Grasping Bat Hong Dike's loophole, Donda decisively used the binding method. The tentacle-like blue light instantly tied Bat Hong Dike's hands. Next, Donda turned around in the air and directly threw Bat Hong Dike out. Donda did not stop in the air, directly moving the true energy in his body to cover himself. After rushing in front of a hammer, Donda suddenly clasped his hands together. As long as he hits the hammer, he will pass this test. However, after waiting for a while, Donda did not see any movement happening. Donda immediately fell into a state of disappointment, disbelief, mixed with all kinds of emotions. He is completely unable to accept this cruel truth. Why? Why can't the metal hammer be broken? Cannot be deployed illegally. God! Why so? Bat Hong Dike suddenly spoke up and interrupted. It's not like that. If there were beasts around, they would have died long ago. Don't be too hasty, calmly feel and control your true energy. When using Dharma, true Qi should not explode strongly. True Qi must be compressed to stabilize it. Only then can the energy be transmitted and exploded to activate Dharma. Speaking of this, Bat Hong Dike again advised, true energy is the core basic practice, which must be practiced well and mastered. Do it again. After receiving instructions from Bat Hong Dike, Donda immediately stabilized his mind and prepared to try again. After Donda calmed down, he quickly found the feeling and very easily grasped the feeling of being unable to move. Along with a sound like breaking glass, a transparent crack appeared in the air in the large underground laboratory, cutting off part of the metal hammer. Donda was immediately excited to the point of shaking. Great! Oh my God, I made it! Bat Hong Dike just nodded, his voice monotonous. The rest is to practice yourself to become proficient. Donda's emotions gradually reached the extreme. He looked at Bat Hong Dike. His nose was stinging. His voice was a bit choked. God, you treat me so well. Donda said again, do you consider me as your disciple? Bat Hong Dike said nothing. However, Donda understood Bat Hong Dike's personality very well, not because of the other person's silence. He was moved to say, God, I know how precious this lawlessness is. Priceless, thousands of gold are difficult to buy. No matter how you look at me, from now on I will regard you as my master. After that, Donda suppressed the excitement in his heart, and quickly wiped the tears from his face. After calming down, Donda firmly said, after learning, I can take revenge. I must let the culprit behind the incident of bringing the beast tied to Hatan early in the morning pay a heavy price. Hearing that, Bat Hong Dike frowned and looked at Donda, his dark eyes still unable to see any emotion. Finally, Bat Hong Dike suddenly spoke up to interrupt Donda. The two skills I want to teach you, the first is the lawless space that I have optimized, you have already mastered and learned. Hearing that, Donda was immediately excited again. Do you want to continue teaching me the second skill? Bat Hong Dike nodded firmly. The second is how to use no law or martial arts without needing to explode true energy. Haven't you studied yet? Do you want to study? Hearing that, Donda was immediately moved again. I really want it, master. Bat Hong Dike just nodded firmly and said again, normally, skills that do not need to explode true energy to still be able to use martial arts or martial arts need to reach 6G to master. But there is a prop. Just holding it in your hand can do it. As soon as the words came out, Donda immediately fell into contemplation. Holding it in his hand, there was no need to explode true energy, and it could be used without any method. After half a second of thinking, Donda suddenly said in surprise, are you talking about the legendary Hao Tian Dharma staff? Bat Hong Dike did not answer, but stretched out his hand, exploding with a blinding light. Next, Bat Hong Dike punched the floor with a fist filled with powerful true energy. I saw Bat Hong Dike take out a staff about 2 meters long, all black and emitting bright light from inside. This is the only Hao Tian magic staff in the world, yet Bat Hong Dike lent it to Donda. After receiving the Hao Tian Dharma staff from Bat Hong Dike, Donda excitedly said, is this the staff that the country gave you? Bat Hong Dike replied with an expressionless face, yes, Hao Tian's magic staff only has one. Hearing that, Donda was immediately happy. Great! Long live God! However, Donda quickly regained his composure. But this thing is too precious, I cannot accept it. Bat Hong Dyke directly interrupted. Wait until you learn the psychic skill and then return it to me. Donda looked at the long, aesthetically pleasing staff. The desire in his heart gradually took over. When Donda held the staff tightly with both hands and placed it on his shoulder, heaven and earth seemed clear. His vision was clear. Everything in his eyes seemed to have increased sharpness. Seeing that Donda had activated his psychic state, Bat Hong Dyke immediately made an inviting gesture. Try it. Donda immediately turned around. His left hand tightly grasped the staff, aiming at the metal hammer that had been severed. In less than a second, a spatial crack suddenly appeared on the hammer, instantly cutting off the hammer. Donda was immediately surprised. It's unbelievable. During the process, I didn't explode at all but was able to easily use such high-level lawless space. It was truly amazing. Bat Hong Dyke suddenly calmly turned around and left. So let's do it like that. Having finished speaking, Bat Hong Dyke did not forget to instruct. After using the staff, put it away. What should be taught has already been taught, don't come again in the future. Looking at the back of Bat Hong Dyke leaving, Donda suppressed his complicated emotions and respectfully said, Thank you, God. Looking at the Dharma staff in his hand, Donda excitedly said, With this Dharma staff, you won't need to waste much effort and time when using it. God, I love you. After Tran Vu returned home, he couldn't help but remember what he said to Ma Loi today. Thinking of all of Ma Loi's analysis, the culprit who destroyed Hatan Citadel was definitely Bat Hong Dyke. The more Tran Vu thought about it, the more upset he became, so he turned over and went to sleep. Early morning of the fourth day, west of the capital, Bird's Nest Gymnasium, the university tournament was about to begin. Inside the arena, the host loudly announced, Audiences at the scene and in front of screens around the World College Tournament is about to start. Let's look forward to it, and enjoy the festival together. This dance. Donda looked at the long line of people in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. How long do I have to wait in line? No, we have to think of a way to get in. Right after that, Tran Vu suddenly took out a few volunteer jackets and suggested, Pretend to be a volunteer and come in. Arriving at the entrance, Tran Vu immediately said, I'm a volunteer for the World University Tournament. It's very busy inside, there's a shortage of people. Can you please let me in first? These two people are my friends, I brought them in to help. But at this moment, Tucaca, who didn't like Tran Vu, suddenly rushed out and grabbed him. What are you doing? Fake? But right after that, Tran Vu defeated Tucaca with just 2 moves. Finally, Tran Vu led Don Dao and Bat Hong Dao swagger and under everyone's gaze. The World University Alliance Tournament officially begins. Just now, after entering the Bird's Nest Gymnasium, Tran Vu couldn't help but be surprised by the scale of the event. Looking at the players competing, Tran Vu couldn't help but exclaim, More than 1,200 dance classes come from all over the world. Almost the whole world is watching and paying attention. Even though I've heard Ma Loi talk about it, I really have to see it with my own eyes to feel it. Donda, who was next to him, gave a thumbs up. Such a major world-class event, as expected of the capital city. At this time, Tran Vu suddenly heard the screams of fangirls in the stands. The fangirls kept screaming, Ladies, look, it's him! Only saw Bat Hong Dyke standing on stage, loudly declaring, This World University Alliance Tournament aims to promote civilization, strengthen solidarity, encourage each other, and exchange experiences. The appearance of Bat Hong Dyke made the fangirls in the gym go crazy. Bat Hong Dyke, my husband. Male God. Mary. Body. Sisters, please kill me. Please keep your heart for your husband. Even some ordinary people couldn't help but be surprised by Bat Hong Dyke's reputation, gasping, Look, the eldest son of the Bat Hong family, who is known as humanity's #1 genius. What spirit! Young and talented. Seeing such a vibrant atmosphere in the gym, Tran Vu couldn't help but exclaim, This guy is really very prestigious. After reading a long opening speech, Bat Hong Dyke suddenly shouted loudly, The World University Alliance Tournament officially begins. As soon as the voice ended, everyone in the gym immediately became excited, and shocking cheers rang out. Seeing the match starting, Tran Vu didn't want to waste time and was about to go find a seat, but Donda said, Mr. Vu, the volunteer still has work to do. Tran Vu said again, Never mind, the school enrolled us as volunteers without asking our opinion, leave them alone. But at this moment, Lai Dao Sam suddenly appeared behind the 3 people and shouted, Stop! Stationary! Before the 3 of them could react, the volunteer manager suddenly appeared and beat them up. After being taken to the office, Tran Vu immediately became angry. dare to touch someone from the elite class 2 of King University. You are truly tired of life, the manager angrily said. So he's a student at King University. I am the manager of the volunteer team of this World University tournament. You kids, this tournament has registered 800 volunteers, now 400 is not enough. If each person runs away just because of 7 points, is there any responsibility left? Tranvu and Donda were not afraid at all. What does it have to do with you? I'm not a volunteer anymore, what can you do for me? Hearing that, the manager immediately showed a sinister expression. You brats, let's see how I treat you. You guys are elite class 2 students, right? I just need one phone call to contact King University and report that you guys have not fulfilled your obligations as volunteers for the university tournament. Your accumulated points from the time you entered school until now will probably be deducted a lot, and may even go to 0. As soon as the words came out, Donda immediately hugged the manager's leg and begged for forgiveness, while Tranvu angrily said, So what do you want us to do? The manager took out a stack of forms from his chest and said, Here, you guys choose 2 people, fill in your names on the competition list, choose the subject you like, this regular tournament, you all have to participate.